What if Harry Potter was taken by Rimuru? Ode Blood Debt to Shion. Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was taken by Rimuru? Ode Blood Debt to Shion. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. Blood and Starfall. Shion's blade carved through the ogre's chest before his war cry finished leaving his throat. She didn't even watch him fall. 3 more were already rushing her from the left, and honestly, this whole invasion was starting to piss her off. Is that all you've got? She kicked the dying ogre's body into his companions, sending 2 of them sprawling. The third tried to get clever, circling around while she was supposedly distracted. Cute. She pivoted, caught his spear mid-thrust, and yanked him forward into her knee. Something crunched. Probably his face. Rimuru-sama's trying to have a peaceful evening and you idiots just had to pick tonight. The border skirmish had started an hour ago. Some rogue faction of monsters, displaced from the eastern territories and apparently too stupid to know that attacking Tempest was suicide. Shion had been in the middle of perfecting a new recipe when the alarm reached her. She'd grabbed her sword and sprinted here without even taking off her apron. The apron was now covered in blood. So was everything else. Shion-sama. One of the Hobgoblin patrol leaders stumbled toward her, gasping. The eastern flank is secure, but we're getting reports of a strange energy signature near the ravine. Something's wrong with the sky. Wrong with the sky. Shion looked up, annoyed, expecting some dramatic magic attack she'd have to deal with. What she saw made her sword arm drop slightly. The stars were moving. No, not moving. Swirling. A spiral of light was forming directly above the ravine about half a mile away, crackling with energy that felt like nothing she'd ever encountered. It wasn't magicules. It wasn't demon energy. It was something else entirely. Something that made her stomach twist in a way that actual danger never did. What the hell is that? She muttered. The spiral tore open. Shion was already running before her brain caught up with her legs. The remaining enemy forces scattered as she blasted past them, not even worth killing right now. Whatever was coming through that hole in reality, that was the real threat. That was what mattered. She reached the ravine just as something fell through. The rift sealed itself with a thunderclap that flattened trees for 100 meters in every direction. Shion braced against it, her feet carving trenches in the dirt, and when the wind and light finally died down, she was standing at the edge of a crater that definitely hadn't existed 5 minutes ago. And at the center of that crater, surrounded by shattered rock and still glowing debris, was a baby. What? The baby was crying. Of course it was crying. It was a baby that had just fallen out of a hole in the sky into a crater in the middle of a war zone. Shion approached slowly, sword still drawn, waiting for some trick. Some monster disguised as an infant. Some trap, but no. Her instincts were screaming that this was exactly what it looked like. A human baby. Wrapped in a blanket that was somehow still intact despite everything. With a weird lightning bolt cut on its forehead that was still bleeding slightly, Shion knelt down, reaching toward the child, and that's when she noticed her own blood. The battle had left her with dozens of small cuts and scrapes. Nothing serious. But her left hand was dripping steadily from a gash across her palm, and as she reached for the baby, several drops fell directly onto the infant's forehead. Mixed with the blood already there from that strange wound, the moment the bloods touched, Shion's world went white. Ow 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 ow. When her vision cleared, she was flat on her back at the edge of the crater, and the baby had stopped crying. Actually, the baby was now floating about 3 feet off the ground, surrounded by a soft golden light, and staring at her with eyes that were way too alert for an infant. Okay, Shion said slowly, getting to her feet. Okay. That's new. The golden light pulsed once, twice, then shot a beam directly into Shion's chest. She didn't even have time to block. The energy hit her like a train, but it wasn't painful. It was warm. It was binding. It was wrapping around something deep inside her and tying a knot that she knew, instantly, would never come undone. Then the light faded, the baby dropped gently to the ground, and Shion stood there with her hand over her heart, breathing hard, trying to understand what had just happened to her. A word echoed in her mind. Not in any language she knew, but she understood it anyway. Det. The baby started crying again. Shion looked at it. Looked at the destruction around her. Looked at the sky, which had returned to normal like nothing had happened. Then she sighed, walked forward, and picked up the child. All right, fine. She cradled it awkwardly. She'd never held a baby before in her entire existence. I don't know what you are or where you came from or what just happened, but apparently you're my problem now. So let's go find Rimuru-sama and figure this out. The baby grabbed a fistful of her blood-soaked hair and gurgled happily. Don't get attached. This is temporary. The baby sneezed. Stop being cute. It won't work on me. It was absolutely working on her. Rimuru was in the middle of a very important meeting when Shion kicked the door open. Rimuru-sama. A baby fell out of the sky and now I think I own it. The slime, currently in human form, stared at her. So did Benimaru. So did Shuna. So did Rigurd. So did the 12 other officials who had been discussing trade agreements with the Dwarven Kingdom. I have questions, Rimuru said finally. So do I. Shion marched forward and deposited the baby on the meeting table, right on top of the trade documents. The baby immediately started chewing on a very important contract. I was fighting at the eastern border, then the sky ripped open, then this thing fell through, then my blood touched its blood and now there's something living inside my chest that keeps saying, Det, and I really need you to explain what's happening. Rimuru looked at the baby. Looked at Shion. Looked at the ruined contract. Looked back at the baby. Great sage, Rimuru muttered internally. What am I looking at? The response came immediately, analysis complete. Subject is a human infant, approximately 15 months old. However, subject possesses an anomalous magical signature incompatible with this world's magical system. Energy composition suggests origin from an alternate dimensional plane. Additionally, subject carries a soul fragment embedded in the scar tissue on the forehead. The fragment is parasitic but currently dormant. A soul fragment? Rimuru frowned. Someone put part of their soul in a baby? Affirmative. The fragment appears to have been created through a process of magical murder. Killing intent is embedded in the soul structure itself. That's disturbing. Additionally, Shion's report of a binding sensation is accurate. A blood debt has been established between Shion and the infant. This is an ancient contract magic predating the current Demon Lord system. When the blood of a powerful monster mixes with the blood of a human child under specific cosmic conditions, particularly dimensional breach events, a permanent bond is formed. Shion is now magically obligated to protect, provide for, and claim responsibility for this child. The bond cannot be severed by conventional means. The child, in turn, gains partial protection from Shion's attributes, including enhanced durability and resistance to external magical influence. When the child reaches maturity, they will be able to offer service in return, though the nature of that service is not predefined. Rimuru processed all of this. Then processed it again. Then looked at Shion, who was vibrating with confused energy, and the baby, who was now attempting to eat Rigurd's beard. Shion, Rimuru said carefully. Congratulations. You're a mom now. I'm a what? The next several hours were chaos. Rimuru had everyone except the core leadership clear out, then spent a long time examining the baby with every skill at their disposal. The results were fascinating and slightly terrifying. His name is Harry, Rimuru announced eventually, pulling the information from residual magical traces on the blanket. Harry Potter. From what I can piece together, he's from a world with a completely different magical system. Wizards and witches, wand-based casting, magical creatures we've never seen before. And he's important there. Really important. There's prophecy magic clinging to him like cobwebs. Prophecy magic. Benimaru leaned forward, frowning. Someone foretold his future. His and someone else's. An enemy. I can't get specifics, but the gist is that he's supposed to either defeat or be defeated by some kind of Dark Lord. Rimuru shook their head. The soul fragment in his scar. That's probably from this enemy. A piece of them, embedded in Harry. Maybe an accident, maybe intentional. Either way, it's dormant right now. Not threatening. Can you remove it? Shion demanded. She hadn't put Harry down since picking him up. The baby was currently asleep in her arms, completely unbothered by the conversation about parasitic soul fragments living in his head. Not safely. Not yet. Maybe when he's older and his own magical core is more developed. Rimuru smiled slightly. But the good news is that your blood debt is actually helping. The bond is suppressing the fragment, keeping it from influencing him. Your magic is basically sitting on it like a guard dog. Shion looked down at Harry. Her expression did something complicated. So I'm protecting him. Even without trying. Even without trying, Rimuru confirmed. Shion, I know this isn't what you planned for your life. But this kid needs someone strong enough to keep him safe while he grows. He needs someone who won't flinch from whatever threats come for him. And according to ancient magic itself, that person is you. What if I screw up? Shion's voice was quieter than anyone had ever heard it. I don't know how to raise a child. I know how to fight. I know how to kill. I know how to serve you, Rimuru-sama. But this? Shuna moved to her side, placing a gentle hand on her arm. You won't do it alone. We're all here. Tempest is his home now, and we protect our own. She's right, Benimaru added. Besides, if the kid's got your stubbornness and my training, he'll be terrifying by the time he's 10. He's not getting your training, he's getting mine, Shion snapped, immediately defensive. Benimaru grinned. There she is. Rimuru watched the exchange with a warm feeling spreading through their slime body. This wasn't how they'd expected the evening to go. Trade negotiations had been completely derailed. There was a baby from another dimension sleeping on Shion's shoulder. Ancient magic had apparently decided that one of their most battle-hungry subordinates was now apparent, but looking at Shion's face, the fear and determination in something that might have been the beginning of fierce love, Rimuru couldn't bring themselves to see this as a problem. Harry Potter, they said softly. Welcome to the Jura Tempest Federation. I have a feeling things are going to get very interesting around here. They did. The first year was an adjustment period that nearly drove everyone insane. Shion approached motherhood the same way she approached everything else, with overwhelming force and zero subtlety. She tried to teach Harry sword stances before he could walk. She fed him her cooking, which should have killed him but somehow didn't, a mystery that had Rimuru conducting increasingly frantic analyses until they concluded that the blood debt really was providing protection. She carried him everywhere, including into battles, strapped to her back in an armored baby carrier that Kurobe had forged specifically for this purpose. Shion. Shion, he's crying. He's not crying, he's war crying. He's supporting me. He's definitely crying because you just decapitated someone 3 feet away from him. It was a clean decapitation. Very minimal splatter. Shion. But underneath the chaos, something real was forming. Harry's first word was, sure, not quite her full name, but close enough that Shion didn't speak to anyone for 3 hours because she was too busy holding him and making sounds that might have been crying if anyone was brave enough to suggest that. His first steps were toward her, arms outstretched, giggling as she swept him up and spun him around with enough force that Rimuru genuinely worried about the baby's neck structural integrity, and when Harry got sick for the first time, some minor magical ailment that had him feverish and miserable for 2 days, Shion didn't sleep. Didn't eat. Didn't leave his side for a single moment. She held him through the worst of it, whispering reassurances that nobody else ever heard, and when the fever finally broke, she passed out from exhaustion right there on his nursery floor. Rimuru found them the next morning, Harry curled up on Shion's chest, both of them sleeping peacefully, and wisely decided to never mention it to anyone. The years passed. Harry grew. 10 years in Tempest went by faster than anyone expected. Harry Potter at 11 years old was not what anyone from his original world would have predicted. He was tall for his age, athletic in a way that spoke to years of combat training, with messy black hair that refused to stay flat no matter what Shuna tried. His eyes were still that startling green, but they held a sharpness now, an awareness that most children didn't develop until much later. He was currently hanging upside down from a tree branch, dodging energy blasts from Rimuru while simultaneously carrying on a conversation with Melim, who was lounging on a nearby rock and eating what appeared to be an entire roasted boar. So then Rimuru-sama said I couldn't participate in the war council because I'm too young and might start an international incident, and please stop challenging visiting diplomats to duels, Harry, it's causing paperwork. He flipped sideways, the energy blast scorching the branch he'd just been hanging from. But I think that's unfair because the diplomat from the Beast Kingdom was clearly talking shit and someone needed to put him in his place. Did you beat him? Melim asked through a mouthful of meat. Obviously. Harry landed on a lower branch, then immediately had to dive as Benimaru's next attack came faster. He yielded after 6 seconds. Which I think proves my point that I should be allowed at war councils. Or it proves Rimuru's point that you're a menace, Benimaru called out, not letting up his assault. Stop talking and focus. I almost hit you that time. You didn't almost hit me, you hit where I was a second ago. There's a difference. Cheeky brat. Harry grinned. This was his life. Training with some of the strongest beings in the world. Getting into arguments with demon lords. Having lunch with dragons. Learning magic and combat and strategy from people who had conquered nations that he knew he was different. Rimuru had explained it to him years ago, the whole dimensional breach, the blood debt, his origin in another world. Harry had listened carefully, asked some questions, and then shrugged. But Shion's my mom now, right? And Tempest is my home? Yes, Rimuru had said. Absolutely. Then what does the other stuff matter? And that had been that. Harry didn't spend much time wondering about his birth parents or the world he'd come from. He had family here. He had purpose here. He had people who loved him and pushed him to be stronger and better every single day. Why would he want anything else? Harry. He dropped from the tree just as Shion burst through the underbrush, sword drawn, looking ready to murder someone. Mom. What's wrong? Shion's eye was twitching. In her free hand, she was holding a piece of parchment that looked like it had been through a war. This is what's wrong. This letter. That just appeared. In your room. With no explanation. Harry took the letter carefully. The parchment was thick and fancy, sealed with a wax emblem he didn't recognize, some kind of coat of arms with a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger. The address was written in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the Blue Room, Eastern Wing, Tempest, Capital City, the Jura Tempest Federation, dimensional coordinates redacted. What the hell? Harry muttered, turning it over. How does anyone know where I live? How did this even get here? Benimaru and Melim had both stopped what they were doing, moving closer with matching expressions of curiosity and wariness. Open it, Melim said. I want to know what it says. Don't open it, Benimaru countered. It could be a trap. Let Rimuru-sama analyze it first. Harry looked at Shion. Mom. Shion's grip on her sword tightened. Then she let out a breath through her nose. Open it. If it's dangerous, I'll destroy it before it can hurt you. And then I'll find whoever sent it and destroy them too. That was good enough for Harry. He broke the seal, the parchment unfolded itself in his hands, and words appeared in that same emerald green ink. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than 31 July, yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall Deputy Headmistress P.S. Mr. Potter, I am aware that this letter has had to cross unusual boundaries to reach you. I would very much like to discuss your unique situation in person. A representative will arrive within the week to answer any questions you may have. Harry read it twice. Then a third time. Then he looked up at Shion, whose expression had gone from murderous to something more complicated. Someone's coming here, she said flatly. Someone from your world. Without permission. Without invitation. They're coming to talk, Harry tried. It says they want to, I don't care what it says. Shion's voice was cold in a way Harry rarely heard. You're mine. Tempest is your home. And if anyone thinks they can just show up and try to take you back to wherever you came from, they're going to learn exactly how wrong they are. Shion. Benimaru's voice was careful. Maybe we should let Rimuru-sama handle the diplomatic, Rimuru-sama will handle the diplomacy. I'll handle the consequences if diplomacy fails. Shion finally sheathed her sword, but her posture didn't relax at all. Harry. Come with me. We're going to see Rimuru-sama right now. Harry hesitated for just a moment. He looked at the letter again. Hogwarts. School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His birth world was reaching out to him after 11 years of silence. Part of him was curious. He couldn't help it. What was this other world like? What kind of magic did they have? What had happened to his birth parents? The letter hadn't mentioned them, which probably meant something bad, but the larger part of him, the part that had been raised by Shion, trained by the strongest beings in the world, and given a home in a nation of monsters who had accepted him completely, that part didn't care about any of it. He folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. Yeah, he said. Let's go. Rimuru's office was already crowded by the time they arrived. Word had spread fast, it always did in Tempest, and the key players had assembled without being summoned. Benimaru, who had followed them. Shuna, looking concerned. Sui, who had materialized from somewhere without warning. Diablo, standing in the corner with his usual creepy smile. And Veldora, because Veldora went wherever he felt like going. I felt a dimensional disturbance earlier today, Rimuru said without preamble, holding their hand out for the letter. Harry passed it over. Very subtle, very controlled. Not like the breach that brought you here, this was intentional. Targeted. Someone on the other side knew exactly where you were and how to reach you. Is that possible? Shuna asked. I thought the dimensional barriers were supposed to be impenetrable. They are. For normal magic. Rimuru scanned the letter, frowning. But this Albus Dumbledore seems to be operating on a different system entirely. Great Sage says the letter itself is carrying magical signatures that don't match anything in our database. Old magic. Powerful magic. And very, very precise. He's tracking Harry, Shion said bluntly. He's been watching. Maybe. Or he only recently figured out where Harry ended up. Rimuru set the letter down. Either way, the letter says a representative is coming. That gives us a few days to prepare. Prepare for what? Veldora leaned forward, grinning. A fight? Can I fight them? It's been boring lately. Prepare for a conversation, Rimuru corrected. These people aren't our enemies. Not yet. They seem to want to recruit Harry for their school, which means they're interested in cooperation, not conflict. They want to take him away, Shion growled. That's conflict enough for me. Nobody is taking Harry anywhere he doesn't want to go. That's non-negotiable. Rimuru's voice hardened slightly, and the temperature in the room dropped. Even after all these years, it was easy to forget that Rimuru Tempest was one of the most powerful beings in the world. Moments like this served as reminders. But we should hear them out. Learn about Harry's origin. Understand what they want and why. Information is valuable. And if they try something? Benimaru asked. Rimuru smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. Then they learn why Tempest has never lost a war. Harry had been quiet through all of this, processing. Now he spoke up. Rimuru-sama. The letter mentioned my unique situation. And there was a postscript from this Dumbledore person. He knows something's different about how I got here. About what I am now. Your hybrid nature, Rimuru nodded. You're not a normal wizard anymore, Harry. You've been living in a magical-rich environment for a decade. You've been trained by monsters. You've been shaped by the blood debt. Whatever you were supposed to become in that other world, you're something else now. Something new. Is that a problem? For them? Possibly. For you? Rimuru's smile softened into something genuine. Not at all. You're still Harry. You're still family. And whatever comes through that dimensional boundary, we'll face it together. Shion moved to stand beside Harry, her hand resting on his shoulder. The weight of it was familiar. Grounding. I don't care about the other world, Harry said finally. I don't care about their schools or their prophecies or whatever destiny they think I have. But if they're coming here, I want to meet them. I want to look them in the eye and make them understand that I'm not their lost child to reclaim. I'm Tempest's. I'm Mom's. Shion's grip tightened. She didn't say anything. She didn't have to. Then that's what we'll do, Rimuru said. We'll welcome them properly. Show them exactly what kind of person you've become. And if they don't like it, the rest of the sentence hung unspoken in the air. None of them needed to hear it. 3 days later, the dimensional boundary shimmered and tore, and a very large man with a very wild beard stumbled through into the Jura Tempest Federation. Blimey, Hagrid said, looking around at the monster guards pointing weapons at him, the impossibly advanced city stretching behind them, and the small army of incredibly powerful beings assembled to greet him. This isn't what I expected. Standing at the front of the welcoming committee, Harry Potter crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Welcome to Tempest, he said. I hear you've got some questions. We've got some too. Let's talk. Behind him, Shion's hand rested on her sword hilt, her eyes never leaving the stranger. Behind her, the full might of the Jura Tempest Federation stood ready, and somewhere in the space between dimensions, something that had been sleeping since Harry's arrival stirred. Stretched. Began to wake. 2 worlds were about to collide, and Harry Potter was standing right at the center of the impact. Hagrid, to his CR, didn't panic. He'd seen a lot of strange things in his life. He'd raised dragons and befriended giant spiders and once had a very nice conversation with a mermaid who tried to drown him only twice. But this? This was new. The monsters surrounding him weren't like anything he'd encountered. They stood upright like humans, wore sophisticated armor, carried weapons that hummed with energy he couldn't identify, and looked at him with intelligent eyes that assessed threat levels and dismissal potential in equal measure. Right then, he said slowly, keeping his hands visible. I'm Rubius Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I'm here, fair Harry Potter. Professor Dumbledore sent me. We know, said the small blue-haired figure at the center of the group. Hagrid couldn't quite tell what they were. Human? Some kind of spirit? The magical aura coming off them was unlike anything he'd ever felt. I'm Rimuru Tempest. This is my nation you've entered. I suggest we move somewhere more comfortable for this conversation. Your nation? Hagrid blinked. You mean this whole place? The whole place, Rimuru confirmed with a slight smile. Shall we? Hagrid followed because there wasn't really another option. As he walked, he tried to take in everything around him, the buildings that mixed what looked like medieval architecture with strange glowing technology, the variety of creatures going about their daily lives, the general atmosphere of prosperity and peace that he hadn't expected from a nation ruled by monsters, and Harry. His eyes kept drifting back to Harry. The boy was nothing like what Hagrid had imagined. He'd been preparing himself to meet a child raised by muggles, probably confused and overwhelmed by the magical world, maybe mistreated given what Dumbledore had hinted about the Dursleys. Instead, he found a kid who walked like a fighter, carried himself like royalty, and looked at Hagrid with eyes that held zero fear and a lot of evaluation. "Yeah, look like your mother," Hagrid said finally, unable to help himself. "Got her eyes exactly. And, your father's hair. James could never get it to lie flat either." Harry's expression flickered. "Just for a moment. You knew my birth parents?" "Knew them. I was there the night." Hagrid stopped, swallowing hard. "Even after all these years, it was difficult. I was there after. After you know who. I carried ye out of the ruins myself. Gave ye to Dumbledore. He was supposed to keep ye safe. He sent me to live with muggles." Harry's voice was flat. "Dumbledore, I mean." The letter's address was originally for somewhere called Privet Drive. Hagrid winced. "The Dursleys. Your aunt and uncle. Lily's sister." He shook his massive head. "I told Dumbledore they were the worst sort of muggles. But he said the blood protection didn't matter," Rimuru interrupted smoothly. "Because Harry never made it there. He fell through a dimensional breach and ended up here instead." "Dimensional breach?" Hagrid looked lost. "Ya mean like, another world?" "That's possible. For sufficiently powerful magic?" "Apparently yes." Rimuru gestured, and they entered a large building that seemed to be some kind of governmental center. Guards snapped to attention as they passed. "Harry has been living in Tempest since he was a baby. He's been raised here, trained here, and considers this his home. Whatever plans Dumbledore had for him, they're 11 years out of date." They reached a conference room. Large, comfortable, with a round table that sat everyone at equal height. Hagrid took a seat that had clearly been sized for someone his build, which meant these people had prepared for him specifically. That was either impressive or unsettling. "I don't understand," Hagrid said slowly, looking around at the assembled monsters. "If Harry's been here all this time, why didn't anyone know? Dumbledore's been Sir Chin for years." Everyone thought I was dead?" Harry asked. "Some did. But Dumbledore always said ye were alive. The magic that tracked ye never stopped workin', it just couldn't find where ye were. Like ye existed but weren't anywhere the magic could reach." Hagrid scratched his beard. "Now I guess that makes sense. Different world, different rules. So how did the letter reach me now?" Harry leaned forward. "If your magic couldn't find me for 11 years, what changed?" "I dunno exactly. Dumbledore worked on it fair months. Some kind of special enchantment that could cross boundaries. Cost him a lot, I think. He looked right exhausted when he finally got it workin'. Determined man," Rimuru observed. "He spent months figuring out how to send a letter to someone in another dimension. That's either dedication or obsession." "It's Dumbledore," Hagrid said, as if that explained everything. "He cares about Harry. Always has. The night it happened, he was devastated. Spent years blamin' himself fair not protectin' the Potters better. When Harry disappeared, it nearly broke him." The purple-haired woman who had been silently glaring at Hagrid since they met finally spoke. "If he cared so much, why did he plan to send Harry to people who would mistreat him?" Hagrid flinched at her tone. This woman scared him more than any of the others, and he couldn't quite figure out why. "The blood protection," he said weakly. "Lily's sacrifice. It created a shield that would protect Harry from you-know-who as long as he lived with someone who shared her blood. The Dursleys were the only option. Her sacrifice." Harry's voice was quiet. "What sacrifice?" Hagrid's face crumpled. Oh, Harry. Ya don't know. No, of course ya don't, how could ya? He took a deep breath. Your parents were murdered. By a dark wizard called Voldemort. He was the worst Dark Lord in centuries, killed hundreds, terrorized the whole magical world for years. And he came for your family because of a prophecy. Said ye were destined to defeat him. The room had gone very still. A prophecy, Rimuru said carefully. Telling him that a baby would defeat him. It was vague, like prophecies are. But he believed it. So he went to Godric's Hollow to kill ye before ye could grow up. He killed your father first. James fought to give Lily time to run, but there was nowhere to go. Then he went after your mother. She begged him to take her instead. To spare ye. He gave her a chance to step aside. Apparently he promised someone he wouldn't kill her if he didn't have to, but she refused. She died protecting ye. Harry's hands had curled into fists under the table. The purple-haired woman, his mother, Hagrid realized suddenly, or at least the person who had raised him as a mother, had moved closer, her posture radiating protective fury. And then? Harry asked. Then he tried to kill ye. The killing curse. Should have worked. Never failed before, not once. But it rebounded. Hit him instead. Destroyed his body. Left ye with nothing, but that scar. Hagrid pointed at Harry's forehead. That's why you're famous, Harry. You're the boy who lived. The only person to ever survive the killing curse. The one who stopped you-know-who. Silence stretched, then Harry laughed. It wasn't a happy sound. Famous, he said. I'm famous because someone tried to murder me as a baby and failed. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Harry, no, I'm serious. A whole world of wizards, and the most famous person is an infant who didn't actually do anything. My mother did it. She's the one who made the sacrifice. She's the one whose magic protected me. I was a year old. I didn't defeat anyone. Hagrid looked uncomfortable. That's not wrong, I suppose. But the prophecy is the reason my parents are dead, Harry cut in. This Voldemort believed in it, so he came to kill me, and my parents died protecting me. If the prophecy hadn't existed, or if he'd just ignored it, they'd still be alive. Prophecies don't work that way. They're self-fulfilling, see. If he hadn't tried to kill ye, it wouldn't have come true. But he did try, so it's circular nonsense that destroyed my family and now apparently makes me some kind of celebrity in a world I've never even seen. Harry shook his head. Great. Wonderful. What does any of this have to do with that school? Hagrid rallied, clearly more comfortable with this topic. Hogwarts is the finest school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world. Every magical child in Britain goes there. You'll learn spells, potions, transfiguration, charms, defense against the dark arts. I already know magic, Harry interrupted. Wand magic. Proper wizard magic. I know how to manipulate magicules, which is more flexible than any wand. I know combat casting that would let me fight a demon lord. I know barrier creation, energy projection, physical enhancement, and about 30 different ways to kill someone with pure magical force. Harry's eyes were cold. What exactly would your school teach me that I don't already know? Hagrid opened and closed his mouth several times. Perhaps, Rimuru said smoothly, you should tell us more about what Hogwarts actually offers. Beyond the basic curriculum. What would Harry gain from attending? Well, there's the community, isn't there? Other magical children his age. Friends. A normal life. I have friends here, Harry said. Including a demon lord who visits every week to steal my snacks and a dragon who argues with me about manga plot developments. A dragon? Storm Dragon Veldora. He's basically my uncle. Hagrid made a strangled sound. What I think Harry is trying to say, Rimuru continued, taking pity on the clearly overwhelmed man, is that his life here is already full. He's not lacking for education, companionship, or purpose. If Dumbledore wants Harry to attend his school, he needs to offer something more compelling than standard magical education. Dumbledore wants to meet him, Hagrid said desperately. Just to talk. To explain things properly. To offer Harry a choice. That's all. A choice. A choice between what? Between stayin' here forever, never knowin' his heritage, never connectin' with his own kind. Hagrid caught the looks he was getting and backpedaled quickly. Not that there's anything wrong with this place. It's very nice. But Harry's a wizard. A British wizard. There's a whole world out there that's his birthright. Dumbledore just wants him to have the chance to see it. Harry was quiet for a long moment. My birth parents, he finally said. What were they like? Hagrid's face softened. James was a troublemaker. Brilliant, but couldn't sit still for a minute. Always pullin' pranks, gettin' into mischief. But loyal to his core. Would have died for his friends without hesitation. He swallowed hard. Lily was the kindest person I ever met. Muggle-born, she was, came from non-magical parents. But she worked harder than anyone to prove herself. Top of her class in charms. Could have been anything she wanted. And she loved you, Harry. More than anything in the world. The way she looked at Harry's expression had changed. Still guarded, but there was something raw underneath now, Shion noticed. Of course she did. Harry. We should discuss this privately. Yeah. Harry stood abruptly. Rimuru-sama, can you keep talking to him? Find out what else he knows. I need some air. Of course. Rimuru waved a hand. Take your time. Harry left without looking back. Shion followed immediately. Hagrid watched them go, his heart aching. That boy carried so much weight. So much pain he probably didn't even realize he was feeling. And the woman who followed him, the monster who had apparently raised him, there was real love there. Protective, fierce love. She's his mother, Hagrid said quietly. The one with the purple hair. Shion, Rimuru confirmed. She found him the night he arrived. An ancient magic called a blood debt bound them together. She's been his guardian ever since. Blood debt? Hagrid had never heard of such a thing. But then, he was learning today that there was a lot he'd never heard of. It doesn't matter what it's called, Rimuru said. What matters is that it's real. Shion would burn down the world for Harry. And Harry would do the same for her. Whatever your Dumbledore is planning, he needs to understand that. Harry isn't a chess piece to be moved around. He's a person with his own life, his own family, his own choices. Dumbledore doesn't want to use him, doesn't he? Rimuru's eyes were ancient and knowing. You mentioned a prophecy. A Dark Lord who's apparently not completely dead, given how you keep calling him you-know-who, like saying his name might summon him. A famous child destined to defeat this threat. You're telling me Dumbledore doesn't see Harry as a weapon to be deployed? Hagrid had no answer for that. Let me tell you what's going to happen, Rimuru continued, leaning forward. Harry is going to think about everything you've said. He's going to talk to Shion, who will probably try to convince him to never have anything to do with your world again. Then he's going to make his own decision, because that's who he is. If he decides he wants to visit your world, meet this Dumbledore, see what his birth parents left behind, we won't stop him. But we will come with him. We will protect him. And if anyone tries to control him, manipulate him, or force him into a destiny he didn't choose, the slime's form flickered, and for just a moment, Hagrid saw something behind those friendly eyes. Something vast. Something terrifying. Well, Rimuru finished pleasantly, let's just say that your Dark Lord isn't the only one who should be feared. Hagrid believed it. Outside the government building, Harry was sitting on a rooftop, staring at the sky. Shion sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. "You're thinking about going," she said. It wasn't a question. "I'm thinking about a lot of things." Harry pulled the Hogwarts letter from his pocket, turning it over in his hands. "My parents. The world they came from. The monster who killed them. Voldemort." "Yeah." Hagrid couldn't even say his name. "Jumped every time I said it. That's how scared people are of him." Shion snorted. "I've faced scarier things before breakfast." "I know. That's not the point." Harry was quiet for a moment. "He killed my mother. My birth mother. She died protecting me, and her magic is apparently the reason I survived. That's where the blood debt started, isn't it? Her blood, her sacrifice, connecting to yours when you found me." Shion's hand found his. "Maybe. Rimuru-sama has theories about that. And the soul fragment in my scar. That's from him too. Voldemort. A piece of his soul, stuck in me." Harry's free hand drifted up to touch the lightning bolt. "There's literally a piece of my parents' killer living in my head. Which is being suppressed by our bond. It can't hurt you. It can't influence you. It's just, there. Trapped. For now." Harry finally looked at her. "But what if there's a way to get it out? What if their world has magic that could remove it completely? Wouldn't that be worth investigating?" Shion was silent for a long moment. "You want to go," she said finally. "To their school. To see their world. I want to understand." Harry's grip on her hand tightened. "I've spent my whole life here, and I love it, and you're my mother in every way that matters. But there's this whole other part of me that I've never explored. These people my birth parents were. This world they lived in. The enemy who's apparently not completely dead and might come back someday. I can't just ignore all of that forever. You could. We could protect you here. Keep you safe from anything that world might throw at you. And spend my whole life wondering. Hiding from a truth I'm strong enough to face." Harry shook his head. "That's not who you raised me to be." Shion made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. "No. It's not. Mom." Harry turned to face her fully. "I'm not leaving you. I'm not abandoning Tempest or choosing them over you. But I need to see it. Just once. I need to understand where I came from so I can know for certain where I belong." "And where do you belong?" "Here. No hesitation. With you. With Rimuru-sama. With everyone. This is my home. That's never going to change." Shion's eyes were wet, which Harry had seen exactly twice in his entire life, both times when she thought he was seriously hurt. "The blood debt," she said quietly. "It's not why I love you. You know that, right? In the beginning, maybe there was obligation. Magic telling me I had to protect you. But that stopped mattering years ago. You're my son because I chose you to be. Because you chose me. The debt is just a technicality now." Harry leaned into her shoulder. "I know. If we go to their world, I'm coming with you. Non-negotiable. Obviously. And if anyone tries to take you from me, I will kill them. All of them. Every single person who thinks they have a right to decide your fate. I wouldn't expect anything less." Shion finally smiled, small and fierce. "Good. Then let's go tell Rimuru-sama the plan." They stood together, mother and son, looking out over the city that had been Harry's home for as long as he could remember, somewhere in another dimension, a world of wizards and witches awaited, and somewhere deeper than that, in the space between realities, something that had been disturbed 11 years ago continued to stir. Continued to wake. continued to watch the boy who had fallen through its domain. Soon, it thought. Very soon, but Harry didn't know about that yet. Right now, all he knew was that an adventure was beginning that he couldn't wait. Chapter 2, The Ward of Tempest. Harry blocked Benimaru's blade with his forearm, the magical reinforced skin absorbing the impact without a scratch, and immediately countered with a spinning kick that the Kijin commander dodged by a hair's breadth. "You're getting faster," Benimaru observed, not even breathing hard despite the fact that they'd been sparring for 2 hours straight. "You're getting slower," Harry shot back, launching a rapid combination of punches that Benimaru deflected with casual efficiency. "Old age catching up. I'm going to make you regret that." Benimaru's aura flared, and suddenly Harry was on the defensive, backpedaling across the training grounds as a barrage of flame-enhanced strikes pushed him to his limits. This was the difference between them, raw experience. Harry was fast and strong for his age, genuinely impressive by most standards, but Benimaru had been fighting wars before Harry was born. That a particularly vicious slash caught Harry across the chest, the training blade leaving a red welt even through his reinforced body. "Point," Benimaru called, stepping back. "That's 7-3. You're distracted today." Harry rubbed the welt, grimacing. "Sorry. Lot on my mind." "The wizard?" "Hagrid." "Yeah." Harry moved to the edge of the training ground, grabbing a water container and drinking deeply. Rimuru-sama spent all night talking to him. Apparently there's a whole society of wizards hiding from normal humans. Calling them muggles. They've got their own government, their own economy, their own everything. And they all know who I am. Benimaru joined him, accepting the water container when Harry passed it over. "How does that feel?" "Weird. Annoying." Harry stared at the sky. "I don't want to be famous for something I didn't actually do. Some baby surviving an attack because his mother sacrificed herself, that's her accomplishment, not mine. But apparently I'm some kind of celebrity because people needed a symbol and a 1-year-old was convenient. Symbols are powerful. Rimuru-sama is a symbol too. The slime who became a demon lord. The monster who built a nation where all species could coexist." Benimaru shrugged. "Whether you want it or not, you represent something to those people. The question is what you're going to do about it. Mom wants to ignore them completely. Stay here, forget the whole thing. And you?" Harry was quiet for a long moment. "I want to meet them. Not because I care about being famous or fulfilling some prophecy. I want to see the world my birth parents lived in. Understand what they died protecting. And if there really is a Dark Lord out there who murdered them and might come back someday, I want to look him in the eye when I'm strong enough to end him permanently." Benimaru studied Harry's face. The boy, no, the young man, had grown so much over the years. That helpless infant Shion had carried into Rimuru's meeting room was now someone who could hold his own against trained warriors, who spoke about confronting Dark Lords with the same casual confidence he discussed sparring matches. "You know," Benimaru said slowly, "when Shion first started training you, I thought she was being too harsh. Throwing you into combat exercises before you could even read properly. Making you run obstacle courses that would break grown soldiers. But she knew something I didn't." "What's that?" "That you weren't going to have a peaceful life. Whatever brought you to our world, whatever magic tied you to Shion, it wasn't random chance. Forces were moving around you before you were born. They're still moving now. And Shion understood that the only way to protect you was to make you strong enough to protect yourself." Harry absorbed that. "You think I'm ready? To face whatever's waiting in that other world? I think you're more ready than most people twice your age. But ready or not, you're going to face it anyway. That's just who you are." Benimaru clapped him on the shoulder. "Come on. One more round. This time I won't hold back as much." Harry grinned, setting down the water and raising his fists. "Promise? You're going to regret asking for that." He did, in fact, regret it. But the bruises were worth it, the government building's kitchen was a war zone. Shion stood at the center of the chaos, wielding a ladle like a weapon, glaring at the bubbling pot in front of her as if it had personally offended her honor. "Why won't you cooperate?" she demanded of the stew. "I followed the recipe exactly." Shuna, standing at a safe distance near the doorway, winced. "Shion, I don't think adding sword polish was part of the instructions. It said, add a touch of steel to bring out the flavor. I interpreted that literally. It's a metaphor. For adding iron-rich ingredients like spinach or, you know what, never mind. Let me taste it." "You don't have to, I insist." Shuna approached the pot with the caution of someone disarming an explosive device. She dipped a clean spoon in, brought the smallest possible amount to her lips, and immediately doubled over coughing. "Well?" Shion asked anxiously. "It's an improvement from last time." Shuna wheezed. "At least it doesn't smell like burning hatred anymore." "See? I told you I was getting better." The door opened, and Harry walked in, still sweaty from training, stopping dead when he saw the scene in front of him. "Mom! What did you do to the kitchen?" "I'm making you a special dinner," Shion announced proudly. "Since you've been stressed about the wizard situation, I thought a home-cooked meal would help you relax." Harry and Shuna exchanged a look of pure terror. "That's very thoughtful," Harry said carefully, "but maybe we could order from the restaurant district instead?" "I heard they have a new place that does really good grilled." "Absolutely not." Shion grabbed a bowl and began ladling the suspicious stew into it with aggressive determination. "I am your mother. I should be able to feed my own child. Now sit down and eat." Harry sat. He had learned years ago that arguing with Shion about certain things was pointless. Cooking was one of those things. The bowl was placed in front of him. The stew was a color that didn't exist in nature. Things were floating in it that might have been vegetables or might have been small rocks. Steam rose from the surface in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, like the food itself was trying to communicate distress. Harry picked up his spoon. Shuna watched with morbid fascination, already preparing to call for medical assistance. Harry took a bite. The world didn't end. "It's..." Harry paused, his expression going through several phases. "Actually not terrible." "Really?" Shion's face lit up. "I mean, it's not good. It's definitely weird. But it's edible. There's this aftertaste that's kind of mineral-y. But I've had worse." "The sword polish," Shuna muttered. "What?" "Nothing. That's wonderful news, Shion. You're really improving." Shion was practically glowing with pride as Harry forced himself to finish the bowl. The blood debt protection was definitely doing heavy lifting here. Anything that could survive Shion's cooking for 11 years was functionally immune to poison, but Harry had also genuinely developed a tolerance. Or possibly brain damage. Either way, he could eat his mother's food without dying, which was more than most could say. "There's a meeting in an hour," Shuna mentioned, gracefully changing the subject. "Rimuru-sama wants to discuss the plan for visiting the wizard world. Apparently Hagrid contacted his Dumbledore person, and they're arranging something." Shion's good mood evaporated instantly. "Already? It's only been 2 days. They're eager." Understandable, given how long they've been searching for Harry. Shuna's expression was sympathetic. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Shion's voice was flat in a way that meant she was very much not fine. Harry's made his decision. "I'll support him." "Mom." Harry reached across the table to take her hand. "We talked about this." "I know we did. That doesn't mean I have to like it." Shion's grip was tight, almost painful. "You're walking into a world I can't fully protect you from. Their magic is different. Their rules are different. I don't know the terrain or the threats or the people. Every instinct I have is screaming at me to lock you in your room and fight off anyone who tries to take you. So why aren't you?" "Because you'd hate me for it. And because..." She struggled with the words. Because you're right. You deserve to know where you came from. You deserve to face your enemies on your own terms. Keeping you ignorant and safe would be protecting my own peace of mind, not yours. Harry squeezed her hand. You're the best mother in any dimension. Obviously. Shion sniffed, trying to regain her composure. Don't think this means I'm going soft. The moment anything in that world threatens you, I'm burning it to the ground. Wouldn't expect anything less. Shuna watched the exchange with a warm smile. Whatever else happened, whatever chaos the wizard world might bring, Shion and Harry had each other. That was a foundation that wouldn't break easily. The meeting room was full by the time Harry arrived. Rimuru sat at the head of the table, their expression thoughtful. Rimuru and Shion flanked them, with Sui lurking in the shadows behind, visible only because he wanted to be. Diablo stood in his usual corner, smiling that unsettling smile. Shuna had taken a seat near the window. Veldora was sprawled across 3 chairs, reading a manga volume and pretending he wasn't paying attention to everything being said, and Hagrid. The massive man sat at the far end of the table, looking profoundly uncomfortable surrounded by so many powerful beings. Good, we're all here, Rimuru said as Harry took his seat. Let's begin. Hagrid, you mentioned that Dumbledore has a proposal. Hagrid straightened, clearly trying to project more confidence than he felt. Right, yeah. Professor Dumbledore's thought about it a lot, and he wants to extend an invitation. Not to Hogwarts specifically, not yet anyway, but to the wizard world in general. He's proposing that Harry visit Fair a few weeks. See how things are. Meet some people. Then make an informed decision about whether he wants to attend the school. A trial period, Rimuru observed. Reasonable. Where would Harry stay during this visit? Shion demanded. Who would be responsible for his safety? Dumbledore suggested Hogwarts itself. It's the safest place in magical Britain, protected by centuries of enchantments, staffed by powerful wizards, completely hidden from Muggle society. Harry would be a guest, not a student. Free to come and go. And oh, course, anyone who wanted to accompany him would be welcome. Anyone? Rimuru raised an eyebrow. Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. Well, within reason. Dumbledore understands that Harry has guardians who would want to be present. He's prepared to accommodate that. Define within reason. I think he was imagining 1 or 2 people. Maybe 3 at most. Rimuru exchanged glances with their subordinates. I see. And what would Harry actually do during this visit? Sit in a castle for weeks? No. Dumbledore has a whole schedule planned. Tours of magical locations, meetings with important people, visits to places connected to Harry's parents. Hagrid's voice softened on the last part. James and Lily were well loved, you know. Lots of folks would want to meet their son. Share memories. Help Harry understand who they were. Harry's hands had curled into fists under the table. Shion noticed, reaching over to rest her hand on his arm. What about this Voldemort? Harry asked, his voice steady despite the tension in his body. Hagrid said he's not completely dead. What's his current status? Hagrid flinched at the name. We don't. I mean, he hasn't been seen in 10 years. Most people think he's gone fair good. But Dumbledore's always believed he'd return someday. That's part of why he's been searching fair so hard. He thinks you're the key to stopping you-know-who fair real when he comes back. Because of the prophecy. Yeah. Though Dumbledore says there's more to it than that. Says he's got information he can only share with in person. Sensitive stuff that can't be trusted to letters or messengers. The room was silent for a moment. Secrets, Diablo said from his corner, his voice like silk over broken glass. How delightful. The old wizard hoards knowledge and doles it out like treats for a good pet. One wonders what else he's keeping hidden. Dumbledore's not like that, Hagrid protested weakly, but even he didn't sound fully convinced. Let's table the suspicions for now, Rimuru interjected. The practical question is whether Harry wants to accept this invitation, and if so, under what terms. All eyes turned to Harry. He took a breath. I want to go. I've already decided that. But I have conditions. Name them, Rimuru encouraged. First, Mom comes with me. Non-negotiable. I don't care if they only wanted 1 or 2 people. She's my guardian. Where I go, she goes. Shion's expression flickered with something vulnerable before hardening into fierce determination. Obviously. Second, I want a way to communicate with Tempest at all times. If something goes wrong, I need to be able to call for help. Already planned for, Sui spoke up from the shadows. I've been developing a communication artifact that works across dimensional boundaries. It's not perfect yet, but it should be functional within the week. Third. Harry's eyes met Hagrid's. I want complete honesty. About my parents, about this prophecy, about everything. If Dumbledore has information he's been keeping secret, I want it all. No games, no manipulations, no I'll tell you when you're older. I've been trained by demon lords and I've killed things that would give your dark wizards nightmares. I'm not a child who needs to be protected from hard truths. Hagrid swallowed hard. I can pass that along. But Dumbledore will agree or the visit doesn't happen. Harry's voice was final. Those are my terms. Rimuru nodded approvingly. Well said. Hagrid, you have our response. Communicate with your Dumbledore and let us know if the terms are acceptable. If they are, we can arrange the dimensional crossing within a few days. Right. Yeah. I'll do that. Hagrid stood, looking simultaneously relieved and nervous. Just. Harry. Whatever you might think of our world, give it a fair chance. There's beauty there. Magic that'll take your breath away. People who loved your parents and want to love you too. It's not all dark lords and prophecies. Harry's expression softened slightly. I'll keep an open mind. That's all I can promise. Hagrid nodded, seemingly satisfied, and Sui escorted him out to the dimensional transit point they'd established for his use. The moment the door closed, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Well, Veldora said, finally looking up from his manga, that was entertaining. Are we really letting the boy walk into an obvious trap? It's not a trap, Rimuru countered. Not exactly. Dumbledore genuinely wants to help Harry, I think. But he also has his own agenda. His own plans for what Harry should be and do. The question is whether we can navigate that without getting pulled into something we can't control. The prophecy concerns me, Rimuru admitted. If Harry is truly destined to confront this Voldemort, his involvement may be inevitable regardless of what we plan. Destiny is a suggestion, Shion said flatly. Harry decides his own fate. Any prophecy that says otherwise can fight me. Diablo chuckled. Spoken like a true mother. But perhaps we should consider the practical elements. This other world has magic we don't understand, forces that have been developing independently for centuries. What happens if Harry's hybrid nature reacts unexpectedly to their systems? What happens if the soul fragment in his scar responds to being in its native dimension? That sobered everyone. Great Sage has been running simulations, Rimuru said slowly. The most likely outcome is that Harry's unique magical composition will actually stabilize in the presence of wizarding magic, not destabilize. His magicule-based abilities should remain fully functional while also allowing him to access the wand-based system his body was originally designed for. As for the soul fragment, the blood debt suppression should hold regardless of dimension. It's tied to Shion, not to location. Should, Shuna noted quietly. Not will. There's always uncertainty when dealing with dimensional travel and foreign magic systems. But based on everything I know, the risks are manageable. Rimuru stood, signaling the end of the formal meeting. Harry has made his choice, and will support him. Shion will go as his primary guardian. I'm going to request that Rimuru also attend, if he's willing. Between the two of them, there shouldn't be any force in the wizard world that could threaten Harry directly. I'll go, Rimuru confirmed without hesitation. Good. Sui, continue monitoring the dimensional barrier. If anything unusual happens, anything at all, I want to know immediately. Understood. Diablo, you're on standby. If things go badly and we need rapid extraction, you're our best option for crossing dimensions quickly. The demon bowed, his smile never wavering. As you command, Rimuru-sama. Veldora, try not to cause any international incidents while we're distracted. The dragon looked offended. I would never. You accidentally declared war on the Dwarven Kingdom because they ran out of your favorite snack. They should have had more in stock. It's a reasonable expectation. Rimuru sighed, pinching the bridge of their nose. Some things never changed. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, running through everything in his head. The wizard world. Hogwarts. His birth parents. The Dark Lord who had murdered them. The prophecy that apparently tied their fates together. It was a lot to process. A knock came at his door. Come in. Meline bounced into the room, because Meline didn't enter anywhere normally when bouncing was an option. She was wearing pajamas covered in cartoon dragon prints, a gift from Veldora that she refused to stop wearing despite being one of the oldest and most powerful beings in existence. You're brooding, she announced, flopping onto the foot of his bed. I could feel it from my room. It's very loud. Sorry for having feelings. Don't apologize, just stop having them so loudly. Meline rolled onto her back, staring at him upside down. What's wrong? Is it the wizard thing? Yeah. Harry sat up, pulling his knees to his chest. I keep thinking about my birth parents. Trying to imagine what they were like beyond what Hagrid told me. My father was a troublemaker. My mother was kind. They loved me enough to die for me. But that's all I know. That's my entire picture of who they were as people. And you're going to their world to learn more. That's the plan. But what if I don't like what I find? What if they were complicated people with flaws and mistakes and I have to reconcile that with the sacrifice they made? What if learning more makes me feel worse, not better? Meline considered this with unusual seriousness. My parents were complicated too, she said finally. My father was a true dragon who didn't really understand how to be a parent. He tried, I think, in his own way. But he wasn't good at it. And then he died, and I went crazy for a while, and when I came out of it, I had to figure out who I was without him. Harry hadn't known that about Meline. She rarely talked about her past. Did you ever regret learning the truth? About who he was and what happened? Sometimes. But mostly I'm glad I know. Because even the painful truths help me understand myself better. Help me make sense of why I am the way I am. Meline rolled over again, meeting Harry's eyes properly. You're scared that learning about your birth parents will change who you are. But it won't. You're already you. You're Shion's son, and Tempest's warrior, and my friend who lets me steal his snacks even though he pretends to be annoyed about it. Finding out where you came from won't erase any of that. It'll just add to it. When did you get wise? I've always been wise. People just don't take me seriously because I'm cute and bouncy. Meline grinned. Also, I'm literally thousands of years old. I've had time to think about stuff. Harry laughed despite himself. Thanks, Meline. You're welcome. Now stop brooding and go to sleep. I need you well rested for tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Training, obviously. If you're going to a strange world full of unknown dangers, you need to be at peak combat readiness. I'm going to spar with you personally. Harry paled. Sparring with Melim was technically not allowed because the property damage usually reached catastrophic levels. The last time they tried it, an entire forest had been accidentally vaporized. Rimuru-sama is going to kill us. Rimuru-sama doesn't have to know. Melim's grin was terrifying. It'll be fun. It was not going to be fun. Harry was going to die. But somehow, worrying about impending death by Melim was easier than worrying about the wizard world, so maybe that was the real point that he lay back down and closed his eyes. Sleep came eventually, morning brought chaos. Melim, no. Melim, yes. Harry dodged the demon lord's punch by the width of a hair, feeling the shockwave of displaced air ruffle his hair as her fist passed. The training ground, a reinforced area specifically designed for high-powered sparring, was already cracked and cratered from the first 5 minutes of their match. You're not even trying. Melim complained, bouncing back for another attack. Fight me for real. If I fight you for real, I'll die. You won't die. Probably. I'll hold back enough not to kill you. That's not reassuring. Melim launched a kick that Harry managed to block, his magicule-enhanced arms absorbing the impact that would have shattered normal bones. Even so, he was driven back 20 feet, his heels carving trenches in the stone floor. See? You blocked it. You're fine. My arms are numb. That means they're learning. The next few minutes were a blur of attacks and desperate evasion. Harry couldn't match Melim in raw power, nobody except other demon lords could, but he was fast, tricky, and had trained specifically to survive against overwhelmingly stronger opponents. He used the environment, bouncing off walls and pillars to change his trajectory unpredictably. He used feints and misdirection, making Melim think he was going one way before exploding in another direction. He even managed to land a hit once, a palm strike to her stomach that made her eyes widen in surprise. You touched me, she exclaimed delightedly. Was that not the goal? I'm just impressed. Most people can't even get close. She celebrated by punching him through a wall. Harry groaned, lying in the rubble of what used to be a storage building, staring at the sky through the new hole in the ceiling. Every part of his body hurt. His arms were definitely bruised despite the reinforcement. His ribs might be cracked, but he was smiling. This was his life. Training with demon lords. Getting beaten up by ancient beings who treated combat like play. Pushing himself to the absolute limit and somehow surviving that. He loved it. Melim's face appeared above him, looking down with concern that was probably genuine. Did I break you? Little bit. Harry coughed. Worth it though. I definitely learned things. Like what? Like never agree to spar with you again. That's boring. You're getting better, I can tell. Another few years and you might actually make me try. Harry laughed, then winced because laughing hurt. High praise. Melim grabbed his hand and hauled him to his feet with zero effort. Come on. Let's get you to Shuna for healing before Shion finds out what happened. She'll yell at me, and I don't like being yelled at. She's going to find out anyway. She always finds out. Then we have maybe an hour before she tracks us down. Better make it count. They made their limping escape from the destroyed training ground, leaving behind a scene of devastation that would take days to repair. Somewhere in the distance, Harry heard someone scream, "What happened to Building 7?" and decided that was a problem for future Harry. Present Harry had to focus on surviving the next few days. The wizard world was coming, ready or not. Hagrid's response arrived that evening. Dumbledore accepts your terms, the message read. Complete honesty, open communication with Tempest, and full accommodation for your guardians. He's prepared to receive you whenever you're ready. Just give us a day's notice to prepare proper welcome arrangements. Lookin' forward to seein', yeah, Harry. This is goin' to be wonderful. Shion read the message with a skeptical expression. Wonderful. He uses that word like it means something. He's probably just trying to be friendly, Harry offered. Friendly is suspicious. What does he want? Mom. He's an old man who runs a school. He wants me to attend his school. That's not complicated. Everything is complicated when politics are involved. And make no mistake, this is political. Shion set the message down. You're a symbol to these people. The boy who lived. Having you aligned with their government, their society, their values, that's valuable. Dumbledore knows that. He's counting on it. Harry couldn't really argue with that. So what do? We go in with our eyes open. We listen more than we speak. We make no commitments until we've seen everything. Shion's expression hardened. And we remember that no matter what they offer or what they promise, your loyalty is to Tempest. To Rimuru-sama. To me. Anyone who tries to change that will learn why making an enemy of the Kijin is a fatal mistake. Bloodthirsty. Practical. Harry grinned despite himself. This was his mother. Fierce, protective, ready to kill anyone who threatened her family. He wouldn't have it any other way. Okay, he said. Let's send word back. 3 days from now. That gives Sui time to finish the communication artifact and me time to recover from Malim's training session. Shion's eyes narrowed. What training session? Nothing. I said nothing. Completely unrelated topic, we should talk about supplies for the trip, Harry. I love you, Mom. Harry James Potter, did you spar with Malim again? He ran. She chased. Somewhere in the building, Rimuru sighed and started calculating how much the repairs would cost this time. 3 days later, at dawn, they gathered at Tempest's dimensional transit point. Harry stood at the center of the group, dressed in traveling clothes that Shuna had personally designed, a blend of Tempest fashion and practical durability, with hidden reinforcement woven into every seam. His black hair was as messy as ever. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead was visible, a permanent reminder of where he'd come from. Shion stood at his right shoulder, her sword at her hip, her expression promising violence to anyone who looked at Harry wrong. Rimuru flanked his left, calm and composed, radiating quiet menace. Behind them, the rest of Tempest's leadership had come to see them off. Rimuru, looking proud and slightly worried. Shuna, who had pressed a handmade good luck charm into Harry's hands. Sui, who had delivered the communication artifact with detailed instructions. Veldora, who was loudly complaining about not being allowed to come. Malim, who was bouncing with excitement and kept offering helpful suggestions that mostly involved punching things. You have everything? Rimuru asked. Harry checked his pack. Communication artifact, emergency supplies, money converted to wizard currency, documents from you establishing my status as a Tempest citizen. I think that covers it. If you need anything at all, contact us immediately. Diablo is on standby to create a portal at a moment's notice. I know. Thank you, Rimuru-sama. And Harry? Rimuru's expression softened. Have fun. I know this trip is about serious things, but you're also an 11-year-old visiting a magical world full of wonders you've never seen. Let yourself enjoy it sometimes. Harry smiled. I'll try. Hagrid had sent instructions for activating the dimensional crossing, a specific magical pattern that would resonate with the anchor point he'd established at Hogwarts. Harry drew the pattern in the air with his finger, magicules flowing in precise curves, and felt reality shiver in response. A portal opened. Through it, Harry could see a stone courtyard, morning sunlight filtering through what looked like castle architecture, and a cluster of robed figures waiting on the other side. Here we go, Harry muttered. Shion's hand found his shoulder. Together. Together. They stepped through. The first thing Harry noticed was the magic that it was everywhere. Saturating the air, humming in the stones, woven into the fabric of reality itself. But it felt different from magicules, thinner somehow, more specialized. Like comparing a versatile tool to a finely crafted instrument. Powerful in its own way, but built for different purposes. The second thing he noticed was the castle. Hogwarts loomed above them, massive and ancient, all towers and turrets and impossible architecture that shouldn't have been structurally sound but stood anyway through sheer magical stubbornness. Harry had seen impressive buildings in Tempest. The capital's government building was a masterpiece of dwarven engineering, but this was something else. This was a building that had been growing and changing for 1,000 years, layers of magic and memory accumulated until the structure itself seemed almost alive. "Harry Potter," said a voice, and Harry's attention snapped to the speaker. Albus Dumbledore was not what Harry had expected. The man was old, genuinely, obviously old in a way that felt rare among the long-lived beings Harry knew. His beard reached nearly to his waist, silver and somehow cheerful. His robes were purple covered in moving stars. His eyes, behind half-moon spectacles, were a piercing blue that seemed to see straight through whatever they looked at, but what struck Harry most was the power. Dumbledore practically radiated it, contained, controlled, but unmistakably vast. This was someone who had been mastering magic for longer than most civilizations existed. "I'm pleased to finally meet you," Dumbledore continued, his voice warm and grandfatherly. "We've been searching for you for a very long time." "So I've heard." Harry's voice was steady. "Thank you for accepting my terms." They were reasonable terms, proposed by someone who clearly understands the value of information. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I must say, you're not quite what I expected. Hagrid's report suggested someone remarkable, but seeing you in person, what?" Harry challenged. "I don't look like a proper savior. You look like someone who's been trained for war since childhood. Which, given your guardians, makes perfect sense." Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Shion and Rimuru. "I believe introductions are in order. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "And you are?" "Shion." Her voice was ice. "Harry's mother." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, but he recovered smoothly. "I see. And the blood debt Hagrid mentioned?" "Is none of your business. All you need to know is that Harry is mine. Hurt him, and I'll kill you. Betray him, and I'll kill you. Try to manipulate him, and I'll kill you. Are we clear?" A murmur ran through the assembled wizards. Several of them had their hands near their wands, looking nervously between Shion and Dumbledore, but Dumbledore just smiled. "Perfectly clear. I appreciate directness, it saves so much time. I assure you, Ms. Shion, I have no intention of hurting, betraying, or manipulating anyone. I want to help Harry understand his heritage and make informed choices about his future. Nothing more. We'll see." "Indeed we will." Dumbledore turned back to Harry. "Shall we begin the tour? I thought we might start with the castle itself, then move on to some of the more interesting magical locations in the surrounding area. I've also arranged meetings with several people who knew your parents, as requested." Harry nodded, pushing down the complicated emotions that mention of his parents still stirred. "Lead the way." They walked into Hogwarts. The next several hours were overwhelming in the best way. Dumbledore was an excellent guide, explaining the castle's history and quirks with genuine enthusiasm. The moving paintings that gossiped and argued with each other. The staircases that changed direction according to unknowable schedules. The house system that sorted students into Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff based on their dominant personality traits. "Your parents were both Gryffindor," Dumbledore mentioned as they passed the entrance to that house's common room. James was a leader among his peers, always at the center of whatever adventure was happening. Lily was quieter but no less fierce. She stood up for what she believed in, even when it cost her. Harry filed that information away, hungry for more. They saw classrooms where magic was taught, transfiguration, where objects could be changed into other objects, charms, where spells could be layered to achieve complex effects, potions, where magical ingredients were combined into useful concoctions. Harry asked technical questions that clearly surprised the professors they met, his background in magical manipulation giving him a framework to understand their systems even if the details were different. "You've been trained in magic?" Professor McGonagall asked, looking impressed despite herself. What kind? Energy manipulation, mostly. Creating constructs, enhancing physical capabilities, projecting force. Different fundamentals than what you use, but some of the concepts translate. Fascinating. I'd love to see a demonstration sometime. Maybe. Harry glanced at Shion, who nodded slightly. If the situation's right. They had lunch in the Great Hall, an enormous room with a ceiling enchanted to look like the sky outside. The food was good, not as good as Tempest's restaurants, but solid and filling. Shion ate nothing, maintaining her guard throughout the meal, while Rimuru sampled a few dishes with apparent interest. Your companion seems uncomfortable, Dumbledore observed, nodding toward Shion. She's protective. Understandably so. She's raised you for 10 years in a hostile world, defending you against threats I can barely imagine. Trust does not come easily after such experiences. Dumbledore's expression was knowing. I hope, in time, she'll come to see that we mean no harm. Give her time. Give me time. We're here to learn, not to make instant friends. A wise approach. Now, if you're finished eating, there are some people who've been waiting to meet you. The first person was Professor Remus Lupin. That he wasn't a Hogwarts professor yet. He explained that he'd been working various jobs in the wizarding world, struggling to find stable employment due to what he called a condition. But he dropped everything when Dumbledore told him Harry had been found. I was friends with your parents, Lupin said, his voice rough with emotion. Best friends with James. He and I and two others, Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, we were inseparable during our school years. We called ourselves the Marauders. Hagrid mentioned my father was a troublemaker. Lupin laughed, though it sounded painful. That's putting it mildly. James was brilliant and reckless and absolutely convinced he was invincible. We got into so much trouble together. Detentions every other week. But we had each other's backs through everything. What happened to them? Your other friends? The question made Lupin's face go complicated. Sirius. Sirius is in Azkaban. The wizard prison. He was convicted of betraying your parents to Voldemort. Of revealing their location so the Dark Lord could find them. Harry's blood went cold. He what? The Potters were in hiding, protected by a charm that required a secret keeper, someone who knew their location and could share it with others. Sirius was supposed to be that person. But... Lupin's hands shook slightly. He gave the secret to Voldemort. Led him right to Godric's Hollow. Then, when Peter confronted him about it, Sirius killed him too. Blew up an entire street. Murdered 13 Muggles in the process. The hall had gone very quiet. Shion's hand was on her sword, ready to react to any threat. And you believe he did it? Harry asked quietly. You were his friend. I don't know what I believe anymore. Sirius was like a brother to me. To James. The idea that he could betray us, could get James and Lily killed. Lupin's voice broke. But there were witnesses. Evidence. The Aurors caught him laughing at the scene. What else was I supposed to think? Harry processed this. A betrayal at the heart of his parents' death. A friend who turned traitor. Another friend who tried to confront him and died for it. I'm sorry, Harry said finally. That's a lot to carry. You're sorry for me? Lupin stared at him. I should be the one apologizing. I abandoned you. We all did. After James and Lily died, I was so lost in grief that I didn't even try to find out what happened to you. I assumed Dumbledore had placed you somewhere safe and that was that. I should have checked. Should have fought to be part of your life. You didn't know where I was. Nobody did. That's not an excuse. You were my best friend's son. I should have tried harder. Harry considered the man in front of him. Tired, guilt-ridden, clearly still grieving after a decade. This was what war did to people. This was what Voldemort's campaign had left behind, broken survivors carrying wounds that wouldn't heal. "You're here now," Harry said. "That's a start." Lupin's eyes glistened. "You're very kind. Kinder than I deserve." "My mother," Harry glanced at Shion, "my adoptive mother taught me that dwelling on past failures is pointless. What matters is what you do next." "Your mother sounds wise." "Don't let her hear you say that. She'll get a big head." "I can still hear you," Shion interjected flatly. Harry grinned. The next meeting was harder. Professor Severus Snape looked at Harry with eyes full of something dark and complicated. Hatred? Grief? Some mixture of both that had fermented for a decade? "You have her eyes," Snape said, his voice low and intense. "Exactly, her eyes. I've been told." Harry kept his voice neutral, though every instinct was screaming that this man was dangerous. Not in the physical sense, Shion could handle any threat from a single wizard, but dangerous in other ways. "You knew my mother. We grew up together. Before Hogwarts. She was my first friend. My only friend, for a long time." Snape's lip curled. "Then your father came along and poisoned everything." "Snape." Dumbledore's voice carried a warning. The boy asked. "I'm answering." Snape didn't look away from Harry. James Potter was a bully and a fool who tormented anyone he deemed beneath him. He pursued Lily for years despite her rejections, wearing her down through persistence until she finally relented. And then he got her killed by choosing to fight a war instead of fleeing when they had the chance. Shion moved forward, radiating murderous intent. "Watch your tongue." Snape finally glanced at her, and something flickered in his expression. Surprise? Recognition of genuine danger? Whatever it was, it made him pause. "I'm not going to lie to the boy," Snape said carefully. "You wanted honesty. This is honesty." James Potter was many things, but a saint was not among them. Neither was I, for that matter. We hated each other with a passion that defined our school years. But Lily. His voice softened, just slightly. Lily was better than both of us. She saw good in everyone, even when they didn't deserve it. She saw good in me. "What happened?" Harry asked. "Why aren't you friends anymore?" "Because I was a fool who chose the wrong side. I joined the Death Eaters, Voldemort's followers, in a moment of weakness and spite. I thought it would give me power, respect, everything I'd been denied. Instead, it cost me the only person who ever truly cared about me." Snape's expression was bleak. "By the time I realized my mistake, it was too late. Lily was dead. And it was my fault as much as anyone's." The silence that followed was heavy. "Why are you telling me this?" Harry finally asked. "You could have just said you knew my mother and left it at that." "Because Dumbledore wants me to teach you. He believes my knowledge of the dark arts and my history with your family make me uniquely qualified to prepare you for what's coming." Snape's laugh was bitter. "And because I owe Lily a debt I can never repay. Protecting her son, even though he wears his father's face and will probably be just as insufferable, is the least I can do. I'm nothing like my father. I never met him." "No. You're not." Snape studied him again, that complicated expression returning. "You're something else entirely. Something I don't understand yet." He glanced at Shion and Rimuru. "Your guardians are not human. The power coming off them is unlike anything in our world. What exactly have you become, Potter? Someone who doesn't appreciate being studied like a specimen." Harry's voice hardened. "You want to teach me? Fine. But you'll teach me as an equal, not as a project to analyze. And you'll keep your opinions about my father to yourself. I'll form my own conclusions about him based on evidence, not your grudges." Snape's eyebrow rose. "You have fire. Perhaps there's something of Lily in you after all. Perhaps. Are we done here? For now. Snape swept toward the door, robes billowing. I'll see you tomorrow, Potter. Try not to disappoint me. He left without another word. Dumbledore sighed. I apologize for Severus. His manner is difficult. But his expertise is genuine, and his loyalty is beyond question. Loyalty to what? Shion demanded. To the cause of defeating Voldemort. To protecting Harry. To honoring Lily's memory in the only way he knows how. Dumbledore's eyes were tired behind their twinkle. Severus has made many mistakes in his life, but he spent the last decade trying to atone for them. I ask that you give him a chance. Harry exchanged looks with Shion. Neither of them was fully convinced, but there was no point arguing about it now. Fine, Harry said. We'll see how tomorrow goes. That night, Harry stood on one of Hogwarts' many balconies, looking out at a sky full of unfamiliar stars. Shion found him there an hour later, her footsteps deliberately loud so she wouldn't startle him. You should be sleeping. Can't. Too much in my head. She moved to stand beside him, following his gaze to the stars. What are you thinking about? Everything. My parents. Snape. The betrayer, Sirius Black. The friend who died trying to confront him. This whole world of magic that I'm apparently supposed to save from a dark lord who killed my family and might come back someday. Harry laughed, but there was no humor in it. I thought I was prepared for this. I'm not sure I was. Nobody is ever prepared for the full weight of their history. All you can do is face it. Wise words. I stole them from Rimuru-sama. Don't tell anyone. Harry's laugh was more genuine this time. Your secret's safe with me. They stood in comfortable silence for a while. What do you think of this place? Harry finally asked. Honestly? Shion considered the question carefully. It's beautiful. Old and strange and full of magic that feels different from anything I've known. The people are weak by our standards, but they've built something impressive within their limitations. As for whether I trust them. She shrugged. Dumbledore is manipulative. He's playing some long game I haven't figured out yet. Snape is damaged goods with a chip on his shoulder the size of Veldora's ego. The others seem genuine enough, but it's too early to tell. That about matches my read. You're observant. Always have been. Learn from the best. Shion's lips twitched. Almost a smile. Flattery won't make me less protective. Worth a shot. She reached out, pulling him into a one-armed hug. He leaned into it, letting himself relax for the first time since they'd arrived. Whatever happens, Shion said quietly, whatever we learn here, whatever choices you have to make, I'm with you. You know that, right? I know. Good. Now go to bed. Tomorrow is going to be long, and you'll need your strength. Harry obeyed, heading back inside. But before he disappeared through the doorway, he paused. Mom. Yes. Thanks. For everything. For being here. For raising me. For being my family when I didn't have one. Shion's expression did something complicated. You don't have to thank me for that. I know. I wanted to anyway. He vanished into the castle. Shion stood alone on the balcony for a long time, watching the stars, thinking about the boy she'd found in a crater 11 years ago and the young man he'd become. Whatever came next, she'd face it beside him. That was what mothers did, and somewhere far away, in a dimension between dimensions, the entity that had been stirring since Harry's arrival opened its eyes fully for the first time. It sensed the boy. Sensed him walking through reality like a thread connecting two worlds that were never meant to touch. Soon, it thought. Very soon, the thread will pull tight, and when it does, everything will unravel. It began to move. Chapter 3, Letters from Another World. Harry woke to the sound of owls, not one owl. Not two. Dozens of them, flooding through the window of his guest quarters like a feathered avalanche, each carrying letters and packages that they dropped on his bed, his floor, his head, before swooping back out into the dawn light. What the? Harry scrambled upright, batting away a particularly aggressive barn owl that seemed determined to deliver its letter directly into his face. Get off! The door burst open. Shion stood in the frame, sword drawn, eyes wild. Harry! I heard. She stopped, staring at the chaos of owls and scattered mail. What is this? I have no idea. The last owl deposited its burden and departed with a smug hoot. Harry sat in the middle of his bed, surrounded by what looked like hundreds of letters, trying to process what had just happened. Rimuru appeared behind Shion, took one look at the scene, and started laughing. This isn't funny. Harry protested. It's a little funny. Rimuru stepped into the room, picking up one of the letters and examining it. These are all addressed to you. Harry Potter, Guest Quarters, Hogwarts Castle. Looks like your adoring public has found you. Harry grabbed a letter at random and tore it open. Dear Mr. Potter, you don't know me, but I've been following the news of your miraculous return with great interest. I was a classmate of your mother's at Hogwarts, and I wanted to reach out to say how delighted I am that you're alive and well. Lily was a wonderful person, and I have no doubt you've grown into a fine young man. If you ever want to hear stories about her school days, please don't hesitate to write back. Warmest regards, Margaret Thornbury. Harry set it aside and opened another diary. Potter. I always knew you were alive. The ministry said you were dead, but I never believed them. I've been writing to the Daily Prophet for years telling them you'd return, and now you have. You must come to my house for tea. I have a shrine. Harry set that one aside much faster. The next letter was more concerning. Potter, enjoy your return while it lasts. The Dark Lord's followers haven't forgotten. We're watching. No signature. Harry passed it to Shion without comment. Her expression went cold as she read it. Threats already. We've been here less than a day. Voldemort supporters. Harry grabbed another handful of letters. Death Eaters, they called them. Apparently some of them are still around, still loyal to him even though he's been gone for a decade. Then they'll be the first to die when they try something. Mom. We can't just start killing people. Watch me. Rimuru intervened before the argument could escalate. Let's sort through these first. Separate the genuine correspondence from the threats and the, concerning ones. He held up the letter about the shrine. We can deal with security issues after we understand the scope. It took an hour to get through everything. The final count, 63 letters of well wishes and requests to meet, 12 letters containing threats of varying credibility, 8 marriage proposals. Harry was 11, which made this deeply uncomfortable, 4 business propositions, and 1 very long letter from something called the Harry Potter Fan Club requesting that he serve as their honorary president. I hate being famous, Harry announced, flopping back onto his now letter-free bed. You could always make a public statement declining attention, Rimuru suggested. Tell them you want to be left alone. That would just make it worse. The mysterious boy who lived, too humble to accept his rightful fame. They'd eat it up. Harry groaned. I've seen how people react to celebrity in Tempest. Remember when that merchant tried to start a Rimuru-sama Appreciation Society and things got weird? We don't talk about the Appreciation Society incident. Exactly my point. A knock at the door interrupted them. Shion answered it, hands still on her sword, and found Dumbledore standing in the hallway with an apologetic expression. I see the owls found you, he said. My apologies. Word of your arrival has spread faster than anticipated. The Daily Prophet, our primary newspaper, ran a front-page story this morning. The boy who lived, returned from another dimension. I'm afraid your privacy is somewhat compromised. Somewhat. Harry's voice was flat. I've taken the liberty of redirecting future mail to a sorting office where it can be screened before reaching you. The threatening letters will be forwarded to the Auror office for investigation. The rest. Dumbledore spread his hands. I leave to your discretion. How did they even know I was here? We arrived yesterday evening. Hogwarts has many portraits, and portraits talk. One of them apparently has a cousin frame in a ministry official's office. From there, the news spread to the prophet, and from there, to everyone with an owl and an opinion. Dumbledore's expression was rueful. The wizarding world is remarkably small, in some ways. Secrets are difficult to keep. Harry exchanged glances with Shion. We're going to need to adjust our plans. Indeed. I'd suggest avoiding public spaces for the time being, at least until the initial frenzy dies down. Fortunately, Hogwarts has plenty of private areas where we can continue your education without interruption. Dumbledore paused. There is, however, one meeting I believe cannot wait. Several Hogwarts students have expressed strong interest in meeting you, children of families who knew your parents. I've been holding them off, but their persistence is considerable. Students? How old? Around your age. 11, 12. First and second years, mostly. One in particular has been quite insistent. A young lady named Hermione Granger. Muggle-born, like your mother. Brilliant student. She's read everything ever published about you and has approximately 300 questions prepared. Harry's eye twitched. 300? I may be understating it. They met in one of Hogwarts' smaller common rooms, a cozy space with comfortable chairs and a fire crackling in the hearth. Dumbledore had arranged for a handful of selected students to attend, with professors present as chaperones. Harry recognized none of them, obviously. But they clearly recognized him. The moment he walked in, every head turned. Every conversation stopped. He could feel their eyes on his scar, on his face, on the two decidedly non-human figures flanking him. Hi, Harry said, because someone had to break the silence. I'm Harry. You probably knew that already. A red-haired boy in the front row made a strangled sound. Bloody hell, you're actually real. Ron. A bushy-haired girl next to him smacked his arm. Don't be rude. She immediately turned to Harry with an intensity that made him want to take a step back. Mr. Potter, I'm Hermione Granger. I've read every account of your survival of the killing curse and the subsequent investigation into your disappearance. I have so many questions. First, the dimensional transit, was it painful? Do you remember anything about the experience? Second, your magical development in the other world, how did it differ from standard wizarding education? Third, Hermione. The red-haired boy, Ron, grabbed her arm. Breathe. Hermione stopped, took a breath, and had the grace to look embarrassed. Sorry. I get excited. It's fine. Harry found a chair and sat down, gesturing for the students to relax. Shion and Rimuru took positions by the door, watching everything. And to answer your questions, I don't remember the transit at all. I was a baby. My magical education was very different, no wands, for one thing. And you said third but didn't actually ask a third question. Oh. Right. Third, your guardians. Hermione's gaze flickered to Shion and Rimuru with obvious curiosity. The reports say they're from the other dimension. Are they human? The magical signatures I'm detecting don't match any known species classification. They're Kijin. Harry saw the blank looks. Evolved ogres, essentially. Much more powerful than the ogres you might have here. We don't have ogres in Britain, said a round-faced boy near the back. At least, not anymore. They were driven out centuries ago. Lucky ogres, Rimuru muttered. Neville Longbottom, the boy introduced himself, ignoring or not hearing the comment. My parents knew yours. They were, he stopped, his expression flickering with old pain. They were friends. Were. My parents are, they're alive, but they're not, themselves. They were tortured by Death Eaters after Voldemort fell. The Cruciatus curse, over and over, until their minds broke. Neville's voice was steady, but his hands weren't. They don't recognize me anymore. The room had gone very quiet. I'm sorry, Harry said. And he meant it. Voldemort's people did that. Bellatrix Lestrange. She's in Azkaban now. But it doesn't change anything. Neville straightened his shoulders. I just wanted you to know that you're not the only one who lost family to that war. A lot of us did. And we're glad you're back, because maybe this time, things will be different. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. The weight of expectation in Neville's words, in the room's silence, pressed down on him. Shion moved closer, her presence a steady anchor. I'm not a savior, Harry said finally. I know that's what people want me to be. The boy who lived, come to defeat the Dark Lord forever. But I was a baby. I didn't defeat anyone. My mother's sacrifice is what stopped Voldemort, not anything I did. The prophecy, Hermione started. The prophecy is words. Words don't kill Dark Lords. People do. Harry's voice hardened. If Voldemort comes back, if there's really going to be another war, I'll fight. Not because of any prophecy, but because he murdered my parents and tortured people like Neville's family and caused suffering that echoes even now, a decade later. That's worth fighting against. But I won't be anyone's symbol. I won't be a banner for people to rally behind while they wait for me to solve their problems for them. The silence stretched, then Ron Weasley let out a low whistle. Well, that's different from how the books describe you. There are books. Loads of them. Harry Potter and the Knight of Triumph. The Boy Who Lived, a biography. Harry Potter's Guide to Defeating Dark Lords. Ron ticked them off on his fingers. Mum has the whole collection. They're completely made up, obviously, nobody knew where you were, but people bought them anyway. Someone wrote a guide to defeating Dark Lords and put my name on it. It's mostly recipes and household tips, actually. Not sure what that has to do with Dark Lords, but it sold really well. Harry didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This world is insane. You're not wrong, said a pale blonde boy who had been watching quietly from the corner. His voice was cool, aristocratic, and faintly disdainful. The wizarding world has spent a decade building you into a myth, Potter. Now you're here in person, and you don't match their expectations. That's going to cause problems. And you are Draco Malfoy. The name was delivered with obvious expectation of recognition. Harry had none to offer. Should that mean something to me? Draco's composure cracked for just a moment, surprise, maybe offense. The Malfoys are one of the oldest and most respected pureblood families in Britain. My father sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. We have significant influence in the ministry. Good for you. I'm saying you should be careful who you associate with. Draco's gaze swept dismissively over Ron and Hermione. Some families are worth knowing. Others will only drag you down. Sod off, Malfoy, Ron growled. Articulate as always, Weasley. Harry held up a hand before the argument could escalate. Let me make something clear. I don't care about blood status, family prestige, or whatever social hierarchy exists in this world. Where I come from, the only thing that matters is what you can do and who you choose to be. If you want my respect, earn it through actions. If you want my friendship, don't start by insulting the people next to me. Draco's eyes narrowed. You sound like a muggle lover. I sound like someone who's been raised by monsters, fought alongside demons, and couldn't care less about the petty prejudices of a society I've never been part of. Harry's smile was sharp. You want to impress me with your family name? I had breakfast with a dragon this morning. Your move. The room erupted in whispers. Draco's face had gone red, whether from anger or embarrassment, Harry couldn't tell. Before the situation could escalate further, the door opened and Professor McGonagall swept in. That's quite enough socializing for one morning. Mr. Potter has a full schedule today, and Mr. Malfoy, I believe you have a transfiguration essay that was due yesterday. Draco looked like he wanted to argue, but something in McGonagall's expression stopped him. He left with as much dignity as he could salvage, shooting Harry one last unreadable look. The other students filed out more reluctantly. Hermione paused at the door. Mr. Potter. I really do have more questions. If you have time later, I'll find you, Harry promised. And just Harry is fine. Her face lit up. Harry, then. I'll prepare a condensed list. 50 questions maximum. She hurried out, already muttering to herself about organizational systems. Ron lingered a moment longer. Don't mind Malfoy. His family was deep in with you-know-who back in the day. His dad claimed he was under mind control, got off scot-free, but everyone knows the truth. They're dark wizards through and through. Thanks for the warning. No problem. Ron grinned, and it transformed his whole face from awkward to genuinely friendly. For what it's worth, I think you're all right. Anyone who can make Malfoy's face do that thing is okay in my book. He left with a wave. Harry turned to Shion and Rimuru. Thoughts? The Malfoy boy will be a problem, Shion said flatly. His family has power and holds grudges. Watch your back around him. The Granger girl is sharp, Rimuru added. Curious and intelligent. Potentially useful if you need information about this world. The Longbottom boy carries pain well, he's been through something, come out the other side still standing. Worth respecting. And Ron? Straightforward. Says what he thinks. Probably loyal to a fault. Rimuru shrugged. Could be a good friend or an easily manipulated pawn, depending on how smart he actually is. Harry filed all of this away. All right. Let's see what else this day has in store. The rest of the morning was dedicated to what Dumbledore called practical magical assessment. In a large empty classroom, Harry stood facing a row of Hogwarts professors while Dumbledore explained the process. We'd like to understand your current magical capabilities, the headmaster said. Not to judge or compare you to our students, but to determine how best to supplement your education. If you're willing, we'll ask you to demonstrate various forms of magic so our experts can assess your proficiency. Harry glanced at Shion, who nodded slightly. What kind of demonstrations? Let's start simple. Professor Flitwick here teaches charms. Phileas, if you would. The tiny professor, barely 4 feet tall, with a cheerful demeanor, stepped forward. Mr. Potter, I'm going to cast a basic levitation charm on this feather. He gestured, and a white feather floated up from the desk beside him. Can you do anything similar with your magic? Harry extended his hand. Magicules gathered around the feather, visible only as a faint shimmer in the air, and lifted it smoothly into the air. He made it dance in complex patterns, spin in place, then gently settle back onto the desk. Flitwick's eyebrows shot up. Impressive control. And you achieved that without any verbal component or wand movement. How? Direct magicule manipulation. I visualize what I want the energy to do, then make it happen. No intermediate steps. Fascinating. The closest equivalent in our system would be wordless, wandless casting, an advanced technique that most witches and wizards never master. Flitwick made a note on his clipboard. What's the most complex manipulation you can perform? Harry considered. How complex are we talking? Show us something challenging. Harry closed his eyes, focusing. This was showing off, really, but they wanted to see what he could do. The air in the room began to shimmer. Points of light appeared, swirling into patterns that coalesced into shapes, a miniature recreation of Tempest's capital city, rendered in pure magical energy. Buildings, streets, people walking and going about their business, all scaled down to fit on the classroom's central table. This is where I grew up, Harry said, manipulating the display to zoom in on specific locations. The government building here. The market district. The training grounds where I spent most of my time. He let the display run for a minute, showing the flow of daily life, before dismissing it with a wave. The professors were staring. That was. McGonagall seemed to be searching for words. That was extraordinary. The precision alone, and the sustained duration, Mr. Potter, that level of magical control typically takes decades to develop. I've been training since I could walk. My mother made sure of that. Snape, who had been lurking in the corner, spoke up for the first time. Show us something offensive. An attack spell. Snape, Dumbledore started. The boy claims to have been trained for war. I want to see proof. Snape's dark eyes were challenging. Unless his abilities are limited to pretty light shows. Harry met his gaze steadily. Where should I aim? Snape conjured a stone dummy at the far end of the room. That will suffice. Harry raised his hand. Magicules gathered, compressed, shaped into a lance of pure force. He released it. The dummy didn't just shatter. It vaporized. The back wall behind it cracked from the residual impact, and the shockwave rattled every window in the room. The professors had drawn their wands on instinct. Even Dumbledore looked momentarily alarmed. Oops. Harry lowered his hand. I usually hold back more than that. Got a bit carried away. Silence. Then Snape laughed. It wasn't a pleasant sound, more disbelief than humor, but it broke the tension. Well, he said. I suppose that answers the question of whether you can defend yourself. I can do more than defend myself. Harry's voice was calm. But you're right, I don't usually show that much. In Tempest, holding back is considered polite. Overwhelming force is reserved for actual enemies. And are we your enemies, Mr. Potter? Not yet. The implication hung in the air. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I think we've seen enough for now. It's clear that Harry has been thoroughly trained in combat magic, even if his methods differ from our own. The question is whether he'd benefit from learning our systems as well, or whether that would simply muddy waters that are already quite clear. I want to learn, Harry said, surprising himself slightly. Not because I need to. You're right that my current abilities are functional. But your magic works differently. It has techniques and applications mine doesn't. And understanding multiple systems makes me more versatile. A practical perspective. Dumbledore smiled. Very well. We'll arrange a modified curriculum, less time on basics you've clearly mastered, more focus on advanced theory and wizarding-specific applications. Professor Snape has already agreed to tutor you in potions and defense against the dark arts. Professor McGonagall will handle transfiguration. Professor Flitwick, charms. I myself will provide instruction in areas of particular relevance to your situation. My situation meaning Voldemort. Among other things. There are aspects of your connection to Tom Riddle that we should discuss in private. When you're ready. Harry noted the name. Tom Riddle. Not Voldemort. Something to follow up on. Tonight, he said. I'd like to know everything you know. No more waiting. Dumbledore's expression flickered, just for a moment, with something that might have been approval. Very well. My office, after dinner. Come alone. Shion's hackles rose immediately. He's not going anywhere without me. MS. Shion, it's fine, Mom. Harry put a hand on her arm. I can handle a conversation. And if it turns out to be a trap, I'll just break out and we'll burn this castle down together. I'm choosing to believe you're joking. Mostly. Dumbledore looked faintly concerned, but didn't argue. Until tonight, then. In the meantime, please feel free to explore the castle and grounds. Hogwarts has many wonders worth discovering. The professors filed out, leaving Harry alone with his guardians. He's hiding something, Rimuru observed. Multiple things, probably. Obviously. But we knew that coming in. Harry cracked his neck, working out tension. The question is whether his secrets are the kind that'll hurt me or the kind that'll help me. And if they're the former, then we deal with it. Harry smiled grimly. One way or another. The afternoon passed in exploration. Hogwarts was enormous, far bigger than any single building had a right to be, expanded by centuries of magical additions until its layout defied conventional geometry. Harry got lost 3 times despite having an excellent sense of direction. The staircases moving on their own didn't help. This place is a death trap, Shion muttered after narrowly avoiding a step that vanished beneath her foot. How do children survive here? Magic, presumably. Harry peered down a corridor that definitely hadn't been there a minute ago. Though I'm starting to understand why the wizarding world has such a high tolerance for danger. If you grow up in a castle that's actively trying to kill you, a Dark Lord probably seems manageable by comparison. They found the library, which was impressive enough to make Harry stop and stare. Rows upon rows of books, stretching up toward a ceiling lost in shadow, covering every magical topic imaginable. He made a mental note to come back with Hermione. She would lose her mind. They found the Quidditch pitch, which turned out to be a sport played on flying broomsticks. Harry watched a practice session from a distance, fascinated by the aerial maneuvers. I want to try that, he said. You can fly already, Shion pointed out. Not the same. There's something about the brooms, the way they respond to the rider. It's like the magic is in the bond between them. Harry tracked a player performing a particularly tight spiral. Besides, it looks fun. We're not here for fun. We're a little bit here for fun. Shion sighed, but didn't argue further. They found the kitchens, where an army of small creatures called house elves prepared food with frightening efficiency. They found the room of requirement, which manifested as whatever the user needed. Harry spent 10 minutes testing its limits before concluding that the magic behind it was genuinely impressive. They found a bathroom where a ghost lived in one of the toilets and spent 20 minutes complaining about her death before Harry managed to escape, and through it all, Harry felt the castle watching him, not maliciously. More like curiosity. Recognition. As if Hogwarts itself knew who he was and what he represented. The building is alive, he mentioned to Rimuru as they climbed yet another staircase. Sentient architecture isn't uncommon in magical constructions. Rimuru-sama's capital has elements of it. This is different. It's not just responding to stimuli, it's making choices. Showing me things it wants me to see. Harry paused on a landing, looking at a portrait of a stern-looking man who appeared to be sleeping. I think it's trying to help me. Or test me. Or both. Why would a building care about you specifically? Because of my parents, maybe. They lived here for 7 years. Left their mark on it. Harry touched the stone wall, feeling the faint hum of magic beneath his fingertips. Or maybe because of what Dumbledore keeps calling my situation. The thing with Voldemort. The soul fragment. Benimaru's expression sharpened. You think the building can sense it? I think this place is saturated with so much accumulated magic that it probably senses everything. And that makes it a potential resource. Harry started walking again. Or a potential threat. Hard to tell with sentient architecture. The staircase shifted beneath them, dumping them onto a corridor Harry hadn't seen before. At the end of it was a door. This wasn't here before, Shion said, hand on her sword. No. It wasn't. Harry approached the door cautiously. The castle is showing us something. He opened it. Beyond was a small room, barely bigger than a closet, containing a single object. A mirror. It was enormous, filling most of the space, with an ornate golden frame covered in inscriptions. The glass was clear and bright, reflecting the room perfectly, except for one thing. Harry's reflection wasn't alone. Standing beside the mirror Harry were 2 figures. A man with messy black hair and glasses, looking at Harry with an expression of fierce pride. A woman with red hair and green eyes, his eyes, smiling at him with love so intense it hurt to see. Mom. Harry whispered. Dad? The figures didn't respond. They couldn't, they were just reflections. But they moved when he moved, smiled when he looked at them, and James Potter, his father, reached out to put a hand on Mirror Harry's shoulder. Harry's real hand rose, touching the glass. Harry. Shion's voice was tight with concern. What are you seeing? My parents. My birth parents. His voice cracked. They're right there. Standing with me. They look so, he couldn't finish. The mirror showed him a version of his life that had never happened. A family that had never been. And even knowing it was illusion, even knowing they were dead and gone, Harry couldn't look away. Then his reflection shifted. Mirror Harry turned to look at something outside the frame. His expression changed, from wonder to alarm to fear. He said something, mouth moving urgently, and James and Lily's faces went serious. They were warning him about something, telling him to run. The mirror cracked, Harry stumbled back as the glass shattered, pieces flying outward, and stopping in midair, held by Shion's reflexive magicule barrier. Harry. She was at his side instantly, checking him for injury. What happened? What was that? The mirror of Eriste, said a voice from the doorway. Dumbledore stood there, his expression grave. It shows the deepest desires of whoever looks into it. I had it moved here years ago, after it nearly destroyed a student who became obsessed with what it showed him. I didn't expect the castle to lead you to it. It showed me my parents. Harry's voice was hollow. And then something went wrong. Wrong how? They warned me. In the reflection. Told me to run. Then the mirror broke. Harry looked at the shattered remains, still floating in Shion's barrier. That's not supposed to happen, is it? No. The mirror is ancient and powerful, its magic doesn't simply break. Dumbledore approached, examining the fragments with troubled eyes. Something interfered with its function. Something that didn't want you to see what it was showing you. Or something that wanted to see me, Harry said quietly. I felt it. At the end. A presence. Looking back through the reflection. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Describe it, Dumbledore demanded. Cold. Vast. Hungry. Harry shuddered. It felt like the space between worlds. Like the dimensional breach that brought me here, but alive. Aware. Shion's grip on her sword tightened. We need to leave. Now. I agree. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the mirror fragments dissolved into dust. Harry, I think we should have that conversation sooner rather than later. There are things you need to know, things I'd hoped to explain gently, over time. But if something is already reaching for you, what things? Tell me now. Not here. My office has protections that will ensure we aren't overheard, or observed. Dumbledore's eyes were old and tired. Come. Both of you. What I have to say concerns all of us. Dumbledore's office was a circular room at the top of a tower, filled with strange instruments and even stranger books. Portraits of previous headmasters lined the walls, and a beautiful red bird perched on a golden stand, watching them with intelligent eyes. Fox, Dumbledore said, noticing Harry's attention. A phoenix. He's been my companion for many years. The bird trilled softly, and Harry felt a warmth settle over him, a sense of comfort that pushed back the lingering chill from the mirror incident. Please, sit. Dumbledore settled behind his desk, looking every one of his many years. What I'm about to tell you is not easy to hear. I ask that you listen completely before reacting. Harry sat. Shion and Rimuru remained standing, positioned to respond to any threat. You know about the prophecy, Dumbledore began. The one that marked you as Voldemort's destined opponent. But you don't know the full wording. He closed his eyes, reciting from memory. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The words hung in the air. Either must die at the hand of the other, Harry repeated slowly. You're saying one of us has to kill the other. That is one interpretation. Prophecies are notoriously ambiguous. Dumbledore's expression was pained. But there's more. The mark it speaks of, the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. That's your scar, Harry. The lightning bolt. It was created when Voldemort's killing curse rebounded, and it carries a piece of him. The soul fragment. Great Sage mentioned it when I first arrived in Tempest. You knew. I knew something was there. I didn't know the details. Dumbledore leaned forward. Voldemort, in his quest for immortality, split his soul into multiple pieces and hid them in objects of significance. We call these objects Horcruxes. As long as even one Horcrux survives, Voldemort cannot truly die. His spirit remains anchored to the mortal world, waiting for a chance to return. And I'm one of these Horcruxes. Unintentionally, yes. When his killing curse failed, a fragment of his soul, unstable from all the splitting he'd already done, broke off and latched onto the only living thing in the room. You. The silence was absolute. Then Shion moved. Not to attack, though she looked like she wanted to, but to kneel beside Harry, taking his hands in hers. Look at me, she commanded. Harry met her eyes. You are not that monster's vessel. You are not a container for his evil. You are my son, mine, and whatever is in your head, it doesn't define you. Her voice was fierce, almost violent. We knew about this. We've always known. And it has never mattered. You grew up good and strong and true because that's who you are, not because of anything he left behind. Mom, Rimuru-sama suppressed it. The blood debt suppressed it. You've lived 11 years without that fragment influencing you in any way. It's a parasite, nothing more. A parasite that we will find a way to remove. Her grip tightened. Do you understand me? Harry's throat was tight. I understand. Good. Shion stood, turning to Dumbledore with murder in her eyes. You knew about this. How long? I suspected from the night it happened. I confirmed it when Harry was 8, using a remote magical diagnostic after I finally located his dimensional signature. Dumbledore didn't flinch from her glare. I've spent years researching ways to remove a Horcrux from a living host without killing them. The results have been inconclusive. Inconclusive meaning you don't know if it's possible. Inconclusive meaning every theoretical method I've devised carries significant risk. The soul fragment is entangled with Harry's own soul at a fundamental level. Removing it through force could cause severe damage, or worse. There has to be a way, Harry said. In Tempest, we have healers and magical researchers that your world has never seen. Maybe they can find solutions you couldn't. Perhaps. I genuinely hope so. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with exhaustion. But there's one more thing you need to know, Harry. One more reason why I've been searching for you so desperately. What? Voldemort is not as dormant as the public believes. He's been active, weakly, carefully, but active. Possessing animals, influencing vulnerable minds, slowly building back his strength. And 2 years ago, he made an attempt to return to a physical body. Harry went cold. Did he succeed? No. He was stopped by protective enchantments I placed on a certain artifact. But the attempt proved that he's still out there, still trying, still determined to reclaim what he lost. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes squarely. And when he learns that you've returned, that the boy who destroyed him the first time is alive and accessible, he will come for you. Not out of strategy or prophecy, but out of pure, personal hatred. Let him come. Harry's voice was calm in a way that made even Rimuru look at him sharply. I've been waiting 11 years to meet the man who murdered my parents. If he wants a rematch, I'm happy to provide one. Harry, he's incredibly dangerous, so am I. Harry stood, and for a moment, the air around him crackled with suppressed power. I've trained with demon lords. I've sparred with beings that could level mountains. I've killed things that would make your Death Eaters weep with terror. Voldemort is strong, fine. But he's not invincible. Nothing is. The Horcruxes, you said he made multiple. How many? I believe 7, though I've only confirmed the locations of 3. One was the diary of his younger self, which was destroyed years ago. One is a ring that belonged to his ancestors. One is a locket that once belonged to Salazar Slytherin. Dumbledore hesitated. And one, as we've discussed, is you. So we destroy the others first. Then we figure out how to handle mine. Then we kill him. Harry made it sound simple. What's the problem? The problem is that each Horcrux is protected by powerful enchantments and guarded in locations of terrible danger. Retrieving them would require immense skill, careful planning, and likely considerable sacrifice. Then let's start planning. Harry's expression was steel. You've been playing defense for a decade, Dumbledore. Waiting for Voldemort to make his move while hoping the prophecy would sort itself out. That ends now. I'm not going to sit around being a target. I'm going to be the one doing the targeting. Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment, then, slowly, he smiled. James said something very similar, once. Right before he and Lily went into hiding. The old wizard's eyes were bright. He was wrong about how that situation would end. But he was right about one thing, sometimes the best defense is an aggressive offense. So you'll help me? I'll do more than help. I'll provide everything I know about the Horcruxes, their locations, and their protections. I'll coordinate with your people in Tempest if they're willing to assist. And I'll stand beside you when the time comes to face Tom Riddle once and for all. Dumbledore extended his hand. Partners? Harry took it. Partners. And somewhere in the space between dimensions, the entity that had been reaching for Harry felt him slip just slightly further out of its grasp. That it didn't matter, there were other ways and other cracks to exploit, the boy would be his. Eventually, all it had to do was wait. Dinner that night was a subdued affair. Harry sat in the great hall with the other students, per Dumbledore's suggestion that he should integrate with his peers. Shion and Rimuru watched from a nearby table that had been set up specifically for them, their presence causing whispers and stares from everyone in the room. Hermione had claimed the seat beside Harry before anyone else could, her stack of parchment notes already spreading across the table. I've revised my question list, she announced. 47 questions, organized by category. I thought we could start with magical theory and work our way to personal history. You're very organized. Thank you. I find that systematic approaches yield the best results. She flipped to the first page. Question 1, the magical manipulation you demonstrated, is it a form of innate magic or a learned skill? Both? Everyone in my world has magicules to some degree, but using them effectively requires training. It's like, everyone has muscles, but not everyone is a fighter. Hermione made a note. Fascinating. Question 2, Hermione. Ron appeared on Harry's other side, dropping onto the bench with a loaded plate. Give the man a chance to eat. Knowledge is more important than food. That's objectively wrong. Food is great. Ron bit into a chicken leg as if to prove his point. Besides, Harry's going to be here for a while, right? Plenty of time for questions. A few weeks, at least. Harry grabbed some bread, realizing he actually was hungry. Depends on how things go. Are you thinking about attending properly? As a student, I mean. Harry considered. I don't know yet. There are things here I want to learn, but my life is in Tempest. My family's there. My responsibilities. What kind of responsibilities does an 11-year-old have? I'm being trained to potentially serve in Tempest's military. To help defend it against threats. Harry shrugged at their surprised expressions. Where I come from, growing up doesn't mean waiting until some arbitrary age. It means being ready when you're needed. That sounds intense, Ron said. It is. But it's also purposeful. I know exactly what I'm working toward and why. That's more than a lot of people can say. Hermione was frowning thoughtfully. The wizarding world doesn't really have anything like that. We're expected to attend school until 17, then choose a career path. There's no national service, I suppose you'd call it. Different cultures. Harry took a bite of his bread. Neither approach is wrong. They just prioritize different things. What does your culture prioritize? Strength. Loyalty. Community. Harry thought about it. Tempest was built by someone who wanted to create a place where any being, regardless of species or background, could live in peace. But peace has to be defended. So everyone contributes what they can, warriors fight, craftsmen build, scholars research, leaders govern. Everyone has a role. That sounds, actually kind of wonderful, Hermione admitted. Wizarding Britain is more fragmented. Pureblood families looking down on everyone else, the ministry more concerned with maintaining power than helping people, old grudges that never heal. Every society has problems. The question is whether you're working to fix them or just accepting them. The conversation was interrupted by the great hall's doors slamming open. A man strode in, tall, thin, with a face that looked like it had forgotten how to smile. He was dressed in official-looking robes, and behind him came a squad of what Harry assumed were law enforcement, given their matching uniforms and professional bearing. Harry Potter, the man bellowed. By order of the Ministry of Magic, you are hereby summoned to appear before the Wizengamot for questioning regarding your unauthorized dimensional transit, your failure to register as a magical citizen, and your harboring of unclassified magical entities. The hall went silent. Harry slowly set down his bread. And you are? Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The man's eyes were cold. You will come with me immediately. I don't think I will. Crouch's face reddened. This is not a request. Ministry law clearly states, I'm not a British citizen. Harry's voice was calm, but it carried through the silent hall. I'm a citizen of the Jura Tempest Federation. Your laws don't apply to me. You were born in Britain. That makes you, I was born here. I was raised elsewhere. I'm here as a guest, under the invitation of Albus Dumbledore and with the knowledge and consent of your ministry. Harry stood slowly. If you have concerns about my status, you can take them up with Dumbledore. Or with my mother. Shion appeared at Harry's shoulder, her hand on her sword, her smile promising violence. You're the ministry people. Good. I've been wanting to have a conversation about those threatening letters Harry received this morning. Some of them mentioned Death Eaters. Perhaps you could explain why supporters of a mass murderer are allowed to send hate mail to children under your watch. Crouch's bluster faltered slightly. That's a separate issue. Is it? Because from where I'm standing, it seems like your ministry is more interested in harassing a child for paperwork violations than in protecting him from actual threats. Shion's smile widened, and it wasn't friendly. Maybe you should reconsider your priorities. The ministry's priorities are not your concern, creature. The word hung in the air. Creature. Said with contempt. With dismissal, the temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. What? Shion said softly, did you just call me? Even Crouch seemed to realize he'd made a mistake. He took a step back, hand moving toward his wand. That's enough. Dumbledore's voice cut through the tension. He stood at the head table, and there was nothing grandfatherly about his expression now. Bartemius. You are not authorized to enter this school and attempt to arrest one of my guests. You will leave. Now. Dumbledore, the Wizengamot, can contact me through proper diplomatic channels if they have concerns. Harry Potter is here under my protection, and his guardians are here under the same. If the Ministry wishes to challenge that protection, they are welcome to try. Dumbledore's power flared, just for a moment, a reminder of exactly who he was and what he could do. But I suggest they think very carefully before doing so. The standoff stretched for an endless moment, then Crouch turned and left, his enforcement squad following, their retreat more hurried than dignified. The great hall exploded into chatter the moment the doors closed. Harry let out a breath. Well. That was interesting. The Ministry won't let this go, Hermione said, her face pale. Crouch is prideful and vindictive. He'll find another way to get at you. Let him try. Harry sat back down, picking up his bread again. I've faced worse than bureaucrats with grudges. But even as he said it, he filed the encounter away. The wizarding world was more complicated than he'd expected. More fractured. More dangerous in ways that had nothing to do with Dark Lords that he'd have to be careful. Or he'd have to be so strong that careful didn't matter. Either way, things were about to get interesting. That night, after the chaos had settled, Harry stood at his window watching the stars. The conversation with Dumbledore played through his mind. Prophecies. Horcruxes. Soul fragments. A Dark Lord who was already stirring, already reaching for a way back, and underneath all of that, the presence he'd felt in the mirror. Cold. Vast. Hungry, something else was out there. Something that wasn't Voldemort, something that had been waiting since the night Harry fell through dimensions that he touched his scar absently. The fragment of Voldemort's soul was in there somewhere, suppressed by magic but still present. Still connected, and if Voldemort could make Horcruxes, pieces of himself embedded in objects and people, then what else could reach through such connections? What else might be watching? Harry closed his eyes. Whatever was coming, he'd face it. He'd train and learn and grow stronger until nothing in any dimension could threaten him or the people he loved. And if that meant destroying parts of himself along the way, so be it. Tomorrow, he whispered to the night. Tomorrow we start hunting. In the darkness between worlds, something smiled. Chapter 4, The Summit of Intentions. The owl arrived at breakfast 3 days later. Harry was mid-bite when the bird swooped through the window, not one of the random fan mail owls that had been filtered out since the first morning, but a magnificent eagle owl carrying an envelope sealed with the official crest of the Ministry of Magic. That doesn't look good, Ron observed. Harry broke the seal and unfolded the letter. Mr. Potter, the Ministry of Magic formally requests your attendance at a diplomatic summit to be held at the Ministry headquarters in London on the 15th of this month. Given your unique status as both a British-born wizard and a representative of an extraplanar nation, your presence is required to establish proper protocols for future relations between the wizarding world and the Jura Tempest Federation. You may bring a delegation of up to 5 individuals. Accommodations and security will be provided by the Ministry. Your cooperation in this matter is appreciated. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Harry passed the letter to Shion, who read it with narrowed eyes. A trap, she said flatly. Maybe. Or maybe they're actually trying to establish diplomatic relations. Harry took the letter back, reading it again. After Crouch's stunt, they might be trying a different approach. Legitimacy instead of force. That makes it more dangerous, not less. Force we can counter. Politics are harder. Rimuru had been reading over Shion's shoulder. We should consult with Rimuru-sama before responding. This is exactly the kind of situation that requires proper diplomatic handling. Agreed. Harry pulled out the communication artifact Sui had given him, a small crystal that pulsed with contained energy. Let's see if this thing actually works across dimensions. He channeled magicules into the crystal, focusing on Tempest. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the crystal flared, and Rimuru's voice emerged, slightly distorted but clear. Harry? Is everything all right? We're fine. But we've got a situation. Harry explained the letter quickly, reading out the relevant parts. What do you think? A pause. Then, it's an opportunity. A risky one, but valuable if handled correctly. You think we should go? I think refusing would send the wrong message. They're offering to treat you as a diplomatic representative rather than a wayward citizen. That's a significant shift from Crouch's approach. If we decline, we lose the chance to establish Tempest as a legitimate power in their eyes. Shion leaned toward the crystal. And if it's a trap? Then you handle it the way you'd handle any trap. But I don't think it is, not directly. Politicians like Fudge prefer subtle manipulation to outright aggression. He'll try to maneuver Harry into commitments or concessions, not arrest him at a public summit. Rimuru's voice took on a thoughtful tone. Actually, this could work in our favor. If Harry can present himself well, show the wizarding world what Tempest has made of him, it might shift public opinion significantly. You want me to be a diplomat? Harry asked, skeptical. I want you to be yourself. Confident, capable, willing to work with them but not willing to be pushed around. Show them that Tempest produces people worth respecting. Rimuru paused. And take Benimaru and Shion, obviously. But also consider bringing someone from their world. A local ally who can help navigate the political landscape. Harry thought about it. Dumbledore? If he's willing. His presence would add legitimacy and provide someone who understands the players involved. I'll ask him. Harry glanced at his guardians. Anything else? Be careful. Be smart. And remember that you represent more than yourself now. Whatever happens at that summit will shape how the wizarding world sees Tempest for years to come. No pressure. Rimuru laughed. You've got this, Harry. I believe in you. The crystal dimmed as the connection faded. Harry stared at it for a moment, then stood. All right. Let's go talk to Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was quiet when they arrived, Dumbledore seated behind his desk with a cup of tea and a troubled expression. I've received my own invitation, he said before Harry could speak. The ministry is being unusually inclusive. They've invited representatives from several prominent families, foreign dignitaries, even a few journalists. This summit is going to be a major event. Why now? Harry asked, taking a seat. They've ignored my existence for a decade, tried to arrest me 3 days ago, and now they want a diplomatic gathering. Politics. Dumbledore's voice was dry. Fudge is a weather vane, he points whichever way the wind blows. After Crouch's failure and the public interest in your return, the wind has shifted. Now he wants to be seen as the minister who welcomed the boy who lived back to Britain, not the one who tried to prosecute him. So this is about his image. Partly. But there are other factors. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Word of your abilities has spread. The professors who witnessed your demonstration have been indiscreet. There are rumors now about the power you displayed, power that doesn't fit neatly into any category the wizarding world recognizes. Some people are curious. Others are afraid. And Fudge wants to control the narrative. Exactly. By hosting a formal summit, he positions himself as the reasonable authority managing a complex situation. If things go well, he takes CR. If they go poorly, he blames foreign interference or youthful recklessness. Harry processed this. So what do you recommend? Attend. But attend prepared. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp. The summit will be full of people trying to use you, for their own advancement, for political leverage, for any number of agendas. You'll need to navigate carefully. Will you come with us? I will. My presence may deter some of the more overt manipulation, and I can provide introductions to allies worth cultivating. Dumbledore hesitated. There's also someone else I think you should bring. Someone who can offer a different perspective on wizarding politics. Who? Nymphadora Tonks. A young Auror, recently graduated. Her mother was disowned from the Black family for marrying a Muggleborn, which gives her an outsider's view of pure-blood society. She's also a metamorphmagus, capable of changing her appearance at will, which makes her useful for security work. You want to add a bodyguard? I want to add someone who can spot threats you might miss. Shion and Rimuru are formidable, but they don't know the players in this game. Tonks does. Dumbledore smiled slightly. She also has a talent for disrupting stuffy formal events, which you may find refreshing. Harry glanced at Shion, who nodded slightly. All right. Set it up. The next week was a crash course in wizarding politics. Dumbledore provided dossiers on the major players Harry would encounter at the summit. The Sacred 28, old pureblood families who wielded enormous influence. Ministry department heads with their own agendas and rivalries. Foreign representatives who might see Harry as an opportunity or a threat. Harry studied each file with the same intensity he'd applied to combat training. Names, faces, allegiances, grudges. The Malfoys, wealthy and connected, rumored to have been Death Eaters. The Bones family, led by Amelia Bones, head of magical law enforcement and one of the few ministry officials with a reputation for integrity. The Weasleys, pure blood but poor and progressive, politically aligned with Dumbledore. The wizarding world is smaller than I expected, Harry observed during one study session. A few hundred families controlling everything, the same names appearing over and over. Magical populations have always been limited, Hermione explained. She'd appointed herself his research assistant, and her knowledge of wizarding history was proving invaluable. The statute of secrecy keeps us hidden from Muggles, which restricts growth. Most estimates put the British magical population at around 10,000. 10,000. Tempest has more people than that in a single district. Different scales, different challenges. Hermione shrugged. Small populations mean everyone knows everyone, grudges last generations, and newcomers are viewed with suspicion. It's very insular. And I'm the ultimate outsider. Born here, raised elsewhere, representing a nation nobody's ever heard of. Which makes you dangerous. Unpredictable. Hermione's expression was serious. The old families don't like unpredictable. They've spent centuries building systems that protect their power. Someone who doesn't fit those systems threatens everything they've built. Harry filed that away. So what do I do? Play by their rules? No. You make them play by yours. Hermione smiled, and there was something sharp in it. You have something they don't, genuine power, not just political influence. Use that. Show them that their rules don't apply to someone who could tear through their entire ministry if he wanted to. That seems counterproductive for diplomacy. It's not about making threats. It's about establishing position. Right now, they see you as a returning citizen who should be grateful for their attention. You need to shift that perception. Make them see you as an equal, or a superior, who's choosing to engage with them as a courtesy. Harry stared at her. You're kind of terrifying, you know that. I prefer strategically minded. Hermione's grin widened. Now, let's go over the protocol for formal ministry receptions. There are 17 different bow depths depending on the relative status of the parties involved, and getting it wrong is considered a grave insult. Harry groaned. The day of the summit arrived grey and cold. Harry dressed in formal attire that Shuna had sent through a dimensional courier, Tempest's finest craftsmanship, designed to project authority while remaining practical enough for combat if necessary. The colors were deep blue and silver, and hidden reinforcement woven into every seam would stop most physical attacks. Shion wore her battle gear, making no concessions to local fashion. Her sword hung at her hip, visible and unashamed. Rimuru had compromised, formal robes from Tempest over his usual combat wear, elegant enough for a summit but ready for action beneath. Dumbledore arrived in midnight blue robes covered in silver stars, his usual whimsical style. And with him came Tonks. Harry's first impression was chaos. The young Auror had spiky pink hair that shifted colors as he watched, a heart-shaped face that seemed to rearrange itself between expressions, and an energy that filled the room the moment she entered. Watch her, Harry. She stuck out her hand. Tonks. Don't call me Nymphadora or I'll hex you. Well, I'll try to hex you. From what I hear, it probably wouldn't work, but it's the principle of the thing. Harry shook her hand, slightly overwhelmed. Nice to meet you. Likewise. Dumbledore says you're from another dimension and can shoot energy beams from your hands. That's brilliant. Can you show me later? I've always wanted to shoot energy beams, but the best I can do is change my nose shape. Watch. Her nose shifted from small and upturned to long and hooked to flat and wide in rapid succession. See? Useful for disguises, rubbish for combat. Tonks, Dumbledore interrupted gently. Perhaps we could save the demonstrations for after the summit. Right. Professional mode. Tonks straightened, and somehow her entire bearing shifted, still the same person, but suddenly sharper, more focused. The Ministry set up portkey travel for us. We'll arrive in the main atrium, which will be full of press and gawkers. Stick close to me if things get chaotic. I know all the back routes. Appreciated. Harry glanced at his guardians. Everyone ready? Shion's hand rested on her sword. Always. Rimuru nodded silently. Then let's do this. The Ministry of Magic was not what Harry expected. He'd imagined something impressive, grand architecture, magical wonders, the seat of government for an entire hidden society. Instead, the atrium they arrived in felt cramped and outdated, like a building that had been expanded repeatedly without any coherent plan. Fireplaces lined the walls, spitting out witches and wizards in bursts of green flame. A massive fountain dominated the center, depicting magical creatures in poses of submission around a witch and wizard. Charming, Shion muttered, eyeing the fountain with distaste. The Fountain of Magical Brethren, Dumbledore explained quietly. Controversial, even here. Many consider it a relic of less enlightened times. And yet it's still standing. Change comes slowly to the wizarding world. The press was waiting. The moment Harry stepped away from the portkey arrival point, flashbulbs exploded in a blinding barrage. Reporters shouted questions over each other, a wall of noise that would have disoriented anyone not prepared for it. Harry Potter. How does it feel to be back? Mr. Potter, what can you tell us about the other dimension? Is it true you're engaged to a demon? Harry, over here. Just one smile for the prophet. Tonks moved smoothly, creating space with her presence and the occasional well-placed elbow. Keep walking. Don't engage. They'll follow us until security stops them. Harry kept his expression neutral, walking at a measured pace that projected confidence without hurry. Shion and Rimuru flanked him, their auras of controlled menace creating an invisible barrier that even the most aggressive reporters hesitated to cross. They made it to the security checkpoint, where a bored-looking wizard with a golden scale waited. Wands for inspection, please. I don't have a wand, Harry said. The wizard blinked. You don't, every witch and wizard has a wand. I'm not from here. Different magical tradition. But, the regulations, the wizard looked at his scale helplessly. I'm supposed to weigh wands. It's my job. Tonks leaned in. Special diplomatic exception, Murtlap. These are foreign dignitaries. Different rules apply. Nobody told me about different rules. Well, now you know. We'll just go through, yeah. Tonks guided them past the sputtering official. Welcome to Ministry bureaucracy. Nobody knows what's happening, everyone's covering their arse. They took a lift, a gloriously absurd contraption that moved not just vertically but horizontally and occasionally diagonally, to level 1, the minister's offices. The corridor here was plush, carpeted in deep purple, lined with portraits of former ministers who watched them pass with expressions ranging from curiosity to disapproval. Harry Potter, one portrait sniffed. The boy who lived, returned from another world. How theatrical. Ignore them, Tonks advised. Portraits are just echoes. They've got the personalities of the originals but none of the context. Half of them still think the statute of secrecy is new. The minister's reception room was already crowded when they arrived. Harry scanned the space, identifying faces from his studies. Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, pale and aristocratic, watching him with calculating eyes. Amelia Bones, stern and solid, giving him a respectful nod. A cluster of foreign-looking wizards near the window, delegations from other magical nations, probably curious about the dimensional anomaly. And at the center of it all, a short man with a lime-green bowler hat who could only be Cornelius Fudge. "Ah, Mr. Potter." Fudge bustled forward, hand extended, smile firmly fixed. "Welcome, welcome. So wonderful to finally meet you. The Ministry is absolutely delighted to have you back on British soil." Harry shook the offered hand, noting the slight dampness of Fudge's palm. "Minister. Thank you for the invitation." Of course, of course. We're all eager to learn about your, experiences. Another dimension. Quite extraordinary." Fudge's gaze kept flickering to Shion and Rimuru, unable to fully conceal his unease. "And these are your companions?" "My mother and my trainer." Harry's voice was flat. "Shion of the Kijin and Rimuru, commander of Tempest's military forces." The room's attention sharpened. Commander of military forces. That implied an actual military. An actual nation. Fudge's smile became slightly fixed. "How lovely. Well, please, make yourselves comfortable. Refreshments are available, and the formal summit will begin in 1 hour." He retreated quickly, already moving to greet another arrival. "He's terrified of you," Tonks observed cheerfully. "Good. Scared politicians make mistakes. Is that good for us?" "Depends on the mistakes." She snagged a drink from a passing tray. "Mingle. I'll keep watch for anything suspicious." Harry nodded and turned to face the crowd. Time to be diplomatic. The next hour was exhausting. Harry moved through the room, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with people who ranged from genuinely curious to barely concealed hostile. He answered the same questions over and over. Yes, another dimension. No, he didn't remember falling through. Yes, his guardians were quite safe, they just looked intimidating. Lucius Malfoy approached halfway through, his smile never reaching his eyes. "Mr. Potter. I must say, you're not quite what I expected." "I get that a lot." "What did you expect?" "Someone more, grateful, perhaps. The wizarding world has mourned your loss for a decade. Your return is cause for celebration." "Mourn my loss?" Harry kept his voice pleasant. "Funny. I've been alive the whole time. Living, growing, being raised by people who actually wanted me. The mourning seems premature." Malfoy's expression flickered. "Yes, quite. Your guardians have clearly done their best. Though one wonders what kind of upbringing produces such an unconventional young man. The kind that teaches you to recognize snakes." Harry smiled, and it wasn't friendly. "Your son Draco mentioned your family's influence. I'm sure the Ministry values your contributions to magical society." The emphasis wasn't subtle. Malfoy's mask slipped, just for a moment, revealing something cold and ugly beneath. "Indeed. The Malfoys have always been strong supporters of proper magical traditions." His voice was silky now, dangerous. "I hope you'll keep that in mind, Mr. Potter. Tradition has value. Those who disregard it often find themselves isolated." "Is that a threat?" "Merely an observation." Malfoy inclined his head. "Enjoy the summit." He glided away, and Harry let out a slow breath. "You handled that well," Dumbledore murmured, appearing at his elbow. "Lucius is probing for weaknesses. Now he knows you won't be easily intimidated. He was a Death Eater, wasn't he?" "Almost certainly. But he claimed the Imperius Curse, mind control, and paid his way out of prosecution. He's untouchable through legal means." Dumbledore's expression was grim. "Be careful around him. He's more dangerous than he appears." Noted. A bell chimed, signaling the start of the formal summit. The crowd filed into an adjacent chamber, a grand room with a long table at its center, seats arranged around it for the primary participants. Harry was guided to a position near the middle, with Shion and Rimuru standing behind him. Dumbledore sat nearby, and Tonks positioned herself by the wall with the other security personnel. Fudge took the head of the table, still wearing that fixed smile. Welcome, everyone, to this historic summit. Today we gather to discuss matters of great importance: the return of Harry Potter, the revelation of extraplanar societies, and the establishment of proper relations between our world and theirs. He launched into a speech that was clearly pre-written and focused entirely on making himself sound important. Harry tuned out most of it, scanning the other attendees instead. Amelia Bones was listening with barely concealed impatience. Malfoy had schooled his expression into polite interest. The foreign delegations were harder to read, but several seemed skeptical of Fudge's self-congratulation. Finally, the speech wound down. And now, I believe we should hear from Mr. Potter himself. Harry, if you would. Harry stood, acutely aware of every eye in the room fixed on him. Thank you, Minister. I'll keep this simple, since I know we're all busy people. He took a breath, remembering Rimuru's advice. Be yourself. Show them what Tempest has made of you. I was born in this world, but I was raised in another. The Jura Tempest Federation took me in when I was a baby, gave me a home, a family, a purpose. I'm here now because I wanted to understand where I came from, not because I felt any obligation to return. Murmurs rippled through the room. Harry continued before they could build. I've learned about the prophecy that supposedly ties me to Voldemort. Several people flinched at the name. I've learned about the war that killed my parents and hurt so many others. And I've learned that this society has spent a decade waiting for me to come back and solve its problems. He let that hang for a moment. I'm not going to do that. The murmurs became louder. Fudge looked alarmed. Let me be clear, Harry continued. Voldemort murdered my family. If he returns, I'll fight him, not because of prophecy, but because justice demands it. But I won't be your weapon. I won't be your symbol. I'm not here to lead your wars or validate your politics or make you feel good about your choices. Now see here, someone started. I'm here, Harry spoke over them, to build a bridge. Tempest and the wizarding world have never interacted before. That's changing now, whether either side is ready or not. We can approach this as potential partners, learning from each other, trading knowledge and resources. Or we can approach it as enemies, spending energy on conflict that could be used for growth. He looked around the table, meeting eyes directly. Tempest is offering partnership. The decision about how to respond is yours. He sat down, the silence stretched, then Amelia Bones started clapping. Slow, deliberate, her expression thoughtful. A few others joined in: Dumbledore, some of the foreign delegates, a handful of younger ministry officials. Fudge looked like he'd swallowed something sour, but he managed to maintain his smile. Well said, Mr. Potter. Well said indeed. Though perhaps we could discuss the specific terms of this partnership. That's why we're here. Harry gestured to Rimuru. My colleague can speak to what Tempest offers and what we'd want in return. Rimuru stepped forward, and the temperature in the room shifted. Where Harry commanded attention through presence and words, Rimuru did it through sheer weight of power. Every magical sensor in the building was probably going haywire. Tempest possesses knowledge of magical techniques unknown to this dimension, Rimuru began, his voice carrying easily. Healing methods, combat applications, material sciences. We're willing to share selectively, in exchange for access to your own unique developments. Wand magic, potion crafting, your system of enchantments. You're proposing a knowledge exchange? Bones asked, leaning forward with genuine interest. Among other things. We're also interested in establishing communication channels, ways to contact each other across dimensional boundaries. Trade agreements, once we understand what each society values. Perhaps eventually, educational exchanges. Students from your dimension, attending Hogwarts. Fudge sounded horrified. Why not? We've already demonstrated that our peoples can coexist peacefully. Why shouldn't we learn from each other? The discussion that followed was intense and complicated. Concerns about security, about cultural contamination, about the unprecedented nature of everything being proposed. Harry let Rimuru and Dumbledore handle most of it, only speaking up when directly addressed, but throughout the back and forth, he noticed something troubling. People kept leaving the room, not all at once, a delegate excusing themselves to use the bathroom, a ministry official called away for urgent business, a foreign representative stepping out for fresh air. Each departure seemed innocent enough, but the pattern was adding up. He caught Tonks's eye. She nodded slightly. She'd noticed too. Harry leaned toward Shion. Something's wrong. People are leaving. I counted 7. Her hand was already on her sword hilt. Could be nothing. Could be not nothing. The lights went out. For exactly 3 seconds, the room was chaos, shouts, scraping chairs, the crack of spells being fired blindly. Harry felt Shion move, her battle aura flaring as she positioned herself to protect him. Benimaru's presence expanded, a shell of energy pushing back whatever darkness had fallen. Then Harry raised his hand and light burst forth, raw magicules shaped into illumination, flooding the chamber with silver radiance. The scene it revealed was worse than he'd expected. Half the table's occupants were frozen, not from shock, but literally frozen, held in place by some kind of binding spell. Fudge, Bones, most of the foreign delegates. Only those with combat training had avoided it. Dumbledore, already on his feet with his wand blazing, Tonks, her appearance shifting into something more combat-ready, a handful of Aurors who'd been stationed around the room, and at the far end of the chamber, where the emergency exit had been, stood a group of black-robed figures in silver masks, Death Eaters. Well, drawled a woman's voice from behind the lead mask, isn't this a pleasant gathering? The whole of magical Britain's leadership, frozen like statues. And the famous Harry Potter, right here in reach. The lead figure removed her mask, revealing a face that might have been beautiful once, before madness carved itself into every line. Wild dark hair, heavy-lidded eyes, a smile that promised pain. Bellatrix Lestrange, Dumbledore said grimly. You escaped Azkaban. Escaped? Darling, I was released. The Dark Lord takes care of his loyal servants. Bellatrix's laugh was jagged glass. He's been busy while you all pretended he was gone. Building strength. Gathering allies. And now he's ready to announce his return. Voldemort's here. Harry's voice was steady, but his heart was pounding. Not yet, sweet boy. But soon. He wanted you softened up first. Reminded of your place. Bellatrix's wand rose. Shall we begin? She fired. Harry didn't bother dodging. He caught the curse on a barrier of compressed magicules, the sickly green light splashing harmlessly against silver. Bellatrix's eyes widened. That was a killing curse, he observed. Straight to murder. You really don't mess around. You blocked it. For the first time, she sounded uncertain. That's not possible. No one blocks the killing curse. I'm not from around here. Different rules apply. Harry moved. He crossed the distance between them faster than any human should be able to move, his body enhanced by years of magicule reinforced training. Bellatrix tried to cast again, but he was inside her guard before the words left her lips, his palm slamming into her chest with enough force to send her crashing through the wall behind her. The other Death Eaters reacted, finally, raising wands and screaming curses. But Shion was already among them, her sword singing through the air with lethal precision. The first 2 fell before they even realized she was there. The third managed a shield charm that her blade shattered like glass. Benimaru hadn't moved from his position. He didn't need to. When 2 Death Eaters tried to flank him, his aura alone slammed them into unconsciousness. Aurors, engage. Tonks shouted, leading the unfrozen security forces into the fight. Spells flew in both directions, the room becoming a chaos of colored light and shouted incantations. Dumbledore moved toward the frozen delegates, his wand tracing complex patterns as he worked to undo the binding magic. Harry. More are coming, I can feel them gathering outside the wards. How many? Dozens. Perhaps more. Dozens. A real assault force, not just a strike team. This wasn't a kidnapping attempt, it was an invasion. Harry made a decision. Shion. Rimuru. Hold this room. Protect the delegates. He turned toward the hole Bellatrix had made in the wall. I'm going after the source. Harry, wait, Dumbledore started, but Harry was already gone, launching himself through the breach with speed that left afterimages in his wake. The Ministry's corridors were a war zone. Death Eaters had infiltrated throughout the building, engaging Ministry staff at every level. Harry passed clusters of fighting, pausing only to knock out the masked attackers with quick, efficient strikes before moving on. He was tracking something. A presence he could feel through the soul fragment in his scar, a connection he'd been warned about but never fully understood until now. Voldemort wasn't here physically. But something of him was. Some projection, some avatar, drawn to this place by the chaos. Harry found it in the Department of Mysteries. The room was circular, lined with doors that opened onto impossible spaces. But at its center, floating like a tear in reality itself, was a figure made of shadow and malice, not fully corporeal. Not quite there. But present enough to speak. Harry Potter. The voice was high and cold, carrying across the distance like a whisper directly in Harry's ear. At last. I've been waiting for this moment. Voldemort. Harry stopped at the room's edge, assessing. You're looking rough. Decade of being dead didn't agree with you. The shadow figure rippled, amusement or anger, hard to tell. Still alive. Still bound to this world by chains of my own making. But returning. Growing stronger every day. This attack proves that. This attack is a distraction. You're not strong enough to face anyone directly, so you send minions while projecting from wherever you're hiding. Harry smiled coldly. That's not power. That's desperation. You understand nothing. The shadow moved closer, and Harry felt the scar on his forehead throb, a dull pain that was growing sharper. I know what you are now, boy. I felt you through our connection. Raised by monsters, trained in darkness, carrying a piece of my soul whether you want it or not. The soul fragment is suppressed. Has been since I was a baby. Suppressed, not destroyed. It remains. It whispers. And one day, when you least expect it, you'll hear it. Voldemort's form solidified slightly, red eyes becoming visible in the darkness. We are bound, Harry Potter. More closely than you know. Your victory over me was always temporary. The prophecy ensures we'll meet again. Good. Harry raised his hand, magicules gathering into a spear of pure destructive force. I was planning to hunt you anyway. But if you want to come to me, that saves time. He fired, the energy lance struck Voldemort's projection dead center, and passed through, continuing into the wall beyond and blasting a crater in ancient stone. You cannot harm what is not truly here, Voldemort observed, seeming almost disappointed. But I remember this moment. I remember your arrogance, your foolish confidence. I'll enjoy breaking it when we meet in the flesh. Is that all you came to say? Vague threats and dramatic posturing? I came to deliver a message. The shadow leaned closer, and the pain in Harry's scar became a spike of agony. My return is inevitable. The Ministry cannot stop me. Dumbledore cannot stop me. And you, the boy who lived, the prophesied opponent, the last hope of the light, you cannot stop me either. Not as you are now. Then I'll become something more. You'll try. You'll fail. And when you do, I'll be waiting. Voldemort's form began to fade, dissolving into the darkness from which it came. Until next time, Harry Potter. Sweet dreams. He was gone. Harry stood alone in the Department of Mysteries, his scars still burning, processing what had just happened. Voldemort was real. Active. Planning something. And somehow, despite all of Dumbledore's precautions, he'd infiltrated the Ministry itself, turned this summit into a demonstration of his reach. The message was clear: nowhere was safe. Harry clenched his fists and turned back toward the battle. Time to finish this. The fight was winding down when Harry returned to the summit chamber. Most of the Death Eaters had been captured or killed, their attack broken against the combined might of Aurors, Dumbledore, and two very angry Kidgen. Bellatrix had escaped, somehow, despite being thrown through a wall, but her followers hadn't been so lucky. The delegates were unfrozen now, milling about in various states of shock and outrage. Fudge was pale and shaking, any pretense of control completely abandoned. Bones was organizing the Aurors with brisk efficiency, her face set in grim determination. Harry. Tonks spotted him first, relief evident despite her professional mask. "You're okay. We lost track of you when." "I'm fine." Voldemort was here. The room went silent. "What?" Fudge squeaked. "You know who?" "Here." "That's impossible. He's dead." "He's not dead. He projected some kind of avatar into the Department of Mysteries." "Talk to me directly." Harry looked at Dumbledore. "He knows about our connection. The soul fragment. He's using it to monitor me somehow." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "This is worse than I feared. If he's strong enough to project across distance, to orchestrate an attack of this scale, then he's close to returning fully." Harry nodded. He as much as said so. This was a message. He wanted everyone to know he's coming back. "Message received," Bones said grimly. She'd approached during the exchange, her eyes sharp. "Mr. Potter. I've been skeptical of the stories about your capabilities, but what I saw today, you and your guardians held this room against a force that would have overwhelmed our security. We had help. You had speed and power beyond anything in our records. That's not help, that's a completely different category." She studied him. "You said you're offering partnership. I'm inclined to take you up on that. We're going to need every ally we can get." "Amelia," Fudge started. "The minister's opinion is noted," Bones cut him off, "but this is a security matter. My jurisdiction." She extended her hand to Harry. "I can't speak for the whole ministry, but the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is willing to work with you. Formally." Harry took her hand. "We'll make it official." Shion appeared at his side, blood on her sword and a fierce light in her eyes. "Harry. You're unharmed." "I'm fine. Mom, this is Amelia Bones. She's going to help us hunt Death Eaters." Shion assessed Bones with a warrior's eye. Whatever she saw must have satisfied her, because she nodded. "Good. The more allies, the better. This enemy is going to take everything we have." "Agreed." Bones turned to organize her forces, leaving Harry and Shion in a moment of relative quiet. "This is bigger than we expected," Shion said softly. "Yeah." Harry watched the chaos of the aftermath, ministry officials running in every direction, injured being treated, prisoners being secured. "But we knew it wouldn't be easy. We knew there'd be a war. Are you ready for it?" Harry thought about Voldemort's shadow, about the pain in his scar, about the piece of a murderer's soul embedded in his head. He thought about his parents, killed by that same monster. About Neville's parents, tortured into madness. About all the people who'd suffered and died and would suffer and die if this wasn't ended. "I don't have a choice," he said finally. "Ready or not, the war's already started." Shion's hand found his shoulder. "Then we fight it together." Together, Harry agreed that eye in the distance. Alarms were still sounding, the summit was over, the real work was just beginning. Later that night, back at Hogwarts, Harry stood alone on the astronomy tower. The stars were different here than in Tempest. Wrong constellations, wrong arrangements, wrong light. He'd grown up under alien skies without knowing they were alien, and now he was under the stars of his birth and they felt like strangers. Dumbledore found him there an hour before dawn. You should rest. Today was difficult. Can't sleep. Too much to think about. Dumbledore joined him at the railing, looking out over the grounds. What Voldemort said to you, about your connection, about the soul fragment, don't let it consume you. We knew this was a factor. It changes nothing. Doesn't it? Harry touched his scar. He can feel me through this. Watch me. Maybe even influence me, when he's strong enough. How do we fight an enemy who's literally inside my head? By removing him from your head. Harry turned. You found a way. Possibly. I've been researching since before you arrived, ways to extract a Horcrux from a living host. There's a ritual. Ancient, dangerous, requiring resources that don't exist in our world. Dumbledore's eyes met his. But they might exist in yours. What kind of resources? The ritual requires a vessel of absolute purity to transfer the soul fragment into. In our world, no such vessel exists, everything is tainted by the same magic that created Horcruxes in the first place. But Tempest operates on different fundamental principles. Your magicules, your healing techniques, your understanding of souls, you think Tempest can provide what you need. I think it's worth exploring. If Rimuru-sama is willing to assist. Harry considered. This was exactly the kind of cooperation he'd hoped for, combining resources from both worlds to solve problems neither could handle alone. I'll contact Rimuru tomorrow. We'll set up a proper research exchange. He paused. And the other Horcruxes? We still need to destroy those before we can kill Voldemort for good. I've made progress there as well. The ring I mentioned, I believe I know its location. And I have leads on the locket. Dumbledore's expression was determined. We can start hunting them within the month, if you're willing. I'm willing. Harry turned back to the stars. I came here to learn about my past. Instead, I'm getting pulled into a war. Funny how that works. Life rarely follows our plans. We can only adapt and persevere. Philosophy. Experience. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Get some rest, Harry. Tomorrow, we begin planning in earnest. The hunt for Voldemort's Horcruxes starts now. He left Harry alone with the pre-dawn light. Harry stayed until the sun rose, watching the world brighten, thinking about the path ahead. War was coming. But he wasn't fighting it alone. Tempest stood with him. His guardians stood with him. Even this strange, complicated wizarding world was starting to stand with him. Voldemort had declared his return. Harry intended to make sure he regretted it. Chapter 5. What blood demands? The Horcrux burned black in Dumbledore's hand. Harry watched from across the room as the old wizard held the ring, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, retrieved from a shack protected by curses that would have killed anyone less skilled, and felt the malevolent energy radiating from it even at this distance. The soul fragment inside was screaming, though only those sensitive to such things could hear it. The stone in the setting, Dumbledore murmured, studying the ring with a combination of fascination and revulsion. Do you know what this is, Harry? A piece of Voldemort's soul. Like the one in my head. Yes, but also more. Dumbledore turned the ring, letting light catch the cracked black stone. This is the Resurrection Stone. One of 3 legendary known as the Deathly Hallows. It's said to have the power to bring back the dead. Harry's interest sharpened. Bring back the dead? Actually. Not truly. The stone summons shades, echoes of the departed, trapped between worlds. It's driven men mad with grief, unable to let go of those they've lost. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with old pain. Voldemort had no idea what he possessed. He saw only a family heirloom to corrupt with his soul. The irony is almost poetic. Can we use it? The stone, I mean. After we destroy the Horcrux. Perhaps. But that's a question for another time. Dumbledore set the ring in a specially prepared containment circle. For now, we focus on destruction. Stand back. Harry retreated to where Shion and Rimuru waited by the door of Dumbledore's office. They'd been in the wizarding world for 3 weeks now, and this was the first concrete progress in the Horcrux hunt. The ring had been the easiest target. Dumbledore had known its general location for years, lacking only the confirmation that it was actually a Horcrux. The sword of Gryffindor gleamed in Dumbledore's other hand. According to him, it had been impregnated with basilisk venom years ago, making it one of the few weapons capable of destroying a Horcrux. "Brace yourselves," Dumbledore said. "This will be unpleasant." He raised the sword and brought it down. The ring shattered. The scream that erupted wasn't physical, it was something deeper, something that clawed at the soul. Harry felt it resonate with the fragment in his own head, a moment of sympathetic agony that drove him to his knees. "Harry!" Shion was at his side instantly, her hands on his shoulders. "What's wrong?" "The fragment." Harry pressed his palm against his scar, which was burning like someone had pressed a hot iron to his forehead. It felt that. Felt the other piece die. Then Voldemort felt it too, Rimuru observed grimly. "He'll know we're hunting his anchors now." He already knew. Dumbledore looked exhausted but satisfied, the destroyed ring smoking at his feet. "This merely confirms it. We should expect increased resistance as we pursue the remaining Horcruxes." The pain in Harry's scar was fading, leaving behind a dull throb and a strange sensation, like a cord had been cut somewhere, a connection slightly weakened. "How many left?" he asked, getting back to his feet. "The locket, the cup, the diadem, his snake, and you." Dumbledore counted them off. 5, including the piece you carry. Once those are destroyed, Voldemort becomes mortal again. And then we kill him. And then we end this, yes. Harry looked at the remains of the ring, at the cracked resurrection stone lying amid the debris. One down. 4 to go before they could even address the piece inside him. What's next? The locket. I believe it's hidden in a cave Voldemort visited as a child, a place of terrible memory for him, which makes it ideal in his mind for hiding something precious. Dumbledore moved to his desk, pulling out maps and notes. The protections will be formidable. I'll need time to prepare. How much time? A week. Perhaps 2. The headmaster's eyes were serious. Use that time wisely, Harry. Rest, train, spend time with your guardians. What comes next will test all of us. Harry didn't rest. Instead, he threw himself into training with an intensity that worried everyone around him. Dawn found him in the room of requirement, which had manifested as a perfect replica of Tempest's training grounds. He ran through combat forms until his muscles screamed, then pushed past that into the zone where movement became Mad Ion. Shion found him mid-kata, his body flowing through a sequence designed to maximize magical circulation and combat readiness. "You're going to hurt yourself," she said from the doorway. "I'm fine." "You've been fine for 6 hours." "That's not fine, that's obsessive." Harry completed the form before responding, coming to rest in a ready stance that he held for 10 seconds before relaxing. Sweat dripped from his hair, his training clothes soaked through. Voldemort felt the ring die. "Through me. Through this thing in my head." He touched his scar. "What if he can do more than feel? What if he can see through my eyes, hear through my ears? What if every plan we make, he already knows?" Rimuru-sama said the suppression holds. The blood debt prevents influence. It doesn't prevent connection. Harry grabbed a towel, wiping his face. "I felt him at the ministry. In the Department of Mysteries. And when the ring was destroyed, it was like something in me screamed along with it. We're linked, Mom. More than anyone wants to admit." Shion was quiet for a long moment. "What do you want to do about it?" she finally asked. "I want it out." Harry's voice was flat. "I don't care how dangerous the ritual is, I don't care what it costs. I want this piece of my parents' murderer removed from my head. Today. Now. Before he can use it against us. The ritual isn't ready. Dumbledore said. Dumbledore's been saying things for decades. He's cautious to the point of paralysis. Harry threw the towel aside. I've already contacted Rimuru-sama. Tempest's researchers have been working on the problem since we sent the initial information. They think they have a solution. Shion's expression shifted. You did this without telling me? I'm telling you now. Harry. Her voice carried an edge he rarely heard directed at him. I am your mother. When decisions about your safety are being made, I need to be involved from the beginning. Not informed after the fact. The words hit harder than any training blow. Harry's defensive posture crumbled. I'm sorry. I couldn't stand waiting anymore. Knowing it's there, knowing what it represents, knowing that every time I sleep he might be seeing my dreams. His voice cracked slightly. I need it gone, Mom. I need to be completely me again. Shion crossed the room in 3 strides and pulled him into a fierce embrace. Harry stiffened for a moment. He was sweaty and gross from training, but she didn't seem to care, holding him tight enough that his ribs creaked. You are completely you, she said into his hair. That fragment doesn't define you. It never has. You grew up good and strong in mind despite it being there. But nothing. She pulled back, gripping his shoulders, forcing him to meet her eyes. Listen to me, Harry James Potter. You are not Voldemort. You are not his vessel. You are not a Horcrux. You are my son. You are Tempest's warrior. You are yourself, fully and completely, and nothing that monster left behind changes that. Harry's eyes were burning. He blinked rapidly, refusing to cry. I know. I know that. But I'd still rather not have a piece of him living in my skull. Fair enough. Shion's lips twitched. Tell me about Tempest's solution. Rimuru-sama thinks they can create a purified vessel, something to transfer the fragment into without destroying my soul in the process. The magical composition of Tempest's materials is different from anything in the wizarding world. It might be able to hold the fragment long enough to destroy it separately. Might? Nothing's certain. But the odds are better than anything Dumbledore's found. Harry took a breath. They want us to come back. To Tempest. For the procedure. Shion's grip on his shoulders tightened. When? As soon as possible. They've been preparing since I made contact 3 days ago. 3 days. Her voice was controlled, but he could hear the hurt beneath it. You've been planning this for 3 days without telling me. I wanted to be sure it was real before I said anything. I didn't want to get your hopes up if it fell through. My hopes. Shion laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. Harry. My only hope is that you survive this. That you grow up, find happiness, live a full life. Whether that happens with or without the fragment doesn't matter to me. You matter. It matters to me. I know. She finally released him, stepping back. When do we leave? Tonight, if you're willing. Dumbledore can handle the wizarding world for a few days without us. Shion nodded slowly. I'll inform Rimuru. And Harry? Yeah. Next time you make plans that involve risking your life, tell me first. Not because I'll stop you, you're old enough to make your own choices, but because I deserve to be part of them. We're family. Family faces things together. I'm sorry. I know you are. Just don't do it again. She left to find Rimuru, and Harry stood alone in the training room, processing the conversation. He'd handled that badly. Let his fear and frustration drive him into secrecy when openness would have served better, but underneath the guilt, there was also relief. The plan was moving forward. One way or another, he was going to be free of Voldemort's taint that he just hoped he survived the process. The dimensional crossing was smoother this time. Sui had been refining the connection points, making transit between worlds easier with each iteration. Harry stepped through the portal and breathed deep. Home. Tempest's capital sprawled before him, exactly as he remembered. The blend of architectural styles, the diverse population of monsters and humans going about their daily lives, the underlying hum of magicules that saturated everything. After weeks in the wizarding world's comparatively thin magical atmosphere, it felt like stepping into a warm bath. Harry. Melim appeared from nowhere, literally nowhere. She'd probably been moving too fast to see, and tackled him in a hug that would have killed a normal person. You're back. Did you bring me souvenirs? Did you fight any Dark Lords? Did you make friends? Tell me everything. Melim, air, can't breathe, oops. She released him, grinning unrepentantly. Sorry. I got excited. I noticed. Harry rubbed his ribs, checking that they were all still intact. And yes, I brought you souvenirs. Wizarding candy. Something called chocolate frogs, they actually hop around until you catch them. That's amazing. I want 20. I brought 12. That's also acceptable. Rimuru arrived at a more reasonable pace, flanked by Shuna and a contingent of officials. The slime's expression was warm but serious. Welcome home, Harry. I wish it were under better circumstances. Me too. Harry straightened, composing himself. You said the preparation is complete? The vessel is ready. So is the ritual space. Rimuru's voice carried the gravity the situation demanded. But before we proceed, I want to make sure you understand the risks. I understand. It might not work. It might hurt me. I might die. Rimuru said the word Harry had been avoiding. Yes. The soul is not meant to be divided, and the fragment has been embedded in you since infancy. Removing it could cause damage we can't predict or repair. I know. And you still want to proceed? Harry looked at Shion, who stood silently beside him. At Rimuru, solid and ready. At Melim, still bouncing with energy but watching with unexpected seriousness. At the city around him, the nation that had raised him, the home he'd been fighting to protect. I need to be whole, he said quietly. Not because I'm afraid of Voldemort, or worried about the connection, or any strategic reason. I need it because that piece of him has been inside me my entire life, and I never got to choose whether to carry it. Now I do. And I choose to be free. Rimuru studied him for a long moment. Then let's get started. The ritual space had been constructed in one of Tempest's deepest chambers, a room carved from living rock, reinforced with layers of magical protection that made Harry's teeth ache. At its center sat the vessel. It looked almost ordinary, a simple crystal sphere, clear as water, resting on a pedestal of dark stone. But when Harry focused on it, he could sense the purity Dumbledore had described. This was something that had never been touched by darkness, never been tainted by corruption. A blank slate, ready to receive. The theory is straightforward, Rimuru explained, walking Harry through the setup. The ritual will create a sympathetic connection between the fragment in your scar and the vessel. Then, using a combination of wizarding magic and magicule manipulation, will essentially convince the fragment that the vessel is a better home. More compatible. More welcoming. And it'll just move over. That's the hope. Horcruxes are parasitic by nature, they want to survive, to find hosts, to persist. If we offer a more attractive option, the fragment should transfer willingly. Rimuru's expression was troubled. The danger is in the transition. For a moment, the fragment will be between hosts, connected to both you and the vessel. If something goes wrong during that window, I could lose more than the fragment. Yes. Harry looked at the vessel. So small, to hold something so terrible. So fragile, to be the key to his freedom. What do I need to do? Lie here. Rimuru gestured to a stone platform that had been prepared beside the vessel's pedestal. Try to relax. Keep your mind open but don't actively resist anything you feel. The ritual will take approximately 1 hour. During that time, you may experience sensations. What kind of sensations? We're not entirely sure. No one's done this before. Rimuru managed a small smile. You're a pioneer, Harry. For better or worse. Harry climbed onto the platform, lying flat on his back. The stone was cool through his clothes, and above him the chamber's ceiling was lost in shadow. He could sense the protective ward surrounding them, layer upon layer of safety measures designed to contain whatever happened next. Shion appeared at his side, taking his hand. I'm staying, she said before he could object. Whatever happens, I'm staying right here. The magical discharge could be dangerous, I don't care. Harry squeezed her hand. Thanks, Mom. The ritual circle activated around them, not wizarding magic, not magicules, but something that combined both into a new framework. Harry felt it settling over him like a warm blanket, seeping into his skin, his blood, his bones. Beginning transfer sequence, Rimuru announced. Harry, focus on my voice. Let everything else fade. Harry closed his eyes. For a moment, there was nothing. Just darkness and the steady pressure of Shion's hand in his. Then the fragment woke up. Harry had lived with the soul piece his entire life without ever truly feeling it. The blood debt had suppressed it so thoroughly that its presence was background noise, easily ignored. Now, for the first time, he felt it clearly, cold. Hungry. Ancient despite being only 3 decades old, carrying the weight of a soul that had been shattered again and again. It was curled around something vital in Harry's core, wrapped through his magic like roots through soil, and it was terrified. No, it whispered, and Harry heard Voldemort's voice in his mind, distorted and desperate. You cannot do this. I am part of you. I have always been part of you. Without me, you are nothing. Harry gritted his teeth. I was never nothing. You were always unwanted. You survived because of me. My power, my knowledge, my gifts. The parseltongue you use, the connection to darkness that makes your magic so potent, these are mine. Remove me and you remove everything that makes you special. I'd rather be ordinary and whole than special and corrupt. The fragment screamed, fighting the ritual's pull. Harry felt it dig deeper, clawing at his soul, trying to anchor itself more firmly. Pain lanced through his skull, centered on the scar, spreading outward until his whole body was on fire. Harry. Shion's voice, distant through the agony. Harry, stay with me. He couldn't respond. Every ounce of his will was focused on not fighting back, on staying open and receptive while the ritual did its work. If he resisted, even instinctively, the transfer might fail, but the fragment wasn't giving up. Listen to me, it hissed. I can show you things. Teach you magic beyond anything you've learned. The dark arts have depths you cannot imagine, power that would make you invincible. Keep me, nurture me, and all of it can be yours. I don't want your power. Everyone wants power. It's the only thing that matters. The only thing that protects what you love. The voice became silky, persuasive. Your mother, the one who raised you, do you think she can protect you forever? She's strong, but mortality claims all eventually. With my knowledge, you could preserve her. Keep her with you across centuries. For just a moment, Harry's resolve wavered. The thought of losing Shion, eventually, inevitably, was a wound that never fully healed. She wasn't immortal. None of his family was, except Rimuru. Someday they would all be gone, and he would. Yes, the fragment crooned. You understand. I can help. I can show you the way. No. What? You're not offering help. You're offering corruption. Harry's mental voice was steady now. The moment of weakness passed. Voldemort tried to cheat death and became a monster. Lost everything that made him human. I'd rather die whole than live forever as something twisted. The fragment recoiled. You fool. You don't understand what you're refusing, I understand perfectly. And I reject it completely. Harry stopped merely enduring the ritual. He pushed, not against the transfer, but with it. Adding his own will to the process, actively expelling the fragment rather than simply allowing it to be drawn out, the vessel flared with light, the fragment screamed one final time, a sound of pure rage and terror, and then it was gone, ripped from Harry's soul like a splinter from a wound, pulled across the sympathetic connection and slammed into the crystal sphere, which immediately turned black as pitch. Harry gasped, his back arching off the stone platform, every nerve ending firing at once. He felt empty. Lighter. Like a weight he'd never known he was carrying had suddenly been lifted. Harry. Shion's face appeared above him, eyes wide with fear. Harry, talk to me. I'm okay. His voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. I'm okay. It worked. It's gone. Rimuru was already examining the blackened vessel, magicules swirling around it in complex diagnostic patterns. The fragment is contained. Fully transferred. Harry's soul reads as clean, no residual corruption, no lasting damage. Are you sure? Shion demanded. I'm sure. He's free. Free, Harry lay on the stone platform, staring at the shadowy ceiling, and let the word wash over him, free, for the first time in his life, he was completely himself. No parasites. No unwanted passengers. No connection to the monster who had destroyed his family. He started laughing. It hurt, his throat was raw, his body was exhausted, but he couldn't stop. The relief was overwhelming, cascading through him in waves that came out as half-hysterical laughter. Harry. Shion's voice was uncertain. Are you sure you're all right? I'm better than all right. He managed to sit up, grinning despite the tears streaming down his face. Mom, I can't feel him anymore. For my entire life, there's been this presence. This weight. I didn't even know it was there until it was gone. And now it's gone. It's actually gone. Shion's expression crumpled. She pulled him into another embrace, gentler than usual, and Harry felt her shaking. I was so scared, she whispered. Watching you convulse, hearing you scream. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't protect you. You were here. That was enough. It wasn't, it was. Harry pulled back, meeting her eyes. Mom. You gave me something to hold on to. When the fragment was trying to tempt me, trying to convince me to keep it. I thought about you. About losing you. And I realized that I'd rather have limited time with people I love than unlimited time as something corrupted. Shion's eyes were wet. That's the most wonderful and heartbreaking thing anyone's ever said to me. I learned from the best. She laughed, choked and watery, and pulled him close again. Across the chamber, Rimuru was directing the containment of the blackened vessel. The fragment inside was still active, still dangerous, but now it was trapped. Isolated. Ready to be destroyed at their convenience. One more piece of Voldemort's immortality, removed from the equation. 4 more to go, but for now, Harry let himself rest in his mother's arms, savoring the feeling of being whole. Recovery took 3 days. Harry's body had been pushed to its limits by the ritual, and even with Tempest's advanced healing techniques, he needed time to fully recuperate. He spent most of it sleeping, eating, and catching up with friends he hadn't seen in weeks. Veldora insisted on a manga marathon, claiming Harry needed proper cultural enrichment after his time among those boring wizard people. They spent an entire afternoon debating the merits of various series while Veldora complained loudly about Harry's terrible taste. Your favorite character is objectively the worst, the dragon declared. He has the best character arc in the whole series. Character arc? He barely changes. He's the same brooding edgelord from chapter 1 to chapter 500. That's consistency, not stagnation. It's boring. Meline joined for the second day, bringing an absurd quantity of the chocolate frogs Harry had given her as research specimens. She'd eaten half of them and was now trying to figure out how to make them hop faster. "If I add magicules here," she muttered, poking at a frog with a glowing finger, then theoretically, the frog exploded. Oops. Meline, that's the fourth one. Fifth. But who's counting? Normal life. Strange, chaotic, wonderful normal life. Harry hadn't realized how much he'd missed it. On the third day, Shion came to find him on the roof of the government building, where he'd gone to watch the sunset. "Mind if I join you?" "Never." She settled beside him, and they sat in comfortable silence as the sky turned orange and pink and purple. "The fragment's been destroyed," Shion said eventually. "Rimuru-sama handled it this morning. Basilisk venom, same as Dumbledore used on the ring." "Good. That leaves 3 Horcruxes, plus Voldemort himself." "I know." Harry watched a flock of birds wheel across the sky. "We'll get them. One by one, until there's nothing left. And then? Then we end it." Shion was quiet for a moment. "Harry. There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about." "Yeah. The blood debt." Harry's attention sharpened. They'd never really discussed it, not directly. It was just part of their relationship, a magical bond that had shaped his entire life. "What about it?" Shion took a breath. "You know how it works. When you were a baby, my blood mixed with yours under specific conditions, and an ancient contract was formed. I became obligated to protect and provide for you. You became mine, in a sense. Claimed. I know. What you might not know is that the debt has conditions for severance." Shion's voice was careful, measured. "When a claimed child reaches maturity, which you have, or close enough, they can choose to repay the debt through service. Or the guardian can choose to release them. Either action dissolves the bond." Harry's heart was suddenly pounding. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I think you deserve to know." Shion finally turned to face him, her expression vulnerable in a way he'd rarely seen. "Harry, I love you. As my son, as my family, as one of the most important people in my existence. But that love shouldn't be binding. You shouldn't feel obligated to stay connected to me because of magic." "I don't, let me finish." She held up a hand. "The blood debt has always been there, underneath everything. And I've sometimes wondered, do you care about me because you chose to? Or because the magic makes you? Do you call me Mom because you want to, or because something in your soul compels it?" The question hit Harry like a physical blow. "I'm offering to release you," Shion continued. "To sever the blood debt completely. You'd still be welcome in Tempest, still be family in every way that matters, but there would be no magical compulsion. Just choice. Pure choice. Shion, if you want it severed, I'll do it right now. No judgment, no hard feelings. I just want you to be free. Truly free, in every way." Harry stared at her, this woman who had raised him, trained him, loved him with a ferocity that sometimes scared him. Who had held him through nightmares and celebrated his victories and threatened to destroy anyone who threatened him. Who had just spent 3 days barely leaving his bedside while he recovered from a ritual that could have killed him. She was offering to let him go, because she loved him enough to want him to choose her freely. "No," Harry said. Shion blinked. "No. I don't want it severed." Harry's voice was firm. "Not now, not ever. Harry, you should think about, I have thought about it. Every day since you first explained what the blood debt was. I've wondered the same things you have, whether my feelings are real or manufactured, whether I'd be the same person without the bond." He reached out, taking her hand. "And you know what I realized?" "What?" "It doesn't matter." Shion's brow furrowed. "How can it not matter?" "Because even if the bond started everything, it's not what keeps me here now. I've met people without any magical connection to me, Rimuru, Benimaru, Malim, everyone in Tempest, and I love them too. I make choices every day that have nothing to do with the blood debt. I'm my own person, with my own mind and my own heart. Harry squeezed her hand tighter. And my heart chooses you. As my mother, as my family, as someone I'd fight and die for regardless of any magical obligation. The blood debt didn't make me love you, Mom. You did. By being there, by caring, by never giving up on me even when I was difficult. Shion's eyes were glistening. So no, Harry continued. I don't want it severed. I want it to stay exactly as it is, a bond between us that nothing can break. Not because I have to. Because I choose to. The sunset painted them in gold as they sat there, mother and son, the moment stretching into something eternal. Then Shion laughed, choked and wet, and pulled him into a hug that probably cracked a rib. You're going to make me cry, she mumbled into his shoulder. Pretty sure you already are. Shut up. Love you too, Mom. They held each other until the stars came out. The next morning, Harry woke feeling different, not just recovered from the ritual. Not just relieved to be free of the fragment. Something had shifted in the night, some fundamental understanding of himself and his place in the world that he was Harry Potter. Son of James and Lily Potter, who had died to protect him. Son of Shion of the Kijin, who had raised him with fierce and unconditional love. Citizen of Tempest, trained by the strongest beings in existence. Connected to two worlds, belonging fully to both, and he was done waiting that he found Rimuru in the throne room, reviewing reports from the various departments. Harry. Feeling better? Much. Harry strode forward with purpose. I want to go back. To the wizarding world. Today, if possible. Rimuru set down the report they'd been reading. You've only been back 3 days. The healers recommended at least a week of rest. I've rested enough. Voldemort isn't resting. He's out there gathering strength, making plans, preparing for whatever comes next. Every day we delay is a day he gets stronger. And you want to prevent that. I want to end it. Harry's voice was hard. 3 Horcruxes left, plus his snake, plus the man himself. Dumbledore knows where the locket is. We can retrieve it within the week if we move now. Rimuru studied him for a long moment. Something's changed in you. I spent my whole life carrying a piece of my enemy without knowing it. Now I'm free, and I want to make sure he never has the chance to do that to anyone else. Harry met Rimuru's eyes steadily. This isn't recklessness. This is clarity. I know what needs to be done and I'm ready to do it. Even if it costs you. Even then. Rimuru smiled slightly. You sound like your mother. I'll take that as a compliment. It was meant as one. The slime rose, their form shifting into something more formal. Very well. I'll authorize the dimensional transit. But you're not going alone. I never planned to. I mean beyond Shion and Benimaru. Rimuru's expression became serious. The situation is escalating. Voldemort's attack on the Ministry proved he has resources and organization we hadn't anticipated. If you're going to hunt his Horcruxes and eventually face him directly, you need more support than 2 Kijin can provide. What are you suggesting? A task force. Mixed team of Tempest's best and whatever allies you can recruit from the wizarding world. Coordinated operations, shared intelligence, combined resources. Rimuru began pacing, thinking aloud. Sui's intelligence network can monitor Death Eater movements. Gobta's squad can provide rapid response. And I'll come personally for the final confrontation. Harry's eyebrows rose. You'd come to the wizarding world? Voldemort has proven himself a threat significant enough to warrant my attention. And more importantly. Rimuru's voice softened. Your family, Harry. When family goes to war, we go together. For a moment, Harry was speechless. Thank you, he finally managed. Don't thank me yet. We haven't won anything. Rimuru's smile returned, sharper now. But we will. One way or another, this ends. And when it does, I want to be there to see it. The crossing back to the wizarding world felt different this time. Harry stepped through the portal onto Hogwarts grounds with a sense of purpose that hadn't been there before. The fragment was gone. His bond with Shion was affirmed. He knew exactly who he was and what he needed to do. Behind him came Shion and Rimuru, as always. But also Sui, whose intelligence-gathering abilities would prove invaluable. And Gobta with a squad of Tempest's elite hobgoblin warriors, looking nervous but determined. This place smells weird, Gobta muttered. Different magical composition, Sui explained. You'll adjust. I don't want to adjust, I want to go home. Gobta. Harry turned, smiling slightly. I know this isn't what you signed up for. But I'm glad you're here. The hobgoblin straightened, puffing out his chest. Well, someone has to watch your back while you do crazy heroic stuff. Might as well be the best. Modest as always. I learned from Rimuru-sama. They made their way to the castle, where Dumbledore was waiting in the entrance hall. The headmaster's eyes widened slightly as he took in the expanded group. Harry. I see you've brought reinforcements. The situation's changed. We need to move faster and hit harder than we planned. Harry stopped in front of the old wizard. The fragment in my head is gone. Tempest removed it. That means Voldemort lost another anchor and he knows we're actively hunting them. Dumbledore's expression shifted through surprise, hope, and settling on grim determination. You're certain it's completely removed? Completely. I felt it go. Harry touched his scar, which had faded slightly since the ritual, still visible, but no longer angry and red. I'm not connected to him anymore. Whatever advantage that gave us in sensing each other, it's gone. That's both good and concerning news. The connection worked both ways. We've lost a potential source of intelligence about his plans. Worth it, Harry said flatly. I'm nobody's spy. Now, the locket. You said you knew where it was. I believe so, yes. A cave on the coast, protected by some of the most dangerous magic I've ever encountered. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I was planning to go alone. The protections are designed to harm whoever enters, and I didn't want to risk anyone else. That's changed too. You're not going alone. None of us are. Harry gestured to his team. We do this together or we don't do it at all. Dumbledore looked at the assembled group, the monsters from another dimension, the trained warriors, the boy who had become something more than anyone expected. Together, then, he agreed. When do you want to leave? Tomorrow. Give everyone tonight to rest and prepare. Harry started walking toward the castle interior. And Dumbledore? Bring your best combat magic. According to Rimuru-sama, the time for caution is over. The headmaster watched him go, something like awe in his ancient eyes. Tempest's influence, Shion said, having noticed the look. We don't raise our warriors to hesitate. No. No, you clearly don't. Dumbledore shook himself. I'll prepare what's needed. Tomorrow, then. May we all survive what's coming. That night, Harry stood on the astronomy tower again, but this time he wasn't alone. Shion stood beside him, and their hands were intertwined, and the stars felt a little less foreign than before. Scared? She asked. Terrified. Harry didn't look away from the sky. But that's okay. Fear keeps you sharp. It's only a problem if you let it stop you. Who taught you that? You did. About 100 times. Shion chuckled. I should take my own advice more often. You? Scared? Constantly. Every time you're in danger, every time I can't protect you, every time something happens that's beyond my control. Her grip on his hand tightened. Being a mother is the most terrifying thing I've ever done. And I've fought demon lords. Thanks, I think. It's a compliment. You're worth being terrified over. They stood in silence, watching the stars whirl slowly overhead. Whatever happens tomorrow, Harry said eventually, I want you to know, don't. Shion cut him off. Don't say anything that sounds like goodbye. We're coming back from this. Both of us. All of us. I was just going to say thanks. For everything. For being my mom when you didn't have to be. I had to be. Shion's voice was fierce. The blood debt has nothing to do with it. You said so yourself. Harry finally turned to face her. You chose me. Every day for 11 years, you chose to be my mother. The debt might have started it, but you're the one who made it real. Shion's expression softened. When did you get so wise? I had good teachers. Flatterer. Learned that from you too. She laughed, and the sound carried across the tower, bright against the darkness. Tomorrow would bring danger. Tomorrow would bring pain. Tomorrow might bring death, for all either of them knew, but tonight, there was this. Mother and son, standing together under alien stars, bound by blood and choice and love that nothing could break, and that was enough. It would always be enough. Chapter 6. Two worlds collide. The cave mouth gaped like a wound in the cliff face, waves crashing against rocks that had been worn smooth by centuries of assault. Harry stood at the water's edge, staring into the darkness, feeling the malevolent magic radiating from within. Charming place, Gobta muttered. Really screams, welcome, please come in and die horribly. The protections begin at the entrance, Dumbledore explained, his voice carrying over the wind. Blood magic. First, the door requires payment to open. Then an underground lake filled with inferi. Then the island at the center, where the locket waits. Inferi. Shion's hand was already on her sword. Reanimated corpses. Enchanted to drag the living down into the water. Dumbledore's expression was grim. Voldemort filled this lake with the bodies of his victims. There could be hundreds of them beneath the surface. Sounds like target practice, Rimuru said calmly. Harry appreciated the confidence, but he could feel something else beneath the cave's obvious defenses. Something watching. Something that had been waiting a very long time. Let's move, he said. Sui, you're on reconnaissance. Don't engage anything unless you have to, just map what we're dealing with. Everyone else, stay close and follow Dumbledore's lead until we know the terrain. Sui vanished without acknowledgement, his presence fading into shadow. The group advanced into the cave. The blood payment was straightforward enough. Dumbledore cut his palm with a conjured knife, pressing the wound against the stone door. Harry felt the magic drink greedily, and then the rock simply wasn't there anymore, revealing a narrow passage that descended into absolute darkness. Lumos, Dumbledore murmured, and light bloomed from his wand. Harry answered with his own illumination, magicules shaped into floating orbs that drifted ahead of the group, casting silver light across wet stone walls. The passage opened onto an underground lake exactly as described. The water was black and still, reflecting their lights like a dark mirror. In the distance, barely visible, a small island glowed with sickly green luminescence. The boat is here somewhere, Dumbledore said, running his hands along the wall. Voldemort left a way to cross, he would have needed it himself. Or we could just fly, Harry suggested. The magic prevents it. I've tried before. Dumbledore's searching hands found something, and a chain materialized from thin air, leading down into the water. Ah! Here we are. He pulled, and a small boat rose from the depths, barely large enough for two people, encrusted with barnacles and age. That thing holds maybe 3 of us, Shion observed. And there are 7 of us, not counting Sui. The enchantment measures magical power, not physical weight. It will only carry those whose combined power doesn't exceed a certain threshold. Dumbledore examined the boat with his wand. Voldemort designed it to carry himself and perhaps one prisoner. He never anticipated someone coming here with allies. So we go in shifts. Or we break the enchantment. Harry knelt at the water's edge, extending his senses into the magic woven through the lake. It was intricate, layered, designed by someone who genuinely understood defensive wards, but it was also old. And brittle in places. Rimuru. Can you feel the ward structure? The Kijin commander crouched beside him, his own magical senses probing. 3 anchor points. One at the entrance, one on the island, one somewhere deep in the water. If we disrupt 2 of them simultaneously, the whole system collapses. But the one in the water is guarded by the inferi. Then we deal with the inferi first. Harry stood, turning to address the group. Change of plan. We're not sneaking across, we're going through. Dumbledore, can you handle the anchor point on the island once we reach it? I can. Good. Rimuru, you take the entrance anchor. Shion, Gobta, you're with me on inferi duty. Harry's smile was sharp. Let's wake them up. Shion drew her sword, the blade singing as it cleared the scabbard. Finally. I was getting bored. Harry stepped onto the water, his magicules condensed beneath his feet, forming a solid platform that held his weight easily. Walking on water wasn't technically difficult, it was just energy manipulation, force distribution, basic stuff he'd mastered years ago. But doing it in an environment saturated with hostile magic required constant attention. 3 steps out, the lake exploded, hands burst from the water, dozens, hundreds, pale and rotting and grasping. Faces followed, mouths open in silent screams, eyes empty of everything except hunger. The inferi surged upward, a tide of reanimated corpses reaching for the living. Harry didn't hesitate, fire erupted from his palms, not wizard fire, but magicule combustion, burning hot enough to vaporize the water around it. The first wave of inferi disintegrated, their bodies unable to withstand temperatures that would melt steel. Move, he shouted. Shion was already in motion, her sword carving through corpses with brutal efficiency. Each strike was precise, severing heads and limbs, reducing threats to harmless debris. She danced across the water on her own magicule platforms, leaving destruction in her wake. Gobta and his squad took a different approach. They'd formed a defensive circle, using coordinated magic to create a barrier that the inferi couldn't penetrate. Every corpse that touched it burst into flames, contributing to a growing pyre on the water's surface. There. Sui's voice came from nowhere. The anchor is 40 meters down, attached to a weighted chain. Heavy concentration of inferi guarding it. I'll get it. Harry dove. The water was freezing and thick with magic that tried to drag him down. Inferi swarmed toward him from every direction, their movements unnaturally fast in their home element. Harry burned them as they came, his fire creating bubbles of steam that briefly cleared his path. 40 meters. 30. 20. That the anchor came into view, a massive stone carved with runes, chained to the lake bottom, pulsing with the power that maintained the entire ward system. And surrounding it, a wall of inferi so dense that the water itself seemed to be made of corpses. Harry gathered his power. Everything he'd learned in Tempest. Everything he'd honed through years of combat training. Every drop of magicule energy his body could contain, that he released it all at once. The explosion was silent underwater, but its effects were catastrophic. A sphere of annihilation expanded from Harry's position, vaporizing water and inferi and stone indiscriminately. The anchor shattered. The chains dissolved. And the ward system protecting the lake let out a magical death scream that Harry felt in his bones. Above the surface, Rimuru struck at the same moment. The entrance anchor detonated, sending shockwaves through the entire cave system. Rocks fell from the ceiling. The water churned and thrashed. And then, suddenly, everything went still. The wards were down. Harry surfaced, gasping, his reserves depleted but his spirit burning bright. The island, he called out. Now, while they're still recovering. They moved as a unit, racing across water that was now just water, reaching the glowing island in seconds. Dumbledore was already working on the third anchor, his wand tracing patterns too complex to follow, dismantling Voldemort's protections with surgical precision. At the island center stood a basin filled with glowing green liquid, and at the bottom of that basin, visible through the poisonous glow, lay a locket. The potion must be drunk, Dumbledore said quietly. It cannot be vanished, scooped out, or otherwise removed. Someone must drink it all to reach what lies beneath. What does it do? I don't know exactly. But given Voldemort's nature, nothing pleasant. The old wizard began rolling up his sleeve. I'll do it. I'm the most, no. Harry stepped forward. You're the most knowledgeable about magic here. We need you functional for whatever comes next. I'll drink it. Harry, I've survived Shion's cooking for 11 years. How bad can it be? It was bad. The first mouthful burned going down, not physically but mentally, like drinking liquid despair. Harry saw things. Terrible things. His parents dying over and over. Shion falling in battle. Tempest burning. Everyone he loved, destroyed while he watched helplessly. He kept drinking, the visions got worse. More personal. More targeted. They knew his fears somehow, the potion or the magic behind it, and they exploited them ruthlessly. Harry saw himself becoming Voldemort, corrupted by power, twisted by darkness, killing the people he loved with his own hands. He kept drinking. Shion was at his side, holding him upright, her voice a constant anchor in the storm of horror. You're okay. It's not real. None of it is real. I'm here. I'm right here. The basin finally emptied. Harry collapsed, shaking, tears streaming down his face. But his hand closed around cold metal, and when he lifted it, the locket dangled from his fingers, heavy with malevolence, pulsing with the fragment of soul within. Got it, he whispered, and then the ceiling exploded. Voldemort descended through the hole his magic had torn in the stone, flanked by Death Eaters who spread out to surround the island. His form was fully corporeal now, no longer the shadow Harry had seen at the Ministry, but a tall figure with bone-white skin, red eyes, and a face that barely resembled anything human. Impressive, the Dark Lord said, his voice carrying without effort. I felt the wards collapse. Felt my protections torn apart by power that shouldn't exist in this world. His gaze fixed on Harry. You've been busy, little Potter. Burning away the pieces of myself I left behind. Harry struggled to his feet, the locket still clutched in his hand. The potion's effects hadn't fully faded, his vision swam, his limbs felt weak, his mind was still reeling from the artificial horrors, but he forced himself upright anyway. You should have hidden them better. Perhaps. Or perhaps I should have simply killed you properly the first time. Voldemort raised his wand. A mistake I intend to correct. My lord, one of the Death Eaters interrupted, the creatures with him, they're the ones from the Ministry attack. The monsters. I know what they are. Voldemort's eyes never left Harry. Beings from another dimension. Powerful, yes, but far from home and facing a force they don't understand. His smile was a horror. Let me show them what true magic looks like. He moved. Harry had fought fast opponents before. He'd trained with Melim, who could cross miles in the blink of an eye. But Voldemort was different, his speed wasn't physical but magical, his form operating across short distances so quickly that it seemed like he was everywhere at once. His first curse struck Gobta's barrier, shattering it like glass and sending the Hobgoblin squad flying. His second caught Rimuru mid-counter, a shield charm of such power that it actually deflected the Kijin commander's fire. His third went for Shion, a killing curse, sickly green and perfectly aimed. Harry threw himself into its path, the curse hit him square in the chest. Time stopped. Harry felt the magic trying to tear his soul from his body, trying to sever the connection between life and death. It was exactly as Hagrid had described, instant, painless, absolute, but Harry wasn't normal. 11 years of magicule saturation. The blood debt's protection, still active even without the soul fragment to suppress. And something else, something he didn't fully understand, a fundamental incompatibility between his hybrid nature and the curse that was supposed to kill him. the killing curse didn't kill him. That it hurt. Gods, it hurt, like every nerve in his body was being set on fire simultaneously. Harry screamed, collapsing to his knees, green light still crackling across his form, but he didn't die. Voldemort's expression shifted from triumph to confusion to something approaching fear. "Impossible," he whispered. "Impossible. No one survives." "I did before," Harry gasped, forcing himself back to his feet. "Did you really think the second time would be different?" The Dark Lord's face contorted with rage. "Then I'll simply have to try harder." He raised his wand for another curse, but Shion was already there, her sword a blur of silver that forced Voldemort to apparate backward or lose his wand arm. "You don't touch my son," she snarled, pressing the attack. Rimuru joined her, flames erupting around him in a corona of destruction. The Death Eaters moved to intercept, but Gobta's squad had recovered, and Sui appeared from nowhere to start systematically eliminating the outer ranks. The cave became a battlefield. Harry stayed on his feet through sheer willpower, his body still screaming from the curse's impact. He needed to help, needed to fight, but his reserves were depleted and his muscles weren't responding properly. Then Dumbledore was beside him, wand raised, deflecting curses that came too fast to see. "The locket," the headmaster said urgently. "Destroy it now, while he's distracted. One less anchor means one step closer to mortality." Harry looked down at the Horcrux in his hand. The locket was struggling, the soul fragment inside aware of the danger, trying to project visions and lies to make him hesitate that he ignored it all. "Rimuru," he shouted. "Concentrated fire, now." The Kijin commander understood instantly. He disengaged from his duel with a cluster of Death Eaters, gathering flame between his palms, not ordinary fire but something deeper, hotter, infused with every drop of magical energy he could spare. Harry held up the locket, Rimuru released the fire, the Horcrux screamed as it melted, the soul fragment within thrashing in its death throes. Harry felt Voldemort's reaction, a spike of agony that transmitted across the battlefield, making the Dark Lord stagger mid-spell. "No." Voldemort's voice cracked with genuine emotion for the first time. "What have you done? What have you done?" "Killed another piece of you," Harry said, dropping the slag that used to be a locket. "How many left now?" "2. 1. You're running out of anchors, Tom." The use of his birth name made Voldemort's face twist with hatred. "You think destroying Horcruxes makes you my equal? You're nothing. A child playing with powers you don't understand. Then stop me." Voldemort's response was a spell Harry didn't recognize, something dark and ancient that tore through the air like a living thing. Dumbledore countered with a shield that fractured under the impact, driving both of them backward. "He's too strong," Dumbledore gasped. "In a sustained fight, he'll overwhelm us. Then we don't sustain it." Harry made a decision. "Everyone, fall back. Sui, extraction now." The Shadow Master appeared beside them, his form already blurring as he prepared a mass teleportation. One by one, the Tempest forces vanished, Gobta's squad first, then Rimuru, then Shion, who fought her way to Harry's side before letting Sui take her. "This isn't over," Harry said, meeting Voldemort's eyes one final time. "We'll find the rest. We'll destroy them. And then we'll come for you." Voldemort's response was a curse that would have vaporized Harry where he stood, but Sui was faster, darkness swallowed them, and when it cleared, they were standing in Hogsmeade, miles from the cave, surrounded by the familiar shops and streets of the Wizarding Village. Harry's legs gave out, Shion caught him before he hit the ground, lowering him gently while the others formed a defensive perimeter. "Harry! Harry, talk to me. I'm okay." He wasn't okay. Everything hurt and his vision was graying at the edges. "Did everyone make it?" "Everyone's here. Minimal injuries." Shion's hands were running over him, checking for wounds. "That curse, the green one, you should be dead." "Apparently not." Harry managed a weak smile. "Guess I'm just that stubborn. This isn't funny." "It's a little funny." His eyes were closing despite his best efforts. Tell Rimuru-sama, the locket's destroyed. 2 left, plus the snake, plus Voldemort himself. We're getting close. Tell him yourself when you wake up. Yeah. Harry's voice was fading. Yeah, I'll do that. He passed out. Harry woke in the Hogwarts infirmary, surrounded by worried faces. Shion was in the chair beside his bed, looking like she hadn't slept. Rimuru stood by the window, arms crossed, watching the grounds. Dumbledore sat at the foot of the bed, looking older than ever, and standing at the door, having apparently arrived while Harry was unconscious, was Rimuru Tempest. Ah, the slime said, noticing Harry's eyes opening. There you are. Good morning. Rimuru-sama. Harry tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. What are you doing here? You nearly died. Again. I thought it was time I stopped watching from a distance and started being more directly involved. Rimuru moved closer, their expression serious. What you did in that cave, surviving a direct killing curse, that shouldn't be possible. Great Sage has been analyzing the reports, and the best theory we have is that your hybrid nature has fundamentally altered how magic affects you. Is that a good thing? It's a complicated thing. The wizarding world operates on specific rules. When you survive something that should be absolutely fatal according to those rules, it causes ripples. Political ripples, magical ripples, prophetic ripples. Harry groaned. Not more prophecy stuff. Unfortunately, yes. Dumbledore spoke up, his voice heavy. Word of what happened has already spread. The boy who lived, surviving the killing curse a second time. The ministry is in chaos. The public is demanding answers. And Voldemort's forces are either terrified or enraged, depending on their disposition. Great. So I've made everything more complicated. You've made everything more immediate, Rimuru corrected. Voldemort knows now that conventional methods won't work on you. He'll try something different next time. Something we might not be able to counter. So we don't give him time. Harry finally managed to sit up, ignoring the protests from his body. How long was I out? 2 days, Shion said quietly. Then we've wasted 2 days. What's the status on the remaining Horcruxes? Dumbledore shook his head. Harry, you need to rest. The damage to your magical core will heal. It always does. Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed. I'm not sitting here recovering while Voldemort prepares his next move. Where are the other Horcruxes? The room exchanged glances. We've confirmed the location of Hufflepuff's cup, Dumbledore finally admitted. It's in Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. In the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange. The one who attacked the Ministry. The same. Breaking into Gringotts is considered impossible, their security is the best in the wizarding world. But after your display against Voldemort's protections in the cave, I'm less certain that impossible applies to you. What about the diadem? And the snake? The diadem's location remains unknown. Voldemort hid it well, and my research has hit dead ends. Dumbledore's frustration was evident. As for the snake, Nagini, she's always at Voldemort's side. We'd have to go through him to reach her. So we hit Gringotts first. Harry stood, wobbling slightly before finding his balance. Get me the floor plans, the security details, everything you know about the vault system. We plan this properly and execute fast. Harry, Shion started. Mom, I know you're worried. I know I almost died. But I'm still here, and so is Voldemort, and every moment we delay is a moment he uses to hurt more people. Harry met her eyes. You taught me that hesitation costs lives. Were you wrong? Shion's jaw tightened, but she didn't argue. The cup is in one of the high-security vaults, Dumbledore continued, accepting that the conversation had moved past rest and recovery. Level 500 and something, deep underground. The vaults at that level are protected by anti-theft enchantments, dragon guardians, and the thief's downfall, a waterfall that strips away all magical concealment and enchantments. Dragons? Gobta perked up from where he'd been lurking near the door. We're fighting dragons. Just one. A Ukrainian iron belly, according to my sources. Partially blind from decades underground, kept controlled through pain conditioning. Harry's expression hardened. That stops. When we're done, that dragon goes free. The goblins won't appreciate you liberating their security measures. The goblins can take it up with Rimuru-sama. Harry glanced at the slime. Unless that's a problem. No problem at all. Rimuru's smile was pleasant in a way that promised complications for anyone who objected. I've been meaning to have a conversation with the Goblin Nation about their banking practices anyway. Their interest rates are predatory. Despite everything, Harry laughed. It hurt, but it felt good. All right. Let's plan a bank heist. 3 days of preparation culminated in them standing outside Gringotts in the pre-dawn darkness. The bank loomed white and imposing at the end of Diagon Alley, its bronze doors still closed for the night. Goblin guards patrolled the entrance, alert despite the early hour. Security shift change in 4 minutes, Sui reported, having spent the previous days mapping every detail of the bank's operations. The guards will be at minimal coverage for approximately 90 seconds. That's our window. 90 seconds to get inside. Then what? The main floor is monitored by the tellers and additional guards. They have magical alarms that trigger if anyone enters the cart system without proper authorization. Sui's voice was clinical, detached. I can suppress the alarms long enough for us to reach the deep vaults, but only if we move fast. What about the thief's downfall? I've prepared countermeasures. The waterfall strips magical effects, but it can't strip what's inherently part of you. Your magical-based abilities should remain functional. Same for Shion and Rimuru. Sui paused. However, any disguises or concealment spells will fail. Once we pass through, the goblins will know exactly who we are. Then we just have to be faster than their response. The shift change began. Harry watched the guards rotate, counting seconds internally. Now. They moved as shadows, Sui in the lead, suppressing detection spells with techniques he'd perfected over centuries. Shion and Rimuru followed, their combat auras contained but ready to explode at a moment's notice. Harry came next, flanked by Gobta's squad, with Dumbledore and Rimuru bringing up the rear. The bronze doors offered no resistance to Sui's skills. They were inside within 15 seconds. The main floor was vast and empty, marble columns stretching toward a ceiling lost in darkness. The teller stations stood abandoned, their goblin operators not yet arrived for the day shift. Cart access is this way. Dumbledore took the lead, guiding them toward a side corridor that descended into the depths. I visited the Lestrange Vault once, decades ago. The path should be the same. The carts were waiting, small, ramshackle things that looked wildly unsafe. We're supposed to ride in those? Gobta squeaked. Goblin engineering. Better than it looks. Dumbledore climbed into the lead cart. Everyone in. And hold on tight. Harry barely had time to brace before the cart launched into motion. The descent was a nightmare of twists, loops, and drops that should have been fatal. The track seemed to exist in defiance of physics, spiraling downward into darkness so complete that Harry couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Then they passed through the thief's downfall. The water hit like a physical blow, cold and charged with magic that scraped at Harry's skin. He felt the concealment spells Sui had applied dissolve, felt the mild confusion charm Dumbledore had suggested evaporate, but his core abilities remained. The magicules saturating his body were part of him, not external enchantments. The waterfall couldn't touch them. Alarms are triggering, Sui announced calmly. We have approximately 3 minutes before security forces arrive. Then we have 3 minutes. Harry leaped from the cart as it slowed, landing on a stone platform that overlooked a vast cavern. Where's the vault? There. Dumbledore pointed. The Lestrange vault was sealed behind a door of black metal, covered in warning symbols and protective runes. And guarding that door, chain-wrapped and scarred, was the dragon. The Ukrainian iron belly was even more massive than Harry had expected, a creature of pale scales and clouded eyes, clearly in pain from the chains that dug into its flesh. It turned toward them as they approached, opening its mouth to reveal a throat that glowed with building fire. "Wait!" Harry held up his hands, stepping forward before anyone could stop him. "We're not here to hurt you." The dragon hesitated. "Harry, what are you doing?" Shion hissed. "Something probably stupid." Harry kept moving forward, slowly, non-threateningly. "You've been down here for a long time, haven't you? Kept in chains, used as a guard dog, treated like a tool instead of a living creature." The dragon's eyes, what remained of their sight, tracked his movement. The glow in its throat began to fade. "We're going to get what we came for, and then we're going to leave. But when we leave, we're taking you with us." Harry stopped just outside the dragon's reach. No more chains. No more pain. Freedom. Does that sound good? For a long moment, nothing happened, then the dragon lowered its head, a rumble emerging from its chest that might have been a scent. "Okay." Harry turned to face the vault door. "Sui, can you get us in? The protections are extensive, but—" The Shadow Master examined the door with professional interest. "Given 2 minutes, yes. You have 90 seconds. Everyone else, defensive positions. We're about to have company." The first goblin security forces arrived 45 seconds later. They came in waves, armored warriors bearing weapons forged with magic, supported by cursebreakers who launched spells from the rear. They expected to face thieves, intruders who would flee before superior numbers. They found monsters. Shion carved through the first wave before they could form a line, her sword a blur of silver death. Benimaru's flames created barriers that forced the goblins to approach from predictable angles. Gobda's squad held the flanks, their coordination turning individual weaknesses into collective strength, and Rimuru stood in the center of it all, not fighting but radiating such overwhelming presence that the goblins couldn't approach. They tried. They threw everything they had. But the slime was something beyond their experience, beyond their understanding. "Doors open." Sui called. Harry raced inside the vault. The interior was a treasure hoard, gold and jewels and piled high in glittering mountains. But Harry ignored it all, his senses focused on finding the Horcrux there. A small golden cup, sitting on a shelf like it was nothing special. He grabbed it, feeling the soul fragment inside recoil from his touch. "Got it. We're leaving." The retreat was almost too easy. The goblins had committed to stopping their entry, not their exit, and Rimuru's presence created a path through the remaining resistance. The dragon followed, its bulk destroying the tunnel behind them as it moved, ensuring no pursuit. They emerged into Diagon Alley just as dawn broke over London. The dragon spread its wings, shaking off the remnants of its chains, and launched into the sky with a roar that rattled windows throughout the district. Harry watched it go, the cup still clutched in his hand. "2 down," he said. "1 to go." Rimuru appeared at his side. "The diadem?" "Still unknown location." Harry looked at the Horcrux, feeling the malevolence within. "But we're running out of pieces to destroy. Voldemort must be getting desperate. Desperate enemies are dangerous. So are we." Harry turned to face the rising sun. "Let's finish this." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. "The Room of Requirement," Hermione announced, bursting into the Hogwarts common room where Harry and the others had gathered to plan. "I've been researching and I think, Harry, I think Voldemort hid the diadem here. At Hogwarts." "What? Why would he? Think about it. He was obsessed with the Founders. The locket was Slytherin's, the cup was Hufflepuff's, the diadem is Ravenclaw's. Where better to a Ravenclaw artifact than at Ravenclaw's school?" Hermione was practically vibrating with excitement. "And the Room of Requirement is perfect. It's a place that only appears when you need it, that can become whatever you want." Voldemort could have hidden the Horcrux there decades ago, and it would have just waited. Harry exchanged looks with Shion. It's possible, Dumbledore admitted. Tom was always drawn to Hogwarts. He considered it his first true home. Hiding something precious here would appeal to his sentimentality. Can you find it? Harry asked Hermione. The room, I mean. Can you make it show us where the diadem is hidden? I think so. The room responds to intent. If we approach it with the specific need to find what Voldemort hid, it should reveal itself. Then let's go. The room of requirement was on the 7th floor, across from a tapestry of trolls in tutus. Harry had explored it before during his earlier stay at Hogwarts, but he'd never approached it with this particular intent. That I need to find what Tom Riddle hid here, he thought, walking past the blank wall 3 times. I need to find the diadem of Ravenclaw. A door appeared, beyond it was a space that defied comprehension, a vast cathedral of junk stretching in every direction. Mountains of broken furniture, towers of old textbooks, piles of discarded robes and forgotten treasures. Centuries of Hogwarts students had hidden things here, and the room had kept them all. It's in here somewhere, Hermione whispered, awed. Somewhere in all of this. Then we search. Harry stepped inside. Everyone spread out. Look for anything that might be a diadem, a crown, a tiara, something ornate. And don't touch anything until we're sure. The search took hours. Harry found the diadem on top of a bust of an ugly warlock, hidden in plain sight among a pile of discarded jewelry. The moment he saw it, he knew, the same malevolent energy he'd felt from the other Horcruxes radiated from the tarnished silver circlet. Found it, he called. The others converged on his location. That's definitely it. Dumbledore examined the diadem without touching it. Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem. One of the most sought after in magical history, and Voldemort corrupted it with a piece of his broken soul. Not for much longer. Harry looked at Rimuru. Same as the locket. Ready when you are. Harry picked up the diadem. The Horcrux screamed, projecting illusions and promises and threats. Harry ignored them all. He'd faced Voldemort directly, had survived a killing curse meant to end him. A soul fragment's desperate manipulations meant nothing. Benimaru's fire reduced the diadem to slag. 3 down. Harry let the remains fall to the floor. Just the snake and the man himself. We should return to the main castle, Dumbledore suggested. Plan our next move carefully. Voldemort will know what we've done. He'll feel each Horcrux die. He'll be preparing something. They made their way back through the room of requirement, emerging into the 7th floor corridor, where Voldemort was waiting. He looked different than he had in the cave, worse, somehow. His pale skin was almost translucent, his red eyes sunken and wild. The destruction of so many Horcruxes was taking its toll, but his power hadn't diminished. 4 Horcruxes, he said, his voice carrying a tremor that hadn't been there before. 4 pieces of my soul, destroyed. Do you have any idea what that feels like? The agony of being torn apart from within? Can't say I care, Harry replied, falling into a ready stance. Where's your snake? Nagini is safe. Hidden where you'll never find her. Voldemort's wand rose. But I didn't come here to discuss my pet. I came to end this. Here. Now. Where it all began. Funny. I was thinking the same thing. The final battle of Hogwarts began. Chapter 7. Beyond the debt. Voldemort's first curse shattered a stone column into fragments that would have killed anyone standing nearby. Harry was already moving, magicules propelling him sideways as Shion charged from the opposite direction. The Dark Lord was ready for both. He apparat 3 feet to the left, dodging Shion's blade while simultaneously casting a curse that forced Harry to shield. The spell impacted with enough force to drive Harry backward, his feet carving trenches in the stone floor. You've improved, Voldemort acknowledged, deflecting Benimaru's fire with a casual wave. But improvement isn't enough. I've had 50 years to master magic. You've had 11. Quality over quantity. Harry launched a lance of compressed magicules that Voldemort barely dodged. Besides, I've got friends. The corridor exploded into chaos. Rimuru moved for the first time since arriving, their form shifting into something larger, more threatening. Voldemort's eyes widened. He'd sensed the slime's power but hadn't truly understood it until now. "What are you?" he demanded, backing away. "Someone who's very tired of Dark Lords thinking they're special." Rimuru's voice carried harmonics that made reality shiver. "You're not the first would-be immortal I've faced. You won't be the last. But you might be the most annoying." Voldemort's response was a spell Harry didn't recognize, something that tore at the fabric of space itself, trying to banish Rimuru to another dimension. It didn't work. Interesting. Rimuru examined the spell's remnants with academic curiosity. Dimensional magic. Crude, but effective against most targets. They smiled. "I'm not most targets." The slime attacked. Harry had seen Rimuru fight exactly once before, during a training exercise that had leveled a mountain. This was different, controlled, precise, devastating. Every attack was designed to limit Voldemort's movement, force him into predictable patterns, wear him down through attrition, but the Dark Lord was nothing if not resourceful. "Nagini!" he screamed. The snake appeared from nowhere, hidden under some concealment that even Sui hadn't detected. She was massive, easily 20 feet long, her scales gleaming with dark enchantment, and she was heading straight for Harry. Shion. His mother intercepted the snake mid-strike, her sword biting deep into scales that should have been impenetrable. Nagini screamed, an almost human sound, and thrashed, trying to dislodge the blade. "The Horcrux!" Dumbledore shouted. "She's the last one. Destroy her and Voldemort becomes mortal." "Working on it." Shion twisted her blade, but the snake's regeneration was already healing the wound. "This thing doesn't want to die." Harry made a decision that he broke away from the main fight, ignoring Voldemort's curse that scorched past his shoulder, and sprinted toward Shion and the snake. His magicules gathered, concentrated, formed into the most destructive technique he knew. "Move!" he shouted. Shion understood instantly. She ripped her sword free and dove aside just as Harry released everything he had. The blast caught Nagini directly. For a moment, nothing happened. The snake's enchanted scales were resisting, the Horcrux's power struggling to maintain integrity. Then Rimuru added his fire, then Rimuru added something that Harry couldn't identify but felt in his bones, then Dumbledore, with a spell that blazed white gold, added the final push. Nagini exploded, the soul fragment died screaming, its death cry echoing through dimensions. Harry felt it, not through any connection, but through the sheer weight of dark magic being annihilated. Voldemort felt it too. The Dark Lord staggered, clutching his chest, his face twisted in agony. "No, no, no, and no. All of them," Harry said, advancing on the weakened wizard. "Every piece of your soul except the one you're carrying. You're mortal now, Tom. You can die. I am Lord Voldemort." Spittle flew from pale lips. "I am the greatest wizard who ever lived. I cannot be killed by a child and his pet monsters. Wrong on every count." Harry stopped 10 feet away. "You're Tom Riddle. You're a murderer and a coward who was so afraid of death that you tore your own soul apart. And you absolutely can be killed." Voldemort raised his wand, and Harry saw something in those red eyes he'd never seen before: fear. Avada Kedavra. Harry didn't dodge. He didn't need to. The curse struck him square in the chest, the third killing curse he'd absorbed in his life, and something inside him reached up and caught it. The magic didn't dissipate. It was absorbed. Pulled into his magicule network, converted, transformed into something new. Harry's eyes blazed green. "My turn." He released the energy, not as a killing curse. Harry would never use that particular magic, no matter the circumstances. Instead, the power emerged as something else entirely. A beam of pure force, concentrated and absolute, carrying all the deadly intent of the original spell but channeled through Harry's will. Voldemort tried to shield, the shield shattered. Voldemort tried to apparate. Rimuru's presence locked down space, preventing escape. Voldemort tried to beg, Harry didn't listen, the beam struck the Dark Lord in the center of his chest, and Tom Marvolo Riddle, murderer, tyrant, would-be immortal, simply ceased to exist. No body. No ghost. No lingering presence, just nothing. The corridor was silent. Harry stood in the aftermath, his body trembling with exhaustion, his magicule reserves completely depleted. Around him, his allies were similarly drained, Shion leaning on her sword, Rimuru breathing hard, even Rimuru looking slightly diminished. Is it over? Gobta asked, emerging from behind a pillar where he'd been very strategically positioned. Please tell me it's over. It's over. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. The old wizard looked like he'd aged decades in minutes. Voldemort is gone. Truly gone, this time. The Horcruxes? All destroyed. His soul had nothing to anchor it. When his body died, he died with it. Dumbledore's eyes were wet. After all these years, it's finally finished. Harry wanted to celebrate. Wanted to cheer, to laugh, to feel the triumph of victory. Instead, he collapsed that he woke in the Hogwarts infirmary again. The sun was streaming through the windows, casting warm light across white sheets and stone walls. Harry blinked, disoriented, trying to remember how he'd gotten here. For days, Shion said from her chair beside the bed. You've been unconscious for 4 days. 4. Harry tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Every muscle in his body screamed in protest. What happened? You channeled a killing curse's worth of energy through your body and then used it to annihilate a Dark Lord. Turns out that's not great for your health. Despite her words, Shion was smiling. The healers say you'll make a full recovery, but it's going to take time. Voldemort? Dead. Confirmed dead by every method of detection the wizarding world possesses. The Ministry has already started trials for the surviving Death Eaters. Bellatrix Lestrange tried to escape and was killed by Aurors. Shion's smile turned sharp. I would have preferred to handle that myself, but the result is acceptable. Harry processed this slowly. It was over. Actually, genuinely over. The monster who had murdered his parents, who had terrorized 2 worlds, who had embedded a piece of his corrupted soul in Harry's head, he was gone. How do I feel about this? Harry wondered aloud. I imagine you're still figuring that out. Shion took his hand. There's no rush. You have time now. All the time you need. Time. That was a strange concept. For weeks, Harry had been operating on urgency, destroy the Horcruxes, stop Voldemort, save everyone who could be saved. Now that pressure was gone, and he wasn't sure what replaced it. Where is everyone? Rimuru-sama returned to Tempest yesterday, but they're planning to come back for the victory celebration. Rimuru is coordinating with the Ministry on joint security protocols. Sui is doing Sui things. Dumbledore has been in meetings with approximately everyone for the past 3 days. Shion squeezed his hand. You've become very popular, by the way. The boy who lived, now the man who killed Voldemort. The Prophet has been running daily coverage. Harry groaned. I don't want to be more famous. Too late. You're a hero. Multiple worlds are going to be telling stories about you for generations. Shion's expression softened. But that's a problem for later. Right now, you rest. Heal. Let someone else handle things for a while. I don't know how to do that. I know. That's why I'm going to sit here and make sure you don't try to sneak out and save the world again before you're ready. Harry laughed, and it hurt, but it also felt good. Real. Like something had finally loosened in his chest. Thanks, Mom. Always. Recovery took 2 weeks. Harry spent most of it in bed, which drove him crazy, but Shion's threats about what would happen if he tried to leave early were convincing enough to keep him compliant. Visitors came in a steady stream, Dumbledore with updates on the political situation, Hermione with books and questions and barely contained excitement about everything that had happened, Ron with jokes and candy and a normalcy that Harry desperately needed. "So you actually absorbed a killing curse?" Ron asked during one visit. "Like, just, ate it?" "More like redirected it. My body's different from normal wizards, the magical saturation changed how I interact with magic at a fundamental level." "That's mental." "In a good way." Ron shook his head. "You know people are already writing songs about you, right? Heard one in Hogsmeade yesterday. The Ballad of Harry Potter, Dragon Friend and Dark Lord Slayer. It was terrible." "Please tell me you're joking." "Wish I was. There was a verse about your eyes of emerald fire and your heart of purest gold. Very dramatic." Harry buried his face in his pillow. Other visitors were more serious. Amelia Bones came to discuss the future, specifically, what role Tempest would play in the wizarding world now that the immediate crisis was over. The answer was complicated. Full integration wasn't possible, but neither was complete separation. They'd established connections, built relationships, fought together. Those bonds wouldn't just disappear. "We're proposing a formal alliance," Bones explained. "Not political integration, but mutual cooperation. Tempest and Magical Britain as partners, sharing knowledge and resources, helping each other when needed. Rimuru-sama would have to agree to that. I've already spoken with them. They're amenable, with conditions." Bones smiled slightly. "Your slime friend drives a hard bargain." "They're not a slime friend, they're—" Harry stopped himself. "Actually, yeah, slime friend works." The victory celebration happened on the last day of Harry's medical confinement that it was held in Hogwarts' Great Hall, which had been magically expanded to accommodate the hundreds of guests. Representatives from both worlds mingled freely, Tempest's leadership standing alongside ministry officials, Hogwarts students chatting with hobgoblin warriors, the whole improbable assembly united by shared triumph. Harry attended in a wheeled chair, over his strenuous objections. "I can walk," he complained as Shion pushed him into the hall. "You can barely stand for 10 minutes without getting dizzy. The chair stays. This is humiliating. This is practical. There's a difference." The crowd parted as they entered, faces turning toward Harry with expressions ranging from awe to gratitude to simple curiosity. He felt the weight of their attention like a physical pressure. Then Melim appeared, launching herself through the crowd to hug him with enough force to nearly tip the chair over. "Harry! You killed a Dark Lord. That's so cool. Why didn't you invite me? I wanted to help." "Melim, oops, sorry." She released him, grinning. "But seriously, killing a Dark Lord? Without me? Rude. I'll invite you next time there's an apocalyptic threat. Promise?" "Promise." Rimuru materialized beside them, looking pleased. "Harry. Good to see you upright. More or less. Rimuru-sama." Harry smiled. "Thanks for everything. I couldn't have done it without Tempest's help." "You could have. It just would have taken longer and been more dangerous." The slime's expression turned thoughtful. "What are you going to do now? The war's over, Voldemort's dead, and you have choices to make about your future." It was a question Harry had been thinking about constantly during his recovery. "I don't know exactly," he admitted. "Part of me wants to go home, back to Tempest, back to normal life. But another part." He looked around the Great Hall, at the witches and wizards who had become his allies, at Hogwarts itself, which had started to feel like a second home. "I don't want to abandon this world either. There's still so much I could learn here, so much I could help with." "You don't have to choose one or the other," Shion said quietly. "Dimensional travel is possible now. Regular, even. You could have a life in both worlds. Split my time between them? Why not? You're not ordinary, Harry. You've never been ordinary. The normal rules don't apply to you." She smiled. Besides, I go where you go. Tempest, Britain, the moon if you decide that's where you want to be. Doesn't matter to me as long as we're together. Harry reached up to take her hand. Have I mentioned lately how much I love you? You could stand to mention it more. I love you, Mom. I love you too, idiot child. Rimuru watched the exchange with visible satisfaction. Well, that's settled then. Harry Potter, interdimensional citizen. Has a nice ring to it. I'm not calling myself that. Too late, I'm already planning the official documentation. Rimuru-sama, very official. Very formal. Maybe a ceremony. Please don't. With speeches. I hate you. No you don't. Harry sighed, but he was smiling. This was his life now. These ridiculous, wonderful people who had become his family. This strange existence spanning two worlds that had somehow become home. He'd started as a baby thrown through dimensions by accident, found by a warrior who had no idea how to be a mother, raised in a nation of monsters who had accepted him without question. Now he was something new. Something that had never existed before. A bridge between worlds, a symbol of cooperation, a person who belonged everywhere and nowhere at once. It should have been overwhelming, instead, it felt right. Speech time, Rimuru announced, moving toward the raised platform at the front of the hall. Try not to fall asleep. No promises. The slime took the stage, and the hall gradually fell silent. Thank you all for being here, Rimuru began, their voice carrying effortlessly. We're gathered to celebrate a victory, the defeat of a Dark Lord who threatened not just one world but potentially both of ours. It was a victory won through cooperation, trust, and the courage of individuals who refused to give up even when the odds seemed impossible. Harry felt Shion's hand tighten on his shoulder. But this celebration isn't really about victory. It's about what comes next. For centuries, our worlds existed separately. Now we know each other. We've fought together, bled together, lost people together. That creates bonds that don't break easily. Rimuru's gaze swept the crowd. Tempest and the wizarding world are different. We have different cultures, different magics, different ways of understanding reality. Those differences could divide us, if we let them. Or they could strengthen us, if we choose to learn from each other instead of fearing what we don't understand. I know which choice I prefer. I think most of you do too. So let's make it official. Let's build something new, an alliance between worlds, a partnership that benefits everyone involved. The slime smiled. And let's start by raising a glass to the people who made it possible. Glasses rose throughout the hall. To Harry Potter, Rimuru said, who crossed dimensions as an infant and crossed back as a warrior. Who faced his demons, literal and figurative, and won. Who showed us all that power without compassion is meaningless, but power with purpose can change everything. To Harry, the crowd echoed. Harry wanted to sink into his chair and disappear, but Shion wouldn't let him. Accept it, she murmured. You earned this. I didn't do it alone. Nobody does anything alone. That's the point. Rimuru continued. To Shion, who found a baby in a crater and chose to become his mother. Who taught him strength and loyalty and the importance of fighting for what you love. Who crossed dimensions herself rather than let him face danger alone. To Shion, the crowd cheered. Shion inclined her head, accepting the recognition with warrior's grace. To everyone who fought, Rimuru concluded. To everyone who sacrificed. To everyone who believed that tomorrow could be better than today. This victory belongs to all of us. Let's make sure we deserve it. The applause was thunderous, and somewhere in the middle of it, Harry let himself finally believe that the war was really over. That they had won. That he could start thinking about the future instead of just surviving the present. It was a strange feeling that he could get used to it. The party lasted well into the night. Harry eventually escaped to one of Hogwarts' many balconies, needing a moment of quiet away from the celebrations. The night air was cool and clean, carrying the scent of the forbidden forest and the distant lake. Footsteps approached. He didn't need to look to know who it was. Hiding from your own victory party? Shion asked, coming to stand beside him. Taking a break. Different thing. If you say so. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the stars. What are you thinking about? Shion finally asked. Everything. Nothing. Harry shrugged. My parents, I guess. The ones who died for me. I wish they could have seen this. They would have been proud. You think so? I know so. Shion's voice was certain. They gave their lives to protect you. Everything you've become, everything you've accomplished, that's their legacy. Their sacrifice made it possible. It made you possible too. Harry turned to face her. If they hadn't died, I never would have fallen through dimensions. Never would have found Tempest. Never would have met you. That's a heavy thought. I know. I've been trying not to think about it, but sometimes I wonder if that was the point. If whatever force controls destiny intended for all of this to happen. My parents dying, me landing in Tempest, you finding me, everything leading up to tonight. Shion considered this. Does it matter? What? Whether it was destiny or coincidence. Does it actually matter? Harry blinked. I don't know. I guess I thought, here's what I think. Shion faced him fully, her expression intent. I don't care about destiny. I don't care about prophecies or cosmic plans or whatever forces might have been pushing us together. What I care about is choice. You chose to fight Voldemort. You chose to protect the people you love. You chose to be my son, not because of any debt, but because you wanted to. Those choices are what matter. Everything else is just context. When did you get so philosophical? I've always been philosophical. People just don't expect it because I'm usually hitting things with a sword. Harry laughed. It felt good, free and light in a way that had been rare during the war. I love you, Mom. You've said that already today. Doesn't make it less true. Shion's expression softened. She pulled him into an embrace, gentler than usual, mindful of his still recovering body. I love you too. Always have. Always will. They held each other as the stars wheeled overhead and the sounds of celebration drifted up from the castle below. So, Shion said eventually, what now? You mentioned splitting your time between worlds. I was thinking, finish my recovery, then spend a few months in Tempest catching up with everyone. After that, come back here for a while. Learn wizarding magic properly, spend time with the friends I've made. Keep going back and forth until I figure out where I actually want to settle. And me? You go where I go, right? That's what you said. I did say that. Shion pulled back, studying his face. But I want to make sure that's what you want. You're not a child anymore, Harry. You don't need a guardian following you everywhere. No, I don't need one. Harry smiled. But I want one. I want you in my life, Mom. Not because of any debt or obligation, but because you're my family and I can't imagine doing any of this without you. Shion's eyes glistened, though she'd deny it if anyone asked. Then that settled. She cleared her throat, composing herself. We should get back to the party. People will wonder where we went. Let them wonder. I'm enjoying the quiet. You'll have plenty of quiet in the future. Tonight is for celebrating. She tugged his arm. Come on. I heard they're about to unveil a commemorative statue. Please tell me you're joking. I wish I was. Apparently it's 12 feet tall. I'm going to kill whoever commissioned that. Get in line. They walked back toward the celebration together, mother and son, their laughter echoing through the ancient halls. 3 months later, Harry stood at the dimensional transit point in Tempest, saying goodbye, not forever. Just for now. He was returning to the wizarding world for an extended stay, learning magic, building relationships, helping to shape the new alliance between worlds. Shion was coming with him, of course. But the others had to stay behind, at least for now. "Don't do anything too crazy without me," Meline demanded, hugging him tightly. "And send letters. Lots of letters. With detailed descriptions of any fights you get into. I'll try to keep the fights to a minimum." "That's boring, but acceptable." Rimuru clasped his arm in a warrior's farewell. "Take care of yourself, Harry. And take care of Shion. She's more likely to take care of me." "True. But it's good to have backup." Veldora was dramatically emotional, as usual. "My manga partner, leaving me again. How will I survive the loneliness?" "You could try leaving your cave occasionally." "Unacceptable. The outside is bright and full of people. Dragons." Rimuru was last. "You've come a long way," the slime said, studying Harry with something like parental pride. "From a baby falling through dimensions to someone who's bridging them intentionally. I'm proud of you. I had good teachers. You had chaotic teachers who made it up as they went along. The fact that you turned out so well is mostly luck." Rimuru smiled. "But I'll take some CR anyway. Thank you, Rimuru-sama. For everything. For taking me in, for letting Shion raise me, for all of it. Your family, Harry. That's what family does." The slime's form shifted, becoming something more human for a moment. "Now go. Your other world is waiting. And remember, home is always here when you need it." Harry nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. Shion took his hand. "Ready?" she asked. "Ready." They stepped through the portal together. Hogwarts in spring was beautiful, the grounds were alive with color, flowers blooming, birds singing, students sprawled on the grass enjoying the warm weather. Harry walked through it all, still marveling at how different it felt from his first visit months ago. Then, he'd been a stranger. An interloper from another world, viewed with suspicion and awe in equal measure. Now, he belonged. "Harry!" Hermione's voice called across the courtyard. She was rushing toward him, books clutched to her chest, Ron trailing behind. "You're back. How was Tempest? Did you bring the research materials I requested? What about the comparative magical theory texts?" "Breathe, Hermione. I'll breathe when I have answers." Ron caught up, shaking his head. "She's been like this for weeks. Driving everyone mental." "I have not. I've been reasonably excited about the unprecedented opportunity for cross-dimensional academic exchange." "Mental," Ron mouthed to Harry. Harry laughed. It was good to be back. They walked together toward the castle, falling into easy conversation about everything that had happened during Harry's absence. The alliance negotiations were progressing well. Several students had expressed interest in exchange programs with Tempest. Professor McGonagall had been appointed interim headmistress after Dumbledore's retirement, and she was already implementing reforms. "Dumbledore retired?" Harry asked, surprised. "Said he'd done what he needed to do and it was time to let younger people take over." Ron shrugged. "Think defeating Voldemort was his last big goal. Now he's traveling, apparently. Looking for some kind of magical." "The Deathly Hallows," Hermione added. "He mentioned them once. Some sort of legendary objects with power over death itself." "I've been researching, of course you have. And there's actually quite a lot of historical documentation, though most scholars consider them myths. But given everything we've seen, who's to say what's myth and what's just undiscovered truth?" Harry listened to her ramble, content to let the familiar rhythm of conversation wash over him. This was what he'd fought for. This normalcy, this friendship, this world where people could argue about academic research instead of cowering in fear of dark lords that it was worth protecting. "So," Ron said eventually, "what's the plan?" "Staying here for the semester. Longer, probably. I want to actually learn wizarding magic properly. And there's talk of me teaching some classes about magical manipulation for interested students. You. Teaching? Don't sound so surprised. It's just weird. You're my age and you're going to be a professor. Guest lecturer. Big difference. Still weird. They reached the castle entrance, where Shion was waiting. She'd spent Harry's reunion with his friends exploring the grounds, reacquainting herself with the territory. Done socializing? She asked. For now. We should find our quarters, get settled in. Your quarters are in the East Tower, Hermione supplied. Special accommodation for diplomatic guests. It's quite nice, actually. Great view of the lake. Thanks, Hermione. Harry turned to head inside, then paused. Hey. I'm glad I came back. Hermione's smile was warm. We're glad too. That night, Harry stood on the balcony of his new quarters, looking out over the Hogwarts grounds. The lake glittered under starlight. The Forbidden Forest was a dark mass on the horizon. Somewhere in the castle, hundreds of students were going about their lives, unburdened by war for the first time in their memories. Shion joined him, 2 cups of tea in her hands. Settling in? She asked, offering him one. Getting there. Harry accepted the tea, taking a sip. It feels strange. Being here without a crisis to deal with. You'll adjust. Peacetime takes practice, just like war. Wise words. I've been storing them up. Seemed like a good time to use them. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the night. I've been thinking, Harry said eventually. About the future. Not just the next few months, but, further out. And I want to build something. Not just live between 2 worlds, but actually connect them. Proper infrastructure, regular transit, shared resources, cultural exchange. Make it so that dimensional travel isn't special or rare, just normal. That's ambitious. Is it too ambitious? No such thing. Shion's smile was fierce. You're Harry Potter. You've killed Dark Lords, survived killing curses, and befriended dragons. Building bridges between dimensions seems relatively straightforward by comparison. I'll need help. You'll have it. Me, Rimuru-sama, everyone in Tempest who believes in what you're doing. Shion turned to face him fully. And for what it's worth, I think it's the right goal. The universe is bigger than any one world. The more connections we build, the stronger everyone becomes. Harry nodded slowly. This was what he wanted. A purpose beyond survival, beyond victory. Something to build toward that wasn't just about preventing destruction but creating something new. Okay, he said. Let's do it. Right now. Eventually. For now, let's finish our tea and enjoy the view. Reasonable compromise. Shion raised her cup. To the future. To the future. Their cups clinked softly in the darkness. Epilogue. 5 years later, the interdimensional transit hub was the busiest structure in either world. Located at the precise point where Tempest and Wizarding Britain overlapped, a geographic impossibility that Harry had long since stopped trying to explain, it processed thousands of travelers daily. Students heading to exchange programs. Merchants trading goods that didn't exist in their home dimensions. Diplomats attending joint council meetings. Tourists seeking experiences they couldn't find anywhere else. Harry watched the flow of traffic from his office on the hub's top floor, still amazed that any of this was real. The quarterly reports are in, Hermione announced, entering without knocking. She'd taken over as the hub's operational director 3 years ago, and she ran it with the same intensity she'd once applied to academic research. Transit numbers are up 12%. Trade volume is up 18%. And we've had 0 security incidents for the 3rd month running. Good numbers. Excellent numbers. The best we've ever recorded. She deposited a stack of papers on his desk. You should be proud. I am proud of everyone who made it possible. Harry stood, stretching. Where's Shion? Training facility, level B. She's running the new security recruits through their paces. Running them into the ground, you mean? Same thing, with her. Harry smiled. Some things never changed. He made his way down to level B, passing travelers and workers who nodded respectfully as he went. Harry Potter, Director of Interdimensional Relations. It was a ridiculous title for a ridiculous job, but he'd grown into it. The training facility was a controlled chaos of combat drills and magical exercises. At its center, Shion was demonstrating sword techniques to a group of recruits who looked appropriately terrified. Balance, she shouted. Without balance, you're just flailing around waiting to die. Again. Harry watched from the doorway, warmth spreading through his chest. His mother. His guardian. The woman who had found him in a crater and chosen to love him despite every reason not to. She'd changed over the years, mellowed slightly, learned to delegate, even developed something approaching patience, but she was still fundamentally Shion. Still fierce. Still protective. Still his. She spotted him and called a break for the recruits. Checking up on me? She asked, approaching. Just admiring the view. Flatterer. But she was smiling. The new batch is coming along. Give me another month and they'll be combat ready. I never doubted it. They walked together through the facility, ending up on an observation deck that overlooked the hub's central atrium. Below, the portal array hummed with constant activity, gateways opening and closing, people coming and going, two worlds becoming one. Do you ever regret it? Shion asked suddenly. Regret what? Choosing this path. Becoming the bridge between worlds instead of just living. You could have had a quiet life. Either in Tempest or here. Harry considered the question. No, he said finally. I don't regret any of it. This is what I was meant to do. Maybe not meant by prophecy or destiny, but meant by choice. My choice, to build something that matters. Something that'll outlast me. That's a good answer. I thought so. Harry leaned against the railing, watching the portal array pulse with light. Besides, quiet isn't really my style. Yours either. True. I'd get bored within a week. You'd start challenging people to duels. I would not. You challenged the Minister of Magic to a duel last month. He was being pompous. It was justified. Harry laughed. Below them, the hub continued its work. Connecting worlds. Bridging divides. Turning the impossible into the routine. I love you, Mom, Harry said. I love you too. Shion rested her hand on his shoulder. And I always will. They stood together, watching the flow of travelers, and Harry thought about how far they'd come. A baby thrown through dimensions. A warrior who had no idea how to be a mother. A debt that became love. A bond that became unbreakable, and now this. A universe connected. A future built. A family that spanned worlds. It wasn't the destiny anyone had predicted that it was better.